Welcome to the treasure room.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Prepare for vault door opening.
Hello and welcome, everybody. Welcome to the stream. I'm actually started up a little early today. Hello and welcome. Put a 1 in the chat if you can see and hear me. We're going to get on into it, right into some Satisfactory today, everybody. We're going to do some mega extraction. We're going to work on our power systems. We're going to do a bunch of blueprinting. We're going to do all sorts of fun, awesome stuff tonight. So settle in. I appreciate everybody being here as always. Appreciate you guys tuning in. Now I'm already in the game right over here, just chilling out. As you can see, look at all these resources we have to build all sorts of mega things that we want to do. And we have this beautiful view out here as well to get started with. Now, again, these are just my main storages. They just hold the resources temporarily. The actual build itself is going to be off that way. And we're going to take some steps toward getting that big mega build going. I've been basically just thinking about what is our next best step in the game. And that next best step is to organize our power and, of course, all of our power extraction. And this way we can put those all on their own priority switches so that we can control if the power goes on and off. So anything to do with the extraction of the power, we're going to do that. And we're going to start a brand new spreadsheet. Yay! Let's see some hype in the chat for spreadsheets, everybody. I can't wait to get that emote for you all. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. I got to get a spreadsheet emote for you guys. It's got to be awesome. So we're going to work on a spreadsheet emote that basically is going to track our extraction, what we're extracting and what the reason we are extracting it for and what speeds it's at and all of that kind of stuff. So we're going to get into it. I saw Paul there at the top of the stream. Hello, Paul. Thank you for coming in and hanging out. I also saw Dragon Wolf hanging out in there. Thank you for coming in, Dragon Wolf. Appreciate the love, brother. Then Tab coming in as well. What's up, Tab? We got Bubs, Dragon Wolf, showing those ones. Thanks for dropping those ones in there. I know I'm just a few minutes early, everybody, but I'm ready to get to it. I'm ready to dive in, play some Satisfactory here. I am Death coming in, showing the love, and I've been streaming a lot, everybody. 9, 10, 11, 12 hours a day, nonstop since I came back on the 7th. That's 7 days in a row. 7 days in a row at up to 12 hours a day. We're going all in this year, everybody. We're going to make 2025 an excellent, amazing year. I hope you guys are out there crushing it as well. You got to go get it if you want it, everybody. You got to go chase it down because it ain't coming to you. You got to go get that them goals. Paul coming in, showing the one as well. Thank you, Paul, for those ones. Bubs with the tip of the hat there. Like it, like it. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I'm pretty excited about getting in and getting started since we've been letting it run. Let's see, how long has it been running now? Let's see. This server has been running for 1,162 hours on this particular part of this playthrough. So pretty awesome, I think. So very cool. What can I do here? Exit the main menu? No. How do I get out of there? Oh, there we go. My escape key wasn't working there. All right, so let's dive right in, everybody. Let's get in there and have some fun. Let's go. All right, time for some serious extraction time. Now, we want to work on, all of our stuff in sequence. So the first type of extraction that we typically do in the game is going to be for our biofuel. So we want to think about how we want to do our biofuel and all of that. I've been kind of thinking about my power down here. I think that we might need to readjust how we're doing all this power and whatnot. I think that's what we should do because in the long run, I love the whole fact it's all laid out down there. Very cool. Because the fact that we have all of our stuff up here, and we have it up really high like this so we can avoid running into anything. But I actually think we could bring this way down on a train level. We could go figure out what the tallest thing is. And then go from there. Now, what we want to do is we want to go in and actually tap every single node in the game, everybody. That's right. We're going to do every single one. We're going to tap it and bring it back to our central base. We're also going to do some little mini bases on the nodes as well. And we're going to be doing kind of a mixture between mega building and mega extraction and, of course, modular building, which I'm a big fan of. So we're going to get in and we're going to do that. We're going to work on all of that stuff today. But the first thing we need to do, again, is start with the very first thing, which is typically your biofuel. So what I'm going to do is go right over here on the side. Now, you can see right here down the center here, this is my road that I have over here. And it's running right in the space elevator. Now, I was thinking of leaving the space elevator down there, but I have changed my mind. So bye-bye, space elevator. So I just took it out. See it melting down there. So we're going to redo where we have our space elevator. Better to have it up where the resources are itself. And we also have this way up here. I think what we're going to do is bring this down because there is a lot of travel time to go up and down. So what we need to do is figure out how high up do we need to have a really good train level where we don't have to worry about the train. Now, again, instead of running it all the way up there every single time, which I can do with a single belt like this, I'm actually not going to do that because you can see there's a problem with that. You can't see the stuff on the belt going up and down, which is not a problem once you get it set up, but is a problem, I think, later on. And I think what we could do is we could bring the base way down because we're going to get into some serious mega building now. We're gonna really get into it. And so when we're bringing up all these resources, to bring them up that high every single time, I think is a huge waste of resources. And you know how I hate wasting resources, everybody. I really do. So when we're going to actually build our base, we're going to build it down lower. That was just to have some fun, do it up there by the space elevator, and then just to store that. That is only storage, is temp storage for me to use while I'm building. That's why we backlogged a bunch of that as well. Now, I'm going to say probably right about here is a good distance, and we're not too far off the ground, and we can run those up fairly easy from there instead of having to run all that extra distance. I think the only thing that would be in our way was maybe that one way over there, way over this way, and there's probably some stuff way off in the distance that might be in the way. But I don't know. I'm getting the vibe right about here. So let's go ahead and see how I like that. And the best thing to do is use your instincts, unless you have bad instincts, everybody. If you have bad instincts, then don't use those. But my instincts are pretty good, usually. And when it comes to this kind of stuff, anyway, I feel like that's a good vibe to bring it down and get it going. Hey, G, what's up? Everybody say hi to Rotisserie G in the chat. Awesome friend of the stream and amazing tycoon. I can't wait till they do some updates to 7 Days to Die, too, by the way, everybody. When the second a big update comes out for 7 Days to Die, like new storyline or whatever, we're going to play another playthrough. But right now, while we're waiting for them to do an update, I don't want to burn my team out and just do the same thing over and over. I think we crushed that playthrough, everybody. We absolutely destroyed it. So I think that's one of our best. That definitely is our best playthrough ever. But I want to wait for some storyline and all of that stuff to drop. And when all that stuff drops, then we'll do another playthrough with the team. So don't worry, I'll be playing that. And yes, I'll be playing some more Fallout. And yes, I'll be playing some more other games and things of that nature. Don't worry, we got a lot of stuff lined up for 2025. So we're gonna fire it up. That's for sure. I kind of feel like I go down a little bit more. But here's what we're going to do. We're going to first figure out at what level we want to be. So we're going to go over here. We're going to burn up some of these. Oh, I guess I can turn my sound back on too. There we go. And you know what? I think I'm going to use that thing as my height marker. I can see some of my electric poles on there. Now, there's another one way over there. We could just, I seriously doubt that I'm going to be building my base all the way out to there because we have a lot of space over here, everybody. But the whole point of this is the fact that I'm going to have trains running over here. And so we're going to, whoa, no. Okay, we're going down apparently because I got too close to the edge. Luckily, I've got a lot of electric power down here. Oh my God, I'm too far down too. I'm too far down. All right, what's the fastest way back? I guess just following this back. Kismet done starting off with a fail already. Where's my electric power? Down there somewhere. Oh, right there. Yes, fail already. All right, this way. There it is. Now I got to run all the way back. It sucks. I could make a ladder, I guess. Yeah, let's make a ladder. Let's go make a ladder. Well, that's too far. We should do it right by where we are. We can always come back and take it out. Instead of running all the way back, we use one of my favorite things. I always like unlocking this in the early thing. Is it not under architecture? I'm just not seeing it. Yes, right there. It didn't scroll down enough. Okay. And a ladder. Gotta give it to him, everybody. Look at that. I built that ladder that high. Right from there. All right. You can tell this is far up, too. Good test, though, too. Good height test. In here as well. I did not mean to fall down like that, everybody. I had just like a half second of lag, and off the side I went. I'll tell you when I do it on purpose. And I'll tell you when I fail. You know, the best way to fix a problem is to acknowledge there's a problem at all. All right, so when you make a mistake, just acknowledge you made a mistake and then just roll on. No big deal. You fell off. Big deal. We'll just climb back up again. Like this. All right, very nice. A little bit higher. A little bit higher. There we go. Middle mouse button that. Run that under here. And we're back. All right, so we'll try not to fall off this time. No guarantees, though. No guarantees. All right, I was going to try to turn this way. And I went whoop right off the side. What's up, Gorks? What's up, Wits? Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Hope you're having a fantastic 2025. I did pretty good today, everybody. I walked for 1.2 miles today. A little bit longer than I usually do. I usually walk for about a mile. I went 1.2. One of my daughters inspires me. She's an amazing runner. So I was out getting it done. Did some upper body work as well. Did some other upper body exercise. Man, I'm so old and weak, everybody. Just so run down, the old man. But we're going to work on it every day. Every day we're going to work a little bit more. Why don't you come and join me, everybody? Let's make 2025 the best year ever. We're going to scale up. We're going to do even more stuff here in the stream. We got a lot of stuff lined up. It's got to be fun. We're going to work a little bit more toward that van there, the Vault-Tec van. If you don't know about that project, everybody, you can find it down below there in my Twitch panels. And again, on Twitch, you can donate via the tip button, or you can use bits, or if you're on YouTube, you can use the thanks button and donate and say, Kismet, I want this to go toward the van build. So I'm going to build a van and basically put like a bed in there and water and power, and then travel around and use it like a little mini vault, or, you know, like in a vault, you have like the room in the vault, and we're trying to make it look like the interior of a vault. I think it's going to be awesome. You know, these are the crazy ideas that Kismet has, everybody. And then we're going to take that vault and we're going to travel all over and visit places in gaming. Like, again, about 8 years ago, I had this, actually it was like 10 years ago. I had this idea to go to the places that were in Fallout 4, right? And explore those places, and then go to like places like in Fallout 76 and other places like that. And then go to, you know, like special events, like, you know, when they're shooting off the, you know, the rocket to Mars and all of that stuff. All of that kind of fun stuff I really wanted to do, but I wasn't able to do then because I've been very, very ill for a very long time. And so I'm starting to feel better because I figured out what it was, or at least portion of what it was that's causing my issues. One of those, of course, is that I went deaf in this ear, or partially deaf, and it causes me to be dizzy all the time. And then also because I was choking to death, because my throat had closed up and it was getting worse and worse and worse, and I could having trouble breathing and stuff like that. And so I went and got that fixed as well. So again, if you're having trouble swallowing and stuff like that, everybody definitely go see your doctor. I thought he was joking. He's like, oh yeah, we'll just stretch your throat. And I'm like, yeah, right, whatever. I was like, no, that's really a thing. And I'm like, is it? Is that really a thing? They really go in there and stretch your throat? He's like, yeah, a lot of people have that problem. I was like, I never even heard of that problem before. I never even heard of that. So apparently that's really a thing. I had no idea, but I had no idea. All right, so I brought this down to see if we're going to clear this stuff over here, and I think that's the perfect level, everybody. We're going to have some trees in the way there, but we don't always blow up those trees and get those out of the way. We are higher than that stuff over there. Okay, so the only thing is that big giant mountain there, but I think we can work around that. I think that's a much better level right there. Look at how we made like little zigzags and stuff. Very cool. All right, so we're going to take this out, and as we work our way back, we'll take that out, and we'll see how this works out going this way. I think this might be just a little too low. Now, see, the thing is that this particular thing right here is aligned to the world grid because my original base is aligned to the world grid. So what we want to do is continue to use this as kind of the marker point. I think we want to go up just a little bit to get over that little hump there. So let's go up one and see if we can just, oh, so sweet, so sweet. Oh, yeah. That is perfection. Awesome. Awesome. Okay. I love it. Now we're just going to work our way back. We can just leave all these things here. We'll come back and we'll take them out later. But right now, what I'm trying to do is find the center of my future mega base. And so I gotta, not only do I do the width and height of that mega base, but you also want to figure out, I mean, the width and length of the base, you want to figure out the height of the base. And so I want this to be up where, again, all the trains can run unobstructed pretty much wherever I want them to go and get all of the resources. I mean, every resource, every node in the entire game, we are going to do and bring back. This is going to take a while, though. It's going to be a big project. We'll just keep working away at it each week. But we're going to get in here and get this going and try to get back to where we're aligned to our other base here. And I feel like we'll use this as a nice center as well. So we have a bit so we can go this way if we need to access the water. And eventually we'll center out. Look at that cool shot of the galaxy over there in the background. Pretty cool. Or the planet. Very cool. Looks like a galaxy to me. Very cool. Now, see, this is the advantage of having the dimensional depot is that when I'm using this up, it's just putting it right back in there again. That's pretty cool. All of that stuff that we have stored up there is automatically going to the dimensional depot. So at some point, we won't need to go up there anymore. It'll just automatically keep feeding that to us until we use all that up. And then we actually bring our stuff to the actual factory level, which is this. Now, also, the reason why I'm building out here and not right over there is so that I have sub-levels as well. And we'll have mini sub-levels that we'll use for various production things. Again, at first you want to work horizontal, where you're learning to, put them in a row, and you're using your load balancers, or you're using your manifolds. But eventually you want to get to the point where you're working in a vertical way, because vertical space, you got a lot of that. You only have a infinite, you have a finite, not infinite, a finite amount of horizontal space. Though it's huge, though. This map is absolutely massive. So it's not like really you're going to run out of horizontal space if you're up where I'm at here. But the vertical space, you absolutely know you're not going to run out of that. So you have both horizontal and vertical to your advantage. And so we're going to be doing some vertical building today, and I'm going to show you how to align to the best aligning everybody. Not that way that everybody else does it. That way sucks. I'm going to show you how to do it where it's chef's kiss, everybody. It's perfectly aligned to those extractors. And then we're going to go ahead and go to each extractor, and we are going to work on the ability to control all of that stuff remotely from wherever the middle of our base is, which is going to be awesome. Awesome. Okay, so here we go. I feel like this is pretty lined up. Let's get over just a little bit more. Let's say right about here. Yeah, I kind of like that. Maybe over a bit, maybe to align to where our thing is going here. And eventually we'll go grab all that, bring that back with a train. That's going to be awesome. And so what I'm going to do is actually revamp this power. So this power is in the middle. So I can bring the water over here, and I can bring the coal over here, and you go 1/2. But it's actually smarter to bring in the beginning to bring the coal to the water, because the coal is easier to transport. The water is not as easy because you got pipes and you have lift that you have to think about when you're bringing water up or down or wherever. Of course, down you actually get a positive flow, just like in real life. So you got to think of all of that stuff. But if I put it down there in the water, it's taking up my water space. And what I want to build is a big hydro plant down there that just extracts an obscene amount of water. So again, we did the whole first part. We got all of our resources squared away. We progressed pretty far. But now we're getting serious about our in-game builds, our mega builds. And usually right about now is when I think, okay, let's get serious now. Let's get serious with our power. Let's get serious with our extraction and how we're going to use that extraction. And then also start to build more vertically than horizontally. Like down here, you can see I have a bunch of stuff in a row. That's horizontal building. We're just building that out of manifolds, which makes it nice and compacted and easy to use. We're also going to use our blueprints, which are going to help us as well. So I'm going to call this the center block. So we're going to go ahead and give it a special thing. What about a Caterium finish? No. It didn't do anything. All right. Copper finish. It's hard to tell the difference. All right. How about a little red? There we go. Red's easy. Red's easy to tell the center. All right. So what we're going to do is use that as the center, and we are going to go ahead and utilize our primary road off the center. So we're going to go ahead and go like this. And then actually what we'll do is we'll take out the center now that we've decided where we want the center of our stuff to be. And then I'm going to establish where my primary roads are going to be. And that's really important, everybody. Really important to get that down, where you want your primary roads. And what I'm doing is automatically running the power under the primary roads. And that's really valuable. What I should do is probably just put these on one side. I wonder if I could reach between two of these. If I just put this like that, and then there's two less connections in the center. Or maybe put it in the center of each one. The center of each one. All right, we're also going to go over here. Oh, what's this? Why does this seem offset? What? Wait a minute. That is not right. Nope, not right. That is offset from what we're doing, and we don't want to start with an offset. What the heck is that? Yeah, it actually went down offset. All right, that was my bad. Nobody to blame but me, but I'm glad I caught it though before we got too far. I thought I had it centered. Apparently not. Apparently I failed to center that. So glad, man. You want to fix that now before you build out, 500 of those and you go, oh God, I got it wrong. All right, like that. Okay, that's better. Okay, now we're going to go over here and we're going to build out some of these over here. And we're going to go ahead and move over just enough to sit there. There we go. And then we'll use our blueprint mode to snap these together. Now, again, once you put one down, you can use your blueprint mode. And what it will do is snap to your current blueprint and basically align it to that blueprint. Took me a while to figure that out. That you can just align it like that. And you're like, well, Kismet, why are you putting that down? Well, I'm putting that down so I can get my blueprinter out and we can go ahead and work on our blueprints here. And we're going to start right here from the center and we're going to first establish our roads. Where's the center of our base? Where we're going to put our stuff, right? That's what we want to establish. My scroll wheel wants to work with me today. All right, there we go. And we'll nudge this over. We'll leave a gap for now. Again, I can always move this later. There we go. Aligned there. And is it aligned over here? No. Kind of hangs over a little bit. All right, good enough. All right, now what this is going to allow us to do is modify that pattern over there. We're going to make a bunch of blueprints today, everybody. We're going to really get into it. Okay, road stuff. Now, remember, all these blueprints are going to be available. I'm going to be updating them this Friday for all my patrons, so you can try these out in your build as well. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to take that out of there. And this is going to reduce the number of power lines that we need, because otherwise we'll have two connectors when we only really need one. And we'll have one of those in the middle of each one. So basically it's going to reduce the overhead of our building. Oh, and there's somebody who's awesome with the awesome 69 months. There you go. You were just waiting. You were just waiting to get that 69 months there is for, weren't you? Holy mackerel. Look at that love train, everybody. Now that is a love train right there. That's a big love right there. Show Isper some love in the chat, everybody. Hey, Isper, try your command. Try your command. I think I got the commands working again. Let's see. Let's see if it's working. See, Isper's got his own chat command because he donated to St. Jude's. Bazinga. It works again. Yay! There you go. It works awesome. Now, again, show some love in the chat. Everybody remember these peeps keep this stream going. Now, again, everybody, we are on a big project this time. Probably the biggest project I've ever done here on the stream. We're going to be doing a Vault-Tec van. We're going to get a van, and the outside of it, I think, is going to be just plain. You never know what's inside there. And then we're going to build a little mini vault inside the van, and I'm going to use it to travel to different locations. And so I'm going to be like, gaming and traveling and doing all of that stuff. Now that I'm at the point now where I could probably go for a couple hours and driving, and then I'll just pull over and rest. And then I'll go for another couple hours and rest and so on. It'll take me a long time to get there. But It's better than being trapped in the bed. That's better. That's way better. Being trapped inside all the time with all these medical conditions that I have. So yeah, just working my way, everybody, working my way. So again, if you want to be part of that, if you want to be part of the founders of Vault 45, remember, you're going to get your name inscribed on the inside. I already have a brilliant idea of what I want to do on the inside. It's going to have a vault, the vault door with 45, and then it's going to have vault founders up at the top, and then have all your guys' names there. And depending on how much you donate is how big your name is going to be, right? So like platinum sponsors and gold sponsors and silver sponsors, all that kind of stuff. I'm also working on a bunch of merch to go with it as well. What do you guys think about me coming out with some fun merch for Vault 45? Put a 1 in the chat if you guys are interested in that. If you think that would be a fun way of doing that. I have some fun ideas that I might do. Or I'll just get it for me. I guess, most of the stuff that I make, everybody, like shirts and stuff like that, I like. Like my one I got here from Satisfactory. I didn't make this one. This one's from Satisfactory. But I like some cool merch and that kind of stuff. You don't really make that much on that stuff, but it is really fun. It is really fun to do, and even if only 1 or 2 people buy it, it's fun. It's a fun, interesting thing to do. I think it adds to the overall stream myself. All right, let's save this. Let's go in, say save blueprint, and confirm to save over the one that we got. And then we'll go over here. We'll hide our thing here. And get this going. And we're going to take this out now. There we go. And then put the other one in, the new one. And we're going to hit H for that one. That looks good. And then now it should go in the center. Yes. All right. Much better. The reason why that's better, everybody, is because when I go to put the next one down, it's very modular, right? So I can do this, and then I can go ahead and just do one connection across as opposed to doing a connection. Then I have 2 connections. Then I go here, and then all of a sudden, exponentially, we're going to have all of these connectors that we don't really need along the way. And so we definitely need like to know where the center is. And that's why I'm leaving the middle open, so I can just come back and fill the middle in. But we're going to use this as a central power line down the center of the base. Now, another thing that we're going to do is, now that we've got this all good to go here, is we're going to go ahead and take this part out, because we are going to use our blueprints. Because the first thing you should do, everybody, is do road blueprints, or like you saw, the blueprints of all the foundations, because that does like 25 foundations at a time, as opposed to Zooping, which does 10 at a time. That's a lot. That's a lot at the same time. So we're going to call this the dead center of our new base, and then we'll go ahead and put that in. We can see it's on the same side. And so all we have to do is go ahead and do it one time. That's much better than doing this and then doing it at the end and then doing the end over and over. That's going to be less overhead for our playthrough. So very nice. Okay, so we got the road in there. So there's our central road that way. And do we feel like this is a good spot for our center road here? Do we want it to be more toward the water? These are questions you got to ask yourself. Do you want it to be more toward the water, or do you want to be more toward the resources? Because we're going to need the water to pull the water, because we're going to work on our power on that side. Our power is going to be on that side, and then all of our factories are going to be on this side, right? So you want to think out the logistics of that. Where you're going to have your power, where you're going to have your trains, where you're going to have all of your hypertubes and all of that stuff. How are you going to integrate that? One of my favorite things to do with hypertubes, by the way, is to put the hypertubes under the foundations. Because if you have power here, you can just use your hover pack and just float underneath and run your hypertubes underneath. So when you go in the hypertube, you go whoop underneath, and then you're zipping along underneath, and then you go boop, and you come out at the other end. It's very fun. I highly recommend it, especially when you have a base that's up high like mine. Because that's what we're going to be doing. We're going to be doing hypertubes that are underneath in this case. And we want to integrate our hypertubes into our roads as well. We'll have a separate blueprint for that where we can go ahead and very easily add those hypertubes. But I want to find the center of this particular base. And I feel like maybe I'm too far this way. Maybe we need to go this way a bit. Until I kind of feel like, okay, this is where I would put my hub, right? I'll put my hub right there, right in that spot. So let's do that. And the hub is always the middle of my base, along with the space elevator that we're going to set as the middle. I'm going to say one more. And so we figured out the height, and now we're figuring out our exact center location. We can also go on the map, too, everybody, and just try to figure out where the center is. Now, of course, you could go to the center of the map right there and then bring everything to the center, which would be smarter because, of course, it'd be less distance. Where is the exact center of this map? Let's see. Let's see. If it's this far across, I would say about here. And then up, down, I would say, yeah, maybe this node right here. So that is the exact center of the map. So you can use that because then you wouldn't have as long distance of your trains. But I like the spot where I'm at because there's a lot of water. It's going to be by where my power production is going to be. And I'm going to make a big hydro farm down there that's just going to farm a crazy ton of that water that we're going to need. We're also going to need a bunch of other things like sulfur that we're going to need. We're also going to need nitrogen and all of that to progress and get those higher end stuff. But this is actually my favorite spot in the game right here, everybody. It's just such a fantastic spot. All of these pure nodes right here that we can use. A really great overall spot to start. And then, of course, when you get to this point, by the way, and you have so many resources like I do up there, at this point, you don't really need to be anywhere. You can go anywhere and build yourself an absolute massive factory. And the whole point of that, everybody, is so I don't have to go back up there anymore, right? If I don't have to go back up there, then I did it right. Because what it's going to do is just keep feeding all of those resources into the dimensional depots anytime that I need them. And we went into the MAM, by the way, and we upgraded all of our stuff. So let's say I'm feeling right here. I'm feeling like this spot right here is the center of my base. So we're going to go ahead and switch to the other one, which is this one. We're going to try to face these all in the same direction here. And then we're going to go ahead and make a platform that is purely for the center of my base. Right there, right here, and right there. So we've got our road coming in on this side. And then what I want to do is leave enough room also for any trains that I might want to go by, train stations, things of that nature. And that's why I did, basically it's a 50 by 50 because I did 25, 25, and then 25 and 25. So it's 50 by 50 foundation block. Now the hardest thing is finding the middle, finding the middle of the block. That we're going to need to get going on. Now, what we really need is we need some power up here because we got no power, but we've got some power over there, I think, or over here somewhere. So we got to get that power from down there to over here. But that's going to be real easy because we're going to make a road that takes us right over there. And so we're going to continue our road on, make sure that we've got it right down the center here. And then what I'm going to do here is just have a single lane road here in the center. So it'll be a triple lane road over there and then a single lane road here. Now the biggest problem here is the power line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Is that really 10? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so it's not 50 by 50. Because it's 25, 25. It's 50 foundations and 50 foundations, but it's 10 by 10. That's what I meant to say. It just dawned on me. Wait, it's 10 by 10, not 20 by 20. So it's 10 by 10, meaning that this is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So the center of this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, is right here. So this is the center. So we're going to go ahead and mark that as the center, like this. And then we'll mark this as the exact center of the base. All right, that's where the base is going to emanate from. And now we've got that kind of in our brain. Now what we need to do though is we need to chain this power from over here And let's say take out the right one. And we will put in a little wall outlet there. We'll chain that to the center here. And then put that there. Now to keep us from falling down, we'll put this back. But what we'll do is we'll be smart about it and we'll use green, which I usually use either as an input or I use for power. So that green means there's power under there. Again, I told you we're going to do mega building, everybody. We're going to be building a lot of stuff that has to do with the structure of the base. Now, we're going to be doing some serious extraction after this. We're just getting this going. Because what we got to do is we got to get some power over here from our current power systems. And we're going to go in and we're going to remake a bunch of our power systems today, including starting with our biofuel, just in case we need that as a backup. Of course, the best idea is not to run out of power. I know. Crazy simple, right? It seems easy. All right, way out there. I think that's good. All right, then we'll go ahead and chain our power. Like this. Again, you gotta lay the foundation before you can build something on it. This is my central roads, and eventually what we're gonna do is have some vehicles driving up and down in the road to may or may not go and get resources, but maybe just to drive up and down the road to look cool. That's their sole purpose. Looking cool. All right, oh, that one's already connected. All right, nice. Okay, so now we got that going. Now we need to run over here and woo, jump over. And we need to tap into some of this power temporarily over here. Whee, across again we go. Okay, now once I have that power going, see, my guy can float around. And because you have it in the floor, you don't have to look at it once you fill those foundations in. And my character can utilize that to just hang off the side now, right? So I can work underneath if I want to. And you can see I have them colored. So if I'm looking underneath, I'll know that's a road and I shouldn't be building or doing stuff on the road. Otherwise, it'll block my traffic that's going through there, or maybe my trains or anything like that I might run down. Maybe I'll run like a train that's up on the thing and, you know, an upper rail train. That's pretty fun. So many things you can do in this game, everybody. That's why this game is a 12 out of 10. Yes, it's that good. It is that fantastic of a game for sure. Let's say, it's for coming in, says, Kismet, you're a tremendous inspiration to us all. The journey from where you began to where you are now is truly remarkable. I often remind myself that if Kismet can achieve greatness, so can I. Well, that is very true, or vice versa. While our paths differ, your determination and strength serve as a powerful motivator for me. Well, hey, all you can do every day, everybody, is get up and do the best you can. You get up and do as much as you can. You do the best you can. And that's what I try to do every day. It's some days ain't easy, everybody. It ain't easy. You know, you get up and you're just like, man, I want to just go back to bed. Doing life is difficult. Again, everybody, when you're struggling, when you're having a rough time, and nobody has any empathy for you, because you know what? Most people in the world don't care about you. They really don't. I do. I appreciate you being here. Nobody's coming to save you, everybody. You gotta get out there and save yourself. You got to get out there and put your time and effort into feeling better or getting stronger or whatever it is you want to do. I'm doing both of those right now. Feeling better, getting stronger. And eventually going to do this crazy project that I have idea of. Try to do this whole travel around thing. And see how it goes. It may work out. It may not. We may get, by the time we, in 6 months, we may still have $23. I don't know. I don't know what the outcome is going to be, everybody. And that's what makes it awesome, is that you decide how much effort and time you want to put into it. All right. Now, the other thing I want to do here, everybody, is to make this purple. And the reason why I'm going to make this whole area purple is this says, hey, This is my central base area. Do not build anything on this central base area because this is going to be for my hub and other things like that. All right, so we're going to go ahead and just mark all of this large area, everybody. You don't have to jam everything together. I see so many people doing that. Jam everything in. And that's a fun thing, too. Try to, get it all just kind of jam together. But I find that it's not as fun as just giving yourself lots of rope. I mean, the game is a big game, everybody. Definitely. Okay, so now we have our central thing. We know kind of where our center is right there off of that. You know what else we could do is we could just put a power pole right there so we know where the center is. There we go. Now, instead of running all the way up there all the time, I'm going to bring the hub down over here because this is where we're going to be working. Now, again, I shouldn't have to run up there and get the resources because the resources, we've already upgraded all of our resources and all of that. So we should be able to go ahead and move that. So let's start with first things first, everybody. Down we go. Just free falling. Oh, God, we're all going to die. Nope, we're good. We're good. And again, look at this. This is horizontal building over here, everybody. What are we building? Oh, compacted coal we're doing there for our turbo fuel over there, which we're going to revamp all of that. Man, one of the things that happens to me, everybody, is when I think about stuff, then I doze off to sleep. I'm like dreaming about it. Okay, we did this, we did that, and we moved the thing down, and we made it more in the center, and we adjusted it, and we brought our power up, and we redid that, and we redid all of our extraction. We could really get it going. And so that's what we're going to do. By the way, Insfer, I took that and put that in my inspiring quotes. Thank you so much, Insfer. I appreciate it. Yeah, from crawling out of the bed, crawling along the floor to just go to the bathroom 10 years ago, actually going on 11 years now, to streaming 8, 10, 12 hours a day, everybody. That was a lot of work and still a lot more work to go. Still a lot more to go. I'm so weak, though, man. I've been trying to, work out a little bit more. I've gotten so weak over the years. Because it's so dangerous for me to do anything because I'm dizzy all the time. You never really realize how important your equilibrium is, everybody. How important it is to anything that you're doing, whether you're walking or going up and down stairs, or if you're working out, or whether you're trying to lift a box or try to move something. That equilibrium is so incredibly vital. And it's so scary too, because you just feel like if you fall just once, that's it. It's over, brother. If I break a hip or a tailbone or whatever, that's game over for me. Yeah, so we got to go make some of this too, so we can get our Mark III miners too. Ooh, we got to get into that. Okay, so here's our hub here, and we were using it here while we were building all this out, but our hub now is going away. We're going to leave that, by the way. Appreciate all you peeps showing that love, all you St. Jude heroes there. Let's see, what were we making over here? We were making a bunch of heat sinks. Oh, I forgot. I put some more production over here. Heat sinks and what we were making here. Oh, look at this. A whole bunch of radio control units. Oh, we got to put those in there. You know what we should do with these? Do the smart thing. Just throw a little dimensional depot in there. Like this. I can't believe I didn't do that already. There we go. Run that in the dimensional depot. And here I'm setting up a storage area that includes the dimensional depot. And then also when you're looking at it from the front, it'll show you when it's full because it'll stop running. So when it's running, then boop, it'll stop. A little prototype there that I was working on. We'll come back to that later. Let's get these dimensional depots in here, so when we need these heat sinks and stuff, we'll have them at the ready. Right here. Get those in the dimensional depot. All right, very nice. All right, I like all of that. And it's going to go make more. And we only really need about a box of that anyway, right now. And we're going to redo all of these, but really what we want to do is we want to start at the beginning. And the beginning is extraction. And the first extraction you actually do, and the first thing you work on is power. Now you might say, oh, well, Kismet, I worked on the iron plates first, and I worked on the thing. No, you didn't. The first thing you work on is you work on getting resources, you're manually collecting the raw resources. That's the first thing you're doing. And then what you're doing is you're collecting power, like your leaves or like your wood. So that is actually among the first things that you're extracting. So you're extracting ore and you're extracting leaves and wood for fuel. And that is what we're going to be working on today, starting at the extraction level and then working our way forward in there. And of course, we're going to use our modular style. We're going to use our mega building style. We're going to use both styles, which is going to be super fun. Okay, now that should, again, be completely self-contained up here. Nothing I should have to do. Oh, we got something else running over here. See, I forgot. It's been like a week, everybody, since we were last in the game. Let's see, what was it making over here? Oh, there's our supercomputers. Ooh, we can get our stuff unlocked. Oh my goodness, that's why I did that. Now that I think about it, I did that so we can get our, oh, we got our resource wells too. We can get our stuff unlocked there. All right, well, let's go ahead and get our dimensional depot going over here as well. Right there. Again, running those in the dimensional depot. And it's going to make a whole bunch more of those. All right. Now remember, this has been running for like 1,000 hours, everybody. This server actually 1,100 hours. And so since we have a bunch of resources backlogged, we can just make the stuff that we want. And we have 10 boxes deep of resources, everybody. It's 10 boxes times how much is ever in any of those boxes. That's like 10,000 resources per resource, right? That's a lot of resources that we backlogged over the holiday break. We just let it run because you have the power of time. And that is the ultimate power. Oh, that looks cool already. I'm liking it already. Look, I'm like a present falling from the sky. Whee! There we go. All right. So this is going to be the center of our base. Now, on this side, I'm going to go ahead and put back my hub. I'm trying to go down. There we go. I'm going to go ahead and put back my hub here. And we're going to put it right over here in the center of all this fun. And we'll even center it in the center. And I kind of feel like we'll put it up right against the road here. Oh, that's interesting. You could put that around that thing, in theory. See, I like to have it along the road, so when I'm running back and forth, I'll end up right here. And I like to align it to the foundations. So we'll align it to this green foundation. I think that's going to be good, and that would be pretty much dead center there for the hub. All right, very nice. Now you want to put your hub back, otherwise you're going to teleport and end up wherever. Your hub is actually your spawn point, so if you die, you'll end up back over here. And so this is where I want to end up. Now, what I want to do is think about my transport system, because I'm going to be going up and down and back and forth and doing all of that. And ultimately, most of the time, I want to end up at my hub, right? So when I come up at my hub, I want to end up right here, right? Now, I don't want to put it down the middle of my road here because I have this right here in the road. But if I'm driving along the road, I'll be driving along the center, and then I can just pop out here. But one of the best things to do is just have yourself come up out of the ground. So we're going to go ahead and work a bit on our hypertube system. Again, we're going to get into some cool stuff today, some basic stuff, some advanced stuff, all this logistics stuff we're going to get going, and transport stuff. So we're going to start with a floor hole here, and we're just going to line this up so that when we come out of here, or we go in there, we'll end up coming over here, right at the middle of our hub. I kind of feel like this needs to go back a little bit. Let's go ahead and put our lifter here instead, so we can kind of line that up. Oh, a little to the left. Let's do that. Hit H. Yeah, there we go. Nice and centered off of there. We could actually clip it in there a little bit. I'm not a big fan of clipping stuff, but I can just say, you know what? I went in there with a blowtorch and I cut that stuff out, and that's why it's in there, right? So yeah, I just RP. Okay, I went in there with a blowtorch, took a little bit of that out so I can put that in there. There you go. RP if you got to. Okay, and we need to put our floor holes on our thing here. What's this? This is a wall hole. This is foundation, so maybe number 7 for our floor hole. There we go. And then we're going to line this up like this. Now, everything that we do from now on is going to be all about how it looks as well. So we want this to look nice coming out of there. There we go. I like that. And then we'll go ahead and put an entrance. That's what that is, an entrance right in there. Now, we want to go ahead and also get the power to run underneath here. And so we don't see the power line itself. I don't know why they put the power line on the top. Why did they not put it on the side? Because that would have been way better if they had done that. I'm going to put the power backwards like this. So we'll take this out. And let's see how I like that. Nope, I do not like that at all. Let's say over there. And then we'll take this one out, and that's why we color-coded it, so we know which one it was. And we'll run that over there. Okay. I kind of like it. Now, I could put it straight down, but when I go in the hypertube, then I'm going to see that line every time. I really feel like they should have put that on the side. Because then you could just run it down and be in the foundation. You wouldn't be able to see it. Don't like it. Again, we're going to get real picky now, everybody. Very, very picky. This is what mega building's all about, is trying to make it look awesome at the same time. Let's try to sneak it under here. Yes, much better. Sneak it under there so we don't have to look at it. And over here, and then when I'm like this, it's not coming straight down. It's just a little wire sticking over there. All right, I like that way better. All right, again, we're going to be really going after it here. We'll color that back in. We'll color this back in. There we go. And we'll just leave that power open for right now. Okay, so we're going to go ahead, and like I said, we're going to run some hypertubes around that we can utilize. So we're going to run a hypertube under here. And this is going to be my main kind of transport hypertube. And we will run it backwards here. Now you know why we put power under here. So that we could, oh, we could align it right there. Wow, it aligns perfectly. Cool. Cool. And see, I'm just floating underneath here. Going backwards. I love to do the hypertubes underneath. I think there's something really cool about that. Let's just say there. I also like to go max length on these so that they go as far as I need them to go. How far are we? Oh, we got a little bit more to go. A bit more. Now, if you notice, I'm not putting it directly under the center, which I could do. But I'm going to offset it a bit because I'm going to be running other stuff under here too. I try to, you know, back it up a little bit just so it's aligned to the center of the foundations. It's just a me thing. It's just a me thing. I like to have it, you know, nicely aligned. And so we're just going to keep running this along here. Oh, we went too far. Hold on. Okay, so first thing we want to do is have access to our resources if we need to, right? So we're going to go over here. And we're going to see where we want to line this up. Yeah, actually, I think it's already got a spot right there. Yes, very nice. Then what we'll do is we'll get our other set here. Some foundations down. We'll fly underneath here. And we'll put another one of these floor holes. Be nice if these aligned to that automatically. That would be cool. And that's going to go right to there. Okay, so that's going to bring us up. And we're going to end up right up here. Now, I like an exit like this where it kind of turns you and spins you out of there. Like that. And we want this to go auto. It's already going to choose noodle, but I'll just put it as auto. There we go. And then this here, and we'll want to put the power like we did before. So we'll bring this power. Again, I don't want to see the power line. We bring the power directly back. Yeah, that's just adding an extra thing. I don't like how these power lines go for this. I forgot that I don't like those power lines right in the center of the thing. I don't like the fact that they're all out like that. All right. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. And then we're going to put it on the side there. Connect it right to there. Okay, so now we have the ability to go down in the hypertube. All right, and if you didn't know, everybody, if you want to, you can actually turn this way and try to slow yourself down and turn yourself around and go back the other way. You sure can. So what we're doing is we're creating a stop at our actual factory level or our production level. Instead of it going all the way to the top, it'll stop here, and then I'll have another option to go that way or go this way. It's kind of like a railroad station, but for hypertubes, right? And so that's what we got there, and then we can say that this one here is a junction spot. And so now we know where to run our connection. So we'll go ahead and say right here. We'll just align it off of that one. Again, we'll make sure we keep it out of the road. Say forward just a little bit. And then again, allow me to come in. Let's get right up next to it. Just one forward. A little too close. Still too close. How close is this one? It's like a half of a third plus a little bit more. Let's just do a little bit more there. Yeah, trying to get the horizontal or vertical there. Okay, a little bit more forward. Huh. Don't like that either. Let's go back to this. Trying to get that horizontal vertical so it's more rounded. Guess we could use our noodle. What's this using over here? Oh, this one's using noodle too. Okay. Yeah, noodle works. All right, let's go with it. This here. Find a way to connect this back without having to see the connector or the wire. I'm tempted to put a power pole next to it. Let's try that. See if I like that better. Put a power pole next to it. Take this out. This is just nitpicking now, everybody, but we're going to get this so it's awesome. Yeah, connect that at the bottom of the power pole. Yeah. That's what we're going to do. Put that there. Power pole there. That goes to the power pole. Power pole comes straight down. It's kind of a redundant connection, though, because you've got like two connections where you don't really need the thing, but at least it is not going through the thing. And so, yeah, okay. So now we have those two connections. And then this connection is going to chain out to there. There we go. Okay, so now we have the two connections in both directions. Let's go ahead and bring the rest of this hypertube down. Like so. We'll turn it here. Try to turn it anyway. We'll move it forward. Hit H. So we can align it. Didn't know you can do that. Now you know. And then probably should have went horizontal, vertical on that. Yeah. Let's do that again. This time we'll set it to auto mode. Oh, you know what we should do? We should just do it the opposite way. We should do it like this and then align it like we did. Like this. And then, what the? It is not what I tried to do. H. What the heck are you doing, brother? Why would it run it that way? I have no idea why it would run it that way. It's rotating it around the other way. When I hit H. That seems weird. All right, there we go. Now it's not doing it. Well, whatever. All right, so center that and then 1, 2 back in theory. Let's see how that works. So that should go up here, but we see it's going down. We'll noodle that one up. Okay, yeah, there we go. Nice, nice. That's going up into there. Okay, let's give it a test. Hey, you're just riding underneath the foundations. It's pretty cool. And also, I think, by the way, it's really weird that you can't do third person when you're building, but you can do third person when you're in the hypertubes, when you should be doing first person when you're in the hypertubes, I think. That's just me. But you saw how perfectly I landed right here next to my hub, which is what we want. And again, we can just ride underneath here. We can also check out the view. The only problem is the foundations will get in the way of your view as well, which is kind of a bummer. And then up here we go. And then we can go down if we want. And then we'll go ahead and work on a second one, which is going to be up. Let's put that in. Offset that like that. We'll just have that go at an angle for now. And this one we can connect up there too. So again, the cables are much more managed, even though it's going through the light, which I don't like, but we'll do what we gotta do. Okay, now we have our hypertubes on both. This one working? Oh yeah. Okay. Now we have our transport system in. So that's what we want to do, get our transport system in. Now again, this whole part up here is only temporary, so this whole entire thing will be taken down eventually. But I wanted to put it up high enough so it's up out of the way. Might have put it up too high there, but such is the way it goes. And again, I just want to just be feeding resources every time while we're doing something else, so we don't have to micromanage that all the time. So we want to go back over here, and then on one side we want to have the hub, and on the other side we want to have the blueprinter. So that the center of our base is also going to be where we work with our blueprints and all of that as well. Perfect every time. That's cool. Okay, so over here is going to be our blueprinter. Let's take this one out. And you can put these all over the place. I usually do. I usually put them wherever I'm working because it's so incredibly useful. All right, but I don't want to leave it over there. Oh, I got to take the thing off of the... Oh, I don't have any power way down here. There's a power connection missing. I should have power. Clear the blueprint designer. Get the stuff out of here. There we go. And now we can take it out of there. And where's that power connection that's missing? Right here.
Hello.
Nope. Still more connections. Hey, what's up, Ems? We're mega building today. We're getting into it now. We're getting serious. A whole bunch of connections here to do. A lot of electrical work to get us started. Now, we'll come back later and really work on our transport system, our hypertubes and all of that. And what we're going to do is put those on switches so we can turn those hypertubes on and off. Because if you don't turn them on and off, they're just nonstop burning your power all the time. And, you know, some people just like, Kismet, I have everything running all the time. And that's great if you have lots of time to build lots of power. I find it highly inefficient, everybody. Highly inefficient. Keep it. Oh, look out right there, everybody. Rotisserie G coming in and getting us to our first $100 right there. That's $76.10 donation. I want to see lots of love in the chat, everybody. Let's go right over there. That's right. We hit $100 on the dot. On the dot there. Very awesome, Rotisserie G. Thank you so much for that love. I think that deserves a dance break. Let's go. Whee! Let's see those dance emotes in the chat, everybody. Let's show some love. We have unlocked our first milestone. That's $100 toward that Vault Tech van. Now, again, Rotisserie G is going to be one of the Vault Tech founders of Vault 45. So let's get our dance emotes going in the chat. Let's go. Let's raise the roof. Raise it. Raise it. The skeleton gets me every time, and the squirrel too. Every single time, everybody. It's hilarious every time. And of course, my favorite, Norbert. Go, Norbert. Everybody do the Norbert. That's it. Come on. Get yourself going, everybody. Get your muscles going. Do a little chair dancing, a little extra exercise. Get it going on. As well, you can do a little samba as well. Boom! Thank you very much for unlocking our very first big milestone. We're at $100 toward that Vault Tech van. We're underway, everybody. We're underway here. It's going to be awesome, by the way, everybody, to see what it's like from here 6 months in the future, everybody. All started by, of course, the peeps who drops a bunch of bits. Dragon Wolf and, of course, Rotisserie G. Oh, let me write you down as one of the Vault Tech founders of Vault Tech, of Vault 45. I'm going to write you down right over here. I'm going to try to remember to do this each time, or I'll just do it off stream. But I'm going to try to write you down so I don't forget. Because this is a long project over a long period of time. We're really going to work on this big time. So my goal is like the next 6 months to try to see how far we get toward that goal. And then if we reach that goal by my birthday, then we will go in and we'll, decide live here on stream what kind of van we want to get. And then we'll think about how we want to build it out and all that kind of stuff. And then also I'm going to be putting polls up for you guys to choose where I should go next. You say, Kismet, where do you want to go? You want to go here? There we go. You have recovered wheel 1 of 6 for Kisbus. There you go. There you go. Congratulations, adventurer. Yes, thank you so much there. I greatly appreciate that love. There, Rotisserie G, thanks for coming in and showing so much love to the stream. I appreciate it. Again, I get these crazy ideas, everybody, but wouldn't it be amazing if I yet again made the impossible happen? Made that, because every time I do something, everybody, most people go, Kismet, there's no way you're going to raise $16,000 for charity. You just have a tiny little stream. Most of the time, you have like 50 to 100 people in your channel. You don't have 10,000 people in your channel. But you know what? The power of my channel is so mighty that if you think in relation to how many people are in the channel versus how much we raised, everybody, it's like 100 times the power of someone who had 10,000 or 100,000 people in their channel. So I'm very proud of my community, everybody. I'm so proud of you guys in the chat. Every single time. Absolutely. Hey, Lady Asylum in the chat, everybody. How's that dog meat? Is he snuggly? Is he very snuggly dog meat? Lady Asylum won the dog meat plushie from Bethesda Gear as well. I bet he's very snuggly. Mine is. Right over there. Sitting over there watching me. It's like, Kismet, you're doing a good job, bro. Keep at it. Providing me some inspiration. As well. All right, so we got the main thing in case we have to go and deal with any of those resources over there. Or we want to go grab some resources to put them in the hub. Let's do that right now. Let's go see what we can do. We're going to need some modular frames. Oh, that's the one we couldn't do because we don't have the nitrogen. So we need to get some nitrogen going on. And we can do that. But we did these. We got the supercomputer. We got our other stuff going. Did we already turn that in? We already turned that in. Some of that. But eventually we're going to need that for other things. Anyway, the other stuff. What we really want to do is get our level 3 miner. And the reason why we want to have our level 3 miner is that's going to be the highest level miner. You won't have to change it out later. If we can get that going, we can also do our maximum extraction. The maximum it'll ever extract a node, and basically it'll be done. It'll be done forever because you can't make it go any faster than if you overclock it and you have a Mark III. It'll never go faster than that. So that's going to actually, some of those, like the pure nodes that we have, will be at 1200, everybody. 1200 extraction on a single node. That's pretty crazy if you think about it. And again, we're gonna mark all those nodes and everything as well. All right, so Blueprinter is going to be right across the way here. And again, we're actually going to kind of impede a little bit here on our, where are we going, special? We're going to impede a bit on our road. Again, we're just going to have our road right here, and we're going to have this right down the middle like this. We should have rotated it like that. There we go. We'll get somewhere close, and then we'll hit H to hologram. And then also I want it to be right out from where the front of my thing is, because I'm going to, come here, I'm going to teleport here, and then run over here and work on our blueprints. And that looks pretty centered there. Looks pretty good on the sides and on the back. And you know what I thought of? And when you ever think of something, you go, oh, duh, why didn't I think of that before? I don't know why I never thought of that before, but I just thought of it the other day. And I'm going to click this, and I'm going to go into the center of where this is at, right? So this is, how many blocks is this? It's going to probably be 6 by 6. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so 6 by 6. So I'm going to go under here, and I'm going to mark this. We want to mark it with, I mean, it's already marked with purple. But we want to mark it with something else so we don't end up doing anything and trying to come up underneath it. Let's see. We'll just go ahead and use red for now. And let's go ahead and just do the outside edge. I might change it to another color later. We're just going to go ahead and... Whoa, whoa, I almost fell off. We're going to do that. All right. That totally just about flung off there. And equal on the sides and in the back? Yes. That looks pretty good. I kind of feel like I want to push it back just a little bit, too. Yeah, push it back just a little bit. But that allows us to go in here and color all this in. Now, the reason why we want to color this in is so we can see underneath the whole area. Also, we can try to find the center here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so it's 6 and 6. So 1, 2, 3. No, it's 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 that way. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7 this way. Oh, that's even better. Okay, so that means this is the center. And 3 this way. And 3 that. This would be the dead center right there. Okay. So that's the dead center of that. So I had this idea, and I'm like, wow, I can't believe I didn't think of that earlier. And normally what I do is I put power connections all the way around. But if you think about it, and we'll get this line back up again here. And let's say we'll put that right in the dead center. Oh, that looks good. All right, boom. If you think about it, all you really need is power in the center of it. Because if I go out too far, what happens is I start to lose power right there, right? Oh, down I go. I start to lose power there, and when you're working on your blueprints, you want to be able to go up and down. So I thought, you know what you want to do is you want to go in and you want to put a power connector just in the center. You don't have to put it all around the outside like I've been doing. You just take it and you put it along the center here. Let's say like that. And then we can go ahead and put this back in. And we're going to do ourselves a solid here, everybody. Every time we put in a connector like that, that we're using, we're going to put the green there so we know there's a connector behind that one. It's going to help us a lot as we're working along. So now when I'm in there and I'm working away and I want to get out the side here, you can see that it's extended my ability to work on that blueprinter beyond the edge. And of course, I could put some foundations out there too. But duh, put it in the center underneath on the thing. These are the duh moments that I have from time to time. All right, we don't need this pole anymore. We take that out. And all right, so we got our center good to go. Our two main things, our blueprinter and this over here as well. Now, another thing that I want to put down is all of our other things that we're typically looking for. Like one of those, of course, would be the MAM. Right over here, probably one of the main things we're going to be looking for. We'll just put that inward just a little bit there. And then what I do on the other stuff is I've gotten to the point now where I just like to rotate it sideways like this and just have it sideways just so it takes up less space like that. And so if I'm out here talking to MAM and I have to make something, I can just go back and forth, back and forth. And of course, the other thing that we want on this side is our equipment workshop, which we use quite often. And we're going to put that nice and close now. There we go. So we can get out there, use our equipment workshop. If we're out here working with the MAM, we can go back and forth. Very nice. Okay, we got all the thingies and all the goodies, and we can put some goodies in there too if we want to. And now we've got our MAM squared away. And again, this is going to ripple affect everything else that I build. And that's why I build this first. And then we also need the Awesome Shop. I don't use the Awesome Shop as much, but you know what? Let's just throw the Awesome Shop, let's say right out here. So that if we do need it, it's over there. But I would say I use the equipment quite often. And we already have a workbench in here, so we can also go back and forth between those. And then put the MAM out here and do this. I'd love to have the MAM inside the base. In fact, I would have renovated this part right here and put the MAM right there. By the way, the MAM used to be stationary. Used to be only had one, and that's all you could do. But they made it now where you can put it anywhere, which is great. Okay, and again, our goal, let's go ahead and set our milestone. Our goal is to get some nitrogen as well for that. All right, I think we can cover this back up for now so we don't accidentally fall down in there, though it's probably going to happen anyway. And we got that going. Okay, now what we want to do is think about our power systems. Now, I like my power systems to be very, very close to wherever I am, right? I like them to be there. Another thing that we have to do is the space elevator, right? So to bring stuff up there. Now, by the way, do you know the space elevator eventually becomes obsolete? That's right. Eventually, you don't need the space elevator anymore. And eventually, you don't need the hub anymore either. You only need it while you're upgrading. But when you get to the end of the game, you no longer need those two things. So you got to think about that in the long run, that you'll actually end up not needing it at all, which is pretty wild if you think that far ahead like I do. But let's go in here and let's add some room. Because I was going to leave my space elevator down there, but I thought, you know what, way better idea. To just bring the space elevator right up here and make it a central piece by our central base here. And we're going to go ahead and color these in as well. And we're going to say this is a central part of our base. Right over here. Color all these in first. Like that. All right, very nice. So we have our working area, and now we're going to go ahead and put back down the mighty space elevator. Now, I like the space elevator to be facing the direction usually where I am, like this. And by the way, you can put your space elevator up nice and high. You don't have to put it way on the ground level. And so we're going to go ahead and put this here. We don't want to block the road with it, though. One of the things we want to think about also is the inputs. The inputs have plenty of clearance there where I could actually run the inputs from underneath, which I'm going to do. We're going to tap all of these inputs, and we're also going to build storages that do all of the different things for the space elevator along the way. But we're going to go ahead and go right there, and I love this animation. I've watched it hundreds of times, and I love it every single time. Here we go. Hopefully one day we'll have that in real life, everybody. You just get on the space elevator and it takes you to space. Probably not in my lifetime, but maybe in one of your lifetimes. All right, we got a whole bunch of stuff we need to do, and then when we're ready, we can send it off into up to the space station. So there we go. So now we've centralized our space elevator, centralized our hub, our stuff there. Now, up there, I have a bunch of storage that is for building, right? For all the mega building I'm going to do from now on is up there and is automatically going in the dimensional depot. A lot of times, though, I'll need to take stuff out to put it in here. And you're like, well, Kismet, are you going to put boxes here and have all the stuff run here like you usually do? No. And you know why? Because if I need something, I can put it in the dimensional depot. Like right now, I need 100 supercomputers. I can just go in here and say supercomputers right over here and pull 100 of them out of the dimensional depot. And as you can see, they're going right back in there again, and actually pretty quickly. And the reason why they're going in there quickly, because we had the most incredible Mercer run, everybody. Just absolutely the best I've ever had ever. And we found so many Mercer spheres that we upgraded all of the levels of our dimensional depot for the first time. I didn't even do that in my last playthrough, everybody. So it's at maximum upload speed, and it's also got the most expansion. So some of these can have thousands of resources. And then also, by the way, when you upgrade the speed over here, I notice it also upgrades the speed of your manual depot uploader as well. So if you just go in here and say, hey, I want to throw this in here, look how much faster that is going, everybody. It's going much faster. You see, I've got the stuff in there. Speaking of, put some more in there. So that's going to run a bunch of that in there. But there we go. So now I can just grab it out of my dimensional depot, and I don't have to have the storage right by me. As long as whatever it's making has the ability to go in the dimensional depot, I no longer need it. So we're going to go ahead and put those in there. All right, good to go. Now, the next thing we're going to need is some steel pipe. So same thing. Pipe. Grab that. How much do we need? 1,000. All right, we're going to have to grab all this out of here. And there it goes, putting more in. And then control click, and that's in there. All right, and then we'll need the next thing from there. So again, now I don't need to have those boxes nearby. Now, if I do need to, say, get like 5,000 of something, I can use my hypertube, go over there, pick up 5,000 of it, come back, and drop it off. Right? And that's why I put that hypertube there in case I do need to run over there and grab it. And I already have it at level, and we already are right by where the other hypertube was. So perfect place to create that bypass. And you still see I still have the holiday thing in there because I really like that holiday build that's up there. I'm going to leave that there forever, everybody. It'll always be there. I'm never tearing that down. That will stay there forever in this build. I'm a little tempted to move it over here now and just have it right over here in the corner. Maybe at some point. We'll just move it like they do sometimes in real life where they move like a castle and they move it brick by brick. We might do that. Dog meat is awesome. I'm so grateful for it. Yes, Lady Asylum, he is awesome. And he's looking after you in the wasteland. He's both your most awesome companion and also a big pain in your butt because he likes to do this in Fallout 4. Put a 1 in the chat if you ever had this happen with Dog Meat. is you had Dogmeat run off, and then all of a sudden he comes back and he's got a whole bunch of new friends. And by friends, I mean a bunch of enemies that are shooting at you. Dogmeat's still my favorite companion because he loves you whether you're the biggest white knight or the big mustache twirling evil person who's just killing everybody in town. Dogmeat loves to run off and bring you new friends. He don't know. He don't know. He's just a puppy dog. Okay, and we also need to look in here. Did we already unlock a bunch of stuff? I think we unlocked all of our stuff in here, didn't we? We went in and we got all of this. I don't really need those. We got all of our signs unlocked. Okay. And ooh, we got all that too. And our glass as well. Our foundations. We get all of our walls. Yes. Oh, look at us go. I don't remember what I did a week ago, everybody. I barely remember what I did 10 minutes ago. We already got our coffee cup. We're not buying any resources, and we're not buying any parts. So we have everything out of here that we really want. I can get this clean pipe thing, but I don't know if I'm really going to use that at all. And then I just see it in my thing. See, a lot of times the reason why I don't unlock this stuff is just so I don't see it when I go to, you know, when I'm hit Q. And then I'm in here looking at for a foundation. I got 53 foundations I got to look through as well. Ooh, we're going to use some half stuff soon, too. Yeah, we're going to use some half stuff. Okay, so we got that done. Now, again, today is all about extraction and getting that extraction going. Now, right next to here, what we want to do also is, again, work on our power. Now, we're going to have our power going in this direction. And we're going to have that power basically set up in such a way that we can just manage the power from no matter where we are. So right over here, what I want to do is set up a bunch of biofuel. And that allow me, if I need to come over here and turn it on for any power usages that I need. And so what we want to do, of course, is use our blueprinter to get started. Now, when it comes to the thing here, we want to go ahead and put a bunch of foundations down. But you know what we can do instead? Just go in here, load our current foundation thing. And then you don't have to fill it in every time. So yeah, that's probably the first blueprint. That's the first blueprint I make is the foundations in case I need to make something from that. And you can make a blueprint to put it in a blueprint, which is very cool. So let's go in here and let's think about power. So we got our biomass burners. And we're going to put our I like to have my biomass burners facing toward me here. And I usually like to have them in opposite ways where they like face like one is rounded that way and one is rounded that way. But it now has a port on it, so you can't really do that anymore. So we'll just have them all going the same direction. Offset it right when I click. And these are the same size as the foundations. As you can see. Okay, so there we go. We got our biomass burners. Now, the thing we want to do, though, is we want to come in and we want to feed these biomass burners with our biomass, right? With our biomass or solid biomass or liquid biomass or whatever it is you want to do. Now, the thing is, liquid biomass does not go in here because this is an item input and not a liquid input, right? An item-only input. So what we're going to do is basically align these in such a way that we can go ahead and feed these from both sides, right? So say we'll do something like that, and then we want the fuel to flow in there. Now we have to decide what side do we want it to flow from. Do we want it to flow from this side, or do we want to have it flow from the other side? Now again, right here, it's going to be sitting right here, so I want it to flow from the other side and have it flow in this direction. There we go. So the input is on this side, and the flow direction is this way. Now, this is a manifold where you just have it, you know, fill up the first one and then fill up the second one and so on. Manifolds are very, very useful. And there we go. And we're using the centers of all the foundations to make this a little easier. Right over here. Right over here. Right over here. Right over there. Okay, and now we can put in all of our belts. Oh, if we put these the right way, my bad. Have those reversed. One of the things that throws me off all the time, I just assume that it's going to happen, even though I know it's not going to happen, is that it would automatically pick up the orientation of the thing that you just picked up. When you middle mouse button, it should pick up the orientation. Why it doesn't do that, I don't know. I don't make the game, everybody. I just play it. There you go. Or at least have an option. Like you hold down the option key and then it picks up the orientation. That would be nice. Okay, so that's awesome. And then we'll want to go ahead and use one of our walls. And I like the nice conveyor wall like this, so you can just easily attach that from the outside like this. And then we'll go ahead and color this wall as an input. Greens are inputs, reds are outputs. Over here. You know, Kismet, why are you going to have an output? Because we're going to build in a modular style, right? So what I can do is just have this and then make another one and connect them together. And so I can then connect them together and connect them together and connect them together endlessly on forever. Now, another thing that I can do is look at this a different way. See, I have it going this way right now, when I really should have it going the other way, because if I put it here, I could then build it out that way instead of building it out that way, which is what I want to do. I want to just have a whole row of them building far out that way as far as I want them to go. So here's a great trick, everybody. We can go ahead and take out this over here like this. And we can just use this side over here as a temporary blueprint. You're like, oh man, I wish I had lined that the other way. Well, no worries. We just go in here and we say temp. Let's see, this is biomass, burners, and take that out. And then we'll just save that. And then we'll clear the blueprint. Now what we can do is take that one that we just did and fix the orientation, because the front of the orientation is always facing toward this computer thing, right? So this is going to be the front. And that's why I have it set like this, because we're going to set it along the edge there. And so we're going to go in and do that. And I did that on purpose, by the way, just so you know. And then now what we need to do is we need to put this in here. But we need to know which side is the input and which side is the output. We need to nudge that over just a little bit. We can see this side is the output here, and this other side is the input. So it should end up right there. Oh, and it's not letting me put it down, because that wall is hanging off the side. What is going on? Oh, that's not good. Little problem there. So let's try that again. Yeah, it thinks the wall is outside the blueprinter. It shouldn't be. Obviously, we just made it on the blueprinter, didn't we? Yes, the wall is outside the blueprinter. Okay, well, we can fix that problem too. We can fix that easily. So we just reload the blueprint, the temporary one. We go over here and we just take out these walls. I take out also the conveyor belt, might as well. And then take this out. And then we'll save that. That I didn't know. That I didn't think of that far ahead. But I've seen that before, so I know what the problem is and how to fix it. So we'll go, there we go. All right, very nice. And now we have input on this side and output on the other side over here. So very nice. And again, we want that to be somewhat centered in there, or we can just offset it like this if we want. It doesn't really matter how you have it in there, only it matters when you want to align it to the thing that's behind that thing. So we can just go ahead and put it in the middle three like this. That's how I feel like I want that to go. And then boom, we're good to go. All right, and you see if you have anything too close to the edge, it will basically say, sorry, you can't do that. Sorry, you can't do that because the thing is in the way. Now, see, this is a square, so it doesn't matter which way I had oriented that, everybody. Remember, this is a 5 by 5 square, so had I turned it back the way it was, it still wouldn't have worked. And that's because it's hanging outside the blueprinter, and that's what you need to learn right there, is that if you have something hanging outside the blueprinter, that's great when you're putting it down, but not great when you're putting it back into the blueprinter itself. Because I can add this wall here, but in theory, it's beyond the edge of where that blueprinter should let you build. But it does let you build. So again, while you're building it and you're going to put it over there, great. But if you're going to put it back on the blueprinter, you want to leave off the excess sidewalls. Typically, that's what I do. And then also what we want to do is work on our power here as well. So we want to take our power and we want to make that nice and clean right down to there. And then here on the back side, same thing. How's that looking? Looks good. All right, very nice. And we'll take all these ones out here in the center. And again, we use 2 blueprints already to get this going. I would just do one side. Misclicked. I should just do one side and then do the other side. Would make it more effective and efficient. And there we go. Very nice. Right in there. Got that in. Connection over there. Let's do a nice cross connection here. And see, the nice thing is we're doing all the power runs ahead of time, so we don't have to do them all individually, because that sucks. It sucks to individually run those. The thing. Now, what we're doing is we're building in a mega style, but also in a modular style. So this right here is 10 of these, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How do I know it's 10? Because they fit on the foundations as 5 foundations long. I can just do the math, everybody. 5 foundations long that way, 5 foundations long on the other side. That's 10 of them. Again, now 10 is a good round number, because now if you need 20, you just make another one. If you need 50, you make 4 more. Right? So again, keeping those numbers easy to do math is very awesome. So we're going to run that down the center like that. Very nice. And we're going to fill that in. Now we have our entrance over here. Again, we're going to go ahead and put it in our conveyor wall. We're going to mark that as the entrance. Now, one of the problems when putting down your blueprints is the fact that you can't see the coloring of the thing, so you don't know that this is your input and output of your particular thing. So it's kind of hard to know basically what it is. Now, one of the things that I'm going to be doing on these particular builds is also leaving an additional area over here for power management. Now, power management is basically the ability to turn these on and off by one switch. And that is our power priority switch. Now, again, I could put the maximum amount of these down, right? I can put, 2 rows here, but of course you'll have, this is 3 rows, so you end up with 2 rows that are all kind of, not right. But the thing I want to do is be able to basically turn this all off with one switch, right? So this switch right here, which will be our priority switch, actually, which is backwards. We want the A on one side and the B on the other. Actually, we'll turn it this way, so it'll be along the road. Like this. There we go. And so this one is going to connect to the first line here. And so we're going to run that underneath, though, because I don't like to have my power up above the ground. I like to be nice underneath, kind of like you have in your house where you have your conduits. They're all hidden in conduits. You don't have wires running all over your house. Hopefully not. Very dangerous as well, by the way. Very dangerous to have loose wires everywhere. Okay, so that's going to run underneath there, and that's going to go ahead and connect all of these to this central power. Now, the next thing I would want to do is have this, and then, of course, as I add more of them, and this is thinking in a modular style, as I add more of them down the road, I will want to basically have the ability to chain this power to the next one, to the next one, to the next one. So this one would be what I call an A setup, right? An A and a B setup. You have your A setup, which is your primary start one, which has the priority switch, and you put that in. I'm going to be doing a lot of A, B, C's, different modular ones that all go together. We'll get into that deeper here in a bit. But this is an A setup, meaning that it's going to be the first one in the chain. And then the B1 would be one without this priority switch, because I don't need a priority switch for every single one. Everybody, you need one, and it would turn the whole entire thing off at once. Unless you want to, you know, subgroup them, then you would do a priority switch on each one. But we definitely don't need that. I'm only going to need one, and I most likely am not even going to use this biofuel again, but we'll have it on tap in case we need it, right? And if all of a sudden we run out of power and we need a ton of biofuel to get us started back up again, we can very easily add it, run the biofuel in, start it up, GG's, we're all off and good going. Now, one of the problems that I noticed with biofuel is that when you try to turn the priority switch off, that sometimes it doesn't like actually turn off the biofuel. The biofuel keeps running even when it's off. It doesn't actually do this, the standby turn, which turns it off. So we'll see how it goes as we go. Now, we definitely want to make our connections on our inputs and outputs and whatnot. You don't look like you connect the left-hand set of furnaces power lines. Let's go look and see. Always good to double check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nope, we got them all. We got them all. We good. Maybe that was earlier. Maybe that was earlier when I was doing the stuff. So right over here. Okay, so another connection on the other side, and we'll color code that as red, as going out. In there. And I like to leave a gap between each of these. Also, you should do these in segments. Instead of just doing 50 of them in a row, the ones at the very end are really going to be struggling. So the best thing to do is to have this feed multiple times along the way. So if I have a feed line that's coming in here, I'll do a splitter underneath and then bring it up into here. And then that splitter line will run underneath and then go to the next one, and so on. Or I can do what I'm doing here, where I just pass it through the center, and then it goes out and connects to the other one already, right? But again, the further back it goes, the more trouble it's going to have in the back. So if I have one line here, I might have a second line that says goes to the next two, right? So these two are together, the next two are together, so on and so forth. So you're splitting it more evenly, and then it's able to feed this instead of waiting for the first ones to start up and the ones way in the back are not getting enough resources. Eventually, by the way, it'll get up to speed, though. That's the whole point, is that when you're using manifolds, is that it will get up to speed and be just fine in the long run. I love how this just sticks off the side of the blueprint there. Very nice. Okay, so this is the entrance or the main area. Now, we don't need to see all this stuff, everybody, so we're just going to go in here and we're going to go ahead and enclose this a bit like this. You're like, well, Kismet, what about this one here? I don't need it. If I don't need it, I'm not going to add it. Simple as that. I really don't need this side here. I can always come back later and add the power switch, but we're going to do this on every single process so that we'll have control over that process. And again, we'll have A and B of those processes as well. Okay, we're not making any fancy stuff where we go in and we make a whole bunch of, you know, glass and angles and, you know, LED lights and all that stuff. We're just going to use simple boxes for now. You can always come back, revamp this blueprint, make it super fancy later on. Now, one of the things I want to do is also think in a vertical way. So say I put an input here and I have some biomass going in here, I could have it go out the back and come up and go in this way. So what I can do is take this same blueprint, but flip it around the other way. And then flip it around the other way, flip it around, and then stack them vertically on top of each other. So thinking more vertically in your head than horizontally. And so again, since this one is an A, I'll make a B that doesn't have the connector, and then I can go ahead and put that on the top of this one. Now, if I was going to put it on the top of this one, I would also remove the foundations off the side here, so we didn't have any unnecessary foundations coming off the side. So that's basically how we're building an A and B. Now over here, we can also try to run the power out, but it doesn't let you run it out the side here. I can run it underneath, off here to the side, so that when I go to connect these, I can connect it down here and then connect it to the one in the back, Or what I could do is I could connect it vertically up that way. Again, so when we think about the flipped reverse side, I can connect it vertically up there and then just keep going as we go up. What I would do is if we were going vertically is I would have it come up here. I would line it up to where the floor was, and then I just run it in on the floor like this, run it on the floor, and then go to the next one, run it on the floor, and so on and so forth. And I can just build it out, by the way, in that way right now in the blueprinter. So if I want to just go ahead and do that, I totally can. But what we're going to do now is just basically go and save over the blueprint we did before, or just do another temp one. Temp single row right here, and we're going to save that. Again, I'll delete all those eventually, just make them temporarily. Then we can go ahead and take the one that we just did, temp single row, and we can try to snap it. Now, you can see that it doesn't snap very well on blueprint mode, but we can go ahead and aim at the edge here. This thing's really awkward when you're trying to do this. You can see it flips it around, it rotates it the other way, but we want the arrow to face us. And then what you do is you bring your cursor just a little bit down, and you hit H, and you can go ahead and try to put that on there. But what's our problem, right? Even though it's oriented exactly like the one we have on the blueprinter, well, the problem is that we have parts of it that are off the side. And so if we try to use this to stack it on top of each other, it's not going to work. So again, we have to go in. We're just going to say, put on our dismantle filter just to get the walls. Oops. There we go. Just to get the walls here. Then over here, these ones that are on the edge, dismantle filter there. And then this. And let's actually keep the belt in there, and let's see what it says. All right, and then we'll just save over that one again. Then we'll go ahead and see if we can just stack this right on the top of this. Let me turn around. Well, I already turned yellow, so you know that there's definitely a possibility we can get that to work. When it turns yellow, you know you got a chance. Again, I'm trying to get it to orient, and then we sit there, and then I hit H just to make sure that it is aligned. It is. Now, here's the problem with this one, though, is it's facing this way, so it wouldn't go like this and go up. So what I would need the arrow to do, because the arrow always aims towards this thing when you're building it on the blueprint, is I need to flip around the other way. So when we go to put it down, we want to look at the arrow and which direction the arrow is facing. Right here. So we'll rotate this around so the arrow is going the other way. That's what we're going to try. Right over here. We'll hit H. And then we'll take a look. We'll say, okay, does this look like an output or an input? All right, so this looks like an output. This is an input, so we've got them reversed, which is awesome. We can see the arrow over here. We can see that this is coming this way, and then we can run this up and do this. Now, the connection, the outside connection, I do that later. I do that just manually because that just takes a minute. Do that outside connection. Here in the front, we'll do an outside connection. And so on. So we'll do those outside connections to make it easier for us to make those connections. But we can just hit click right there, and now we have a whole second row. Isn't that cool? I think it's pretty cool. So we'll go in and we'll take that out. Also over here, we don't need these connections on this side. We're going to take that out, take this out. And there we go. We removed all those excess connections there. And then same thing again. Let's do it. But again, this time we want to flip it the other way. And again, I'm just showing you some more advanced uses for blueprints. What I'm doing is I'm aiming at the side of the wall so that the foundations in the wall will go together like that. And that's how I got that aligned. And again, we want the arrow to be facing toward us this time, and then next time away from us. So the bottom one facing toward us, the middle one facing away, this one facing toward us. Like that. All right, one more. Right over here. Look how easy this is, everybody. Once you get it down, you're using your blueprints, you're kicking some butte. Now see, if I try to do this side over here, it does this foundation. But if I go to this side over here and then have it facing away from me, like like this. There we go. And then put my cursor down just a little bit. It'll align to this wall over here, which is what we want. And put that down. All right. I think that's about as many as we're going to get. We could try another one. Well, let's just try it just for fun. Right over here. Nope, not going to get it. I don't know about you, everybody, but that's a lot of biofuel in one factory. And of course, we're using our vertical movement here. Oh, it's going to reset in 10 minutes. Let's make sure we save this one just in case. We'll just save it over the temporary one. Okay, so now we got that going. All we need to do now is to reconnect everything. Now, I would take these ones out at the end, everybody. I never trust these things when you put the walls back in. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But we're going to just make sure that we take all this out. We're using our verticality now to make this work. And now we're going to mark our inputs and outputs right over here. So this will be in here. And remember, the 3 lines are an input. So this will be an input. Marked it. And put that in there. There we go. And then the next one up is going to be an output. And I just randomly marked it this, everybody. Green means in, red means out. It's also on some of the machinery is like that as well. So let's go up here. I should turn my zooping off when I'm doing that, but oh well. Okay, that one's in there. Sure we get all of these in. And you can see that we very quickly stacked all these together. And again, this one is an input. And this one is an output. Now, how does that help us, everybody? Well, that means that we're going to connect this first one to wherever the biomass is coming from, right? And then it's going to go through. It's going to go up the back. It's going to come to here. And then we would go and we would do a lifter between these two. Connect those two. And then in the back here, we'd have 2 lifters. One from the bottom right here. And then up again up there to get to the top one. So same thing here. Let's go ahead and do our walls. And this time we'll just do this. This is a great little trick where you just do all the walls at the same time. And then you hit G and then you press Control, Control, Control. And then you just take out the ones you don't want. Very, very useful, as you can see. So every other one is going to be an output. So this is an output, output. And then these are inputs, inputs. There we go. Easy. Much faster. Oh, wait a minute. Nope. It messed us up. I can see it. That's going down there. It tripped us up. It put the wall down too low. Sometimes that happens. All right, let's try that again. Less suck this time. All right, we'll go from the top down. That'll help us out. And then, and always good to recognize when something's going wrong. And those belts going down like that's a dead giveaway. And so we're isolating the burners all by themselves. There we go. And again, this is a output, output. Oops. Scroll up. Put that back the way it was. All right. There we go. Input, input. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. All right, I like that. All right, the server's going to reset here in just a moment. Let's go ahead and once again save that blueprint. There we go. Much time till it resets? It didn't say, but I have been playing for 2 hours, so it is warning me that it is a time for a good break, and we're going to come back and we're going to finish that. I'm going to put my character on the ground too, by the way. If you log out the game, make sure you're landed on something because you'll just start falling when you come in. All right, let's go ahead and go out the main menu. So every time at midnight, it resets my server for me automatically. Because we have a giant mega server from the awesome people at G Portal. You could have your own mega server that you could be running for thousands of hours, like mine right here. This one's has been running for 1,164 hours so far on this particular playthrough. Oops. I meant to just get out of that menu. Now we got to go in. And we got to get out. This is another playthrough that I was doing, a solo playthrough on the local drive. All right, there we go. Back to our screen. Okay, so what we're going to do, everybody, is we're going to go ahead and do some words on stream. Let's go ahead and get that up here. Boom. There we go. Allow you guys to go ahead and descramble some words while I take a little bit of a break, and then I shall be back for more Satisfactory. Here we go. We have a good time in this stream, everybody. I don't know, the music gets me every time. Let's go. Come on, everybody. You get 4 more of these or 5 more of these, and I'm going to give you 5,000 Kismets for working together. Let's go, chat. Come on, let's go. This has got to be before G's. Let's see, an A word or a G word or an E word right here. Let's go. I'll try to help you, but I'm usually no help. You guys are way smarter than me. Let's see. Agala. Gul. A-E-U-G. Gauge. Ooh, good one. I could have put Gaga. There's another A. Oh, we got one right at the end there. Gail, very close, everybody. Very close. 8 out of 10. Very good. Let me go ahead and give you guys a few Kismets there for working together. I love to see it when you guys are working together, just like we work together on stream or in game with a lot of my team. I love to see you guys working together. Wrong buttons. Right there. There we go. We're going to go ahead and get back to some Satisfactory here. Let's go ahead and log back onto the server. Now, this is just a solo server where I am just playing by myself, though we could... Oh, look at the little bars moving. The little bars moving. I'm very excited. we made the bar fill in. Thank you so much again to everybody who's donated so far to get that unlocked. Very exciting. Again, everybody, we got a van project we're trying to do right now. We're going to make a vault inside a van. We're going to drive it around. I'd love to get the exterior to look like a vault thing. And you can see it right down in my Twitch panels here, everybody. I'd love it to look like this, but I haven't found anybody who would fabricate that, fabricate an exterior like that. If you know somebody or you have seen some van videos you think are pretty cool, or you have suggestions, ideas, all of that stuff, throw it over on the Discord, everybody. You can't find all my social media down below here on my panels as well. You can go ahead and scroll down here, and all that social media is right there. You can go and click on that Discord. It'll take you right up there. You can leave it up there. Now, if you just put it in the chat, sometimes I forget. So best thing to go and put it on that Discord, and that'll help a lot. Again, if you have some suggestions, ideas, things you saw that was cool, maybe you saw some furniture that you could, turn from like a seat into a ladder or something like that, some sort of, because that's the kind of stuff I want to do. Or make it like modular, and then also make it so it can transform into different things, like maybe seating at one point, and then it transforms into a bed, and then it transforms into a table, and then it transforms into a thing. A very transforming vault would be very cool, I think. Big time. Oh, we got the retweets. Oh, look at you guys go. Let me give you some more Kismets for being awesome. There you go. And another Kismet for putting that one in the chat there, Jonkers. Let me know everything is running. I appreciate it. Okay, getting back to our biofuel over here, everybody. Let's get back to it. We're going to go ahead and just now fill this all in, because we can fill it all in at once now. Very nice. And one more up there. And we'll do this one across. Very nice. Turn the zooming off for these ones. And there we go. And again, we're not making anything fancy. We are just making it functional right now. Don't need that one. There we go. and zoop it all the way up. Got to be careful when you're putting these in because it loves to just put it down by a little bit, which is a bit annoying. Okay. So let's go in here and take a look at all of this. Now, I saw something that Rotisserie G said earlier before I logged out, or before I took a break, that maybe I missed the side connections here. Oh, I did. I did miss those side connections. Look at that. Oh, let's go in and fix that. Now we got to fix that on every level, but oh, well, we'll just get her done. Yeah, the cross connections that he was talking about. There we go. Now, again, normally I ask people not to backseat game, but I do appreciate that because that will save us later. But it's okay because even if I do make a mistake like that, everybody, that's all part of the journey when you make mistakes. And you want to just go ahead and let me make those mistakes. So when I come back and I see that, that the thing's not running later on, I'll know very specifically why. And by the way, when I turn the power on, all of these things will light up or not light up. And the second I see that they're not lighting up is the second I'll know that I forgot to run that line, and then I would come back and fix it anyway. But I appreciate the eyeballs there paying attention. We'll do some cross connecting there as well, and we'll fill these all back in except for this last one. We have that one cross connected. We have this one cross connected. All right. Put that back in. And then we'll go down just a little bit. And do we have it upwards connected though? I don't think we do. Let's just connect it this way. Yeah, there we go. Very nice. Very nice. All right. And then all of this we can put back in. I think I'm going to leave this back part open so we can work with a lot of this. Okay, now we got to do the same thing over here. Again, watch that backseat gaming, everybody. I do appreciate it, though. Don't think I don't appreciate it, because I do. But just let me make my own mistakes, just like you would, too. If you were playing the game, you would go in, you'd make a mistake, you'd find your mistake, and say, oh, I see what I did there. Let me just go ahead and fix that. Because there's the real reason why, everybody, is there's a whole bunch of stuff that's going to happen between now and the point in which I would have discovered that that was an issue. And now I missed out on all of that moment. All of those moments between now and which I discovered it, I have now missed out on it. So now I won't know all that stuff in between. And that's typically why I ask people not to backseat game. Not because it bothers me. It's more of a, I miss out on part of the adventure, I feel. But then again, I am old school in the way that I think. I am of the old school way. All right, up here we go again, and we'll have to take all these out. And we'll fix all of these as well. Over here. Dee-dee-dee-dee. Over there, and over there. Over there. And then we'll upgrade this one. Just so we can have all of this. Come on, Mark II. Get in there. Okay. Does not want to connect. And we'll just connect this way. No empty power connections. That one's too many too? Huh. Yeah, too many on that side too. Well, maybe this one will let us do it. Sometimes it won't let me upgrade it. There we go. Okay, that one will let me upgrade it. And then we'll connect up there. There we go. Okay, let's check that side. Let's check this side. And we all good. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Right to there. Very nice. Okay, we got all that in. And again, we'll find out when we put that power in there. Now, one of the things I suggest you do, by the way, everybody, is that you do like a test run of all of your stuff. Oh, actually, what we should do here, speaking of modifications here, we should go in and put a nice little door here. And these other ones. Every other one here. Yeah, I like that idea. Let's do that. Door. I'm all open the same directions from this side and that side. And then go over here and make it so we can come in the front way if we want to. Like this. And we'll turn it the opposite direction of the other one. Or should we turn in the same direction? Maybe same direction. Same direction as the other one. So that when we open this one and we fly through, it opens in the same way. Meaning that when we do this, it'll open to the right. And then when we fly to this one, it'll also open to the right. Meaning they're really opposite if you're thinking on this side, but they're in the same direction. So they're both open back this way. Just one of those kind of nice things that you can do for yourself to have that going in the same direction. All right, we'll put one up here at the top as well. Right there, and then other side over here. Right there. Okay, we're looking good. And that is a lot of biofuel. Okay, so we could have also started with the process before this, but I like to get the actual power setup kind of going first. Right there. Okay, now we got something we can test and try. So don't assume this is done, everybody. That's the one thing you don't want to do. You don't want to assume that that is done. Let's put that back together like that. Oh, wait, we're going to leave that open so we can do that connection upwards eventually. Yes, actually, we could just connect it in here, and we have it all interconnected inside. So we don't need that. Let's take out all these extra plugs here. We'll take this out. We'll take out all these extra foundations. On this side, extra foundations. Okay, with just one switch there. That's already connected down there. So you know what? We don't need to have that. We can just do that. No, we'll need to take that and run that over there. Yeah, we'll have to run that out. All right, let's go with that. And now this one's actually going to be our bio burners. How many is this? This is 10. Yeah. Confirm. Okay, 10, 20, 10, 20, 30. It's 30 of them. So 30 biomass burners. And we'll go ahead and change the icon to biomass burner. And then we're going to have everything that has to do with our power. We're going to put it in yellow. Like that. Okay. 30 vertical biomass burners with front input that chains up to each level. There we go. With power, what is it? Priority power switch. Priority power switch. With priority power switch like this. Oh, and so this is A. Sorry, this is A. Like this. A biomass burners, and then we'll save that. Okay, now we want to make a B version without the power switch. But we're going to leave this out like this because we need this to connect in here. Do we connect that in there? That's a good question. These are good questions. I thought I connected it across to over here. Let's see. Yep. Okay, so we go to try to connect to it. Yeah, no more empty line connections. So there is 3 connections there. One from up above, one to the next one, and then one from that corner. Okay, those are the things we need to know. Just double check. And see, now I double check both this one and then the other one. So I'm going to take that one out on the side, and then we'll still keep the outer connector here so we can connect it to the previous one. And then we'll just chain them backwards. And that's just to make it easier to add more of these. So we'll call this the B biomass burner, like this, without the power switch, for chaining one after another. There we go, and then we'll save that, and there we go. Let me catch up on chat a little bit. It was close call whether to mention it, but but if you just built the level 1 in the blueprinter, I have probably not said anything. Well, there you go. Looking for the COD player? No, I don't. Because I was Kismet before he was born. I did see somebody do that who went and took my name and used it for COD. But I've had the name Kismet for 40 years, for longer than that guy's been alive. I am the Kismet. He's a Kismet. I am the Kismet. There's a huge difference. Also, you want a good laugh there, Drew Cray? There is a video that I made about 5 years ago that talks about people saying I look like Tony Hawk. I actually grew up where Tony Hawk grew up. Tony Hawk is like a god level where I come from, everybody. One of the greatest skaters of all time, and I appreciate you even comparing me to Tony Hawk. I appreciate it big time. But there you go. If you want to have a good laugh, enjoy that about video there where I mentioned that about Tony Hawk. So let's go ahead and now test out our wild invention here. Again, we have an A version and we have a B version. Now this is 30 biomass burners every time I throw this down, everybody. So this is a lot. Now what I'm going to do also is recess it back because this actually is kind of like a curb or pushing it back away from the edge so I can run the inputs in there. That's why I have this extra edge right here. So I'm going to go blueprint, and we're going to start with the A blueprint first, which is going to be our front blueprint. We're going to look for our arrow, which should be facing toward us. There we go. And we're going to get it to go in there somehow. There we go. And we're going to hit H. And we're going to try to get that going. What's our problem? Missing materials, really? Missing iron plates. Oh, I need more iron plates. Well, that's why we made ourselves a hypertube. All right, more iron plates it is. Let's go. Again, check out, we're zooming underneath the foundations. Very cool. Very cool way of doing that. Made you a fan. Well, there you go. Yeah, the person who took that name's like, that person took my name. I'm like, no, bro. I've been Kismet before you were born. More people call me Kismet in real life, by the way, than by any other name. Yeah, my friends a long time ago, yeah, like 40 years ago, came up to me and I was talking about something. I was like, hey, we could go do this, this, and this. And then a friend came up to me and he said literally word for word of what I said. And they looked at me and said, whoa, that's weird. That's Kismet. And then they called me Kismet from then on. And that's how nicknames are born, everybody. Just like that. And so I've been called Kismet all this time. So there, and that's why I have the official name Kismet on Twitch as well, by the way, because they know I'm the one, the only, the alpha, the omega. So there you go. All right, so we're gonna go up here where we have all of our resources stored while we work on our base down below. Wow, we got a lot done today, didn't we? Look at that, man. We're already making some big strides. So we need to get some plates in our inventory because we don't have enough plates stored in the awesome sink, the dimensional depot. So we're going to go up here, and it's good to have a bunch of plates and stuff on you. By the way, I can take all this stuff over here, which I have a whole bunch of, and just go right over here. And I think what we'll do, though, is we'll take our ammo and put that in the dimensional depot. But all this other stuff here is a bunch of stuff that I really don't need to carry on me right now. So I can just go ahead and store all in there, and it will run through here, and it will sort it automatically into all of those boxes. I know, pretty cool, right? So we're going to go ahead and let it do that, and then we're going to go grab some plates that we need. And again, I suggest to have a lot of plates, maybe a whole row of plates there, and then have a bunch of the basics on you. even though you have it in the Dimensional Depot, when you go to do the blueprints, you're going to need a lot of this stuff. So I like to go in and do that. We're going to need a bunch of wire. So we'll get a bunch of wire here. And again, you see I'm not taking quite as much wire as I was on the other stuff. And some cable right there. And we're going to be making some hyper tubes. So we'll get some of that. Again, it's just like a little shopping spree. You can go in and just shop for stuff. We're going to be making a bunch of this here. So we'll grab a bunch of that. And definitely some of all of this, because we're going to be doing some storages and stuff later on. And then a bunch of this. And then as I take this out, this is 10 box deep, by the way. This is 5 boxes and 5 boxes in the back. So as I take it out, it'll automatically move it forward, so it's easy for me to grab it in the front. And if I run out, it'll also run it into all of these dimensional depots. And you can see all of these have dimensional depots. There's a lot of going around collecting Mercer spheres right there for sure. All right, going back down again. Let's go see if we can put this blueprint down now. But it is nice that that just continuously, it continuously puts that stuff in there. By the way, if you want to go a little faster, slide jump, especially at the beginning of the game. You can do a lot of slide jumping there. Now, I could have took the hypertube. That would have went faster, but slide jumping is also pretty fast in the beginning, or I can just use my hover thing I've got right here. Okay, so again, we'll try this again. We'll put this down. Let's go. A version, which is going to be the front version. All right, there we go. We can see it turning blue already, so we know it's good. We got the arrow pointing toward us right there, which is good. And then we'll nudge this over using our arrow keys, and we are good. Now, the first thing I like to do, of course, is to test the power. So we're going to go ahead and take this, and we're going to run it over here, just connect it to one of these power ones in the floor. We're going to go look at each level, and we're going to see if there's lights on. If there's no lights on, then we missed one, which is always what I do, everybody. It's okay if it's red, as long as it's on. I know I didn't miss some of the power there. That's all good. And then up here, it's all good. All right, we got all that power connected. And that's a nice self-contained thing there. Now, one of the things that we're doing is we're going in and then out and then in and then out. And the out is on this side. That comes to the top, right? So on the back here, when we go to put this in, and I'm just going to put another kind of row here that makes it where we can separate these. I like to have at least a 1 foundation separation between my modular buildings that I'm doing, so that I can, work splitters and all of that stuff, and of course lifters. So the first thing that's going to happen is it's going to go in this side, in the input side, and then we're going to go around the back. Yes, the Kismet. I am the one, the only. I am the original. So there we go. So it comes up here, goes around that way, and then it goes back here, right here, and into there, like that. Very nice. Okay, so again, we've got this one that goes back here, so we have 2 of them in the back, 1 of them in the front, and that ends up there. Now, one of the things that I would do, if you want this to keep going to the next one, is to think about how you can chain this to the next one. Now, if we leave the top row, which we did, the output is going to end up over here, which is not really what we want. We really want it to go and chain to the next one. But here's the thing. If we put another one of these on top, again, we're thinking vertical now, everybody. If we put another one of these on top of this, we could go ahead and chain it up, and you'd see the output would enter the input there. Now, we don't want to do that because the top of this has foundations. Now, had I wanted to stack them vertically like that more than this, I would have not put the foundations in at the top. So I could then take this and put it in and then keep stacking them as high as I want them to go. But in this case, we're going to be stacking it somewhat up, but also stacking it off in the distance. So what we can do is say, you know what? I want to modify this design, right? I want to modify this design so I can stack it that way. Now, we can also make an alternate version of this same one. And this is what I'm talking about, a modular style of building where it doesn't have the roof. One where it does, one where it doesn't, right? So then you have that option. And it's very easy to change because you can just go over here and change it around. So this is the first one in the chain. And so this is my A version. So I'm going to go over here and save our B version here, just in case I can't remember if I saved it or not. We'll just save it again. Anyway, there we go. And then we're going to load a blueprint, and we're going to load our A version back in again. Now, what's the A version? The A version is all about having this priority switch. And so what I would do is think about those inputs and outputs. And if you say, you know what, I put one too many rows in there, let me just go ahead and take those back out like this. Now, had I done that earlier when I had it placed in there as a blueprint, I could have just took that whole top row off because I could have just went into blueprint mode and said, hey, take that back off of there. So that's one of the advantages that we could have done. But we are going to go ahead and modify this. We're going to hit G just to get the walls. And we're going to go ahead and just take out the walls here, which is going to make it visually easier for us to see what we're taking out. And if you took something out by mistake, you press Control. And we're just going to go for it here. We're going to go for it. And right over here. Take that out. And then again, we'll put our limiter on just by hitting G, holding down Control. Get all these belts. And then G again. Or we could hit F. Meant to hit G there. Hit the right buttons. D, 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 D. And then G. There we go. Okay, I missed a belt at the end there. Let's go ahead and put G as the end belt. There we go. And then take it out. There we go. Press that, press that. And now we've got an A version that goes up and comes here and then goes back. So just having the maximum amount in the blueprinter is not always to your advantage. It's not, you don't have to fill out the entire blueprinter every single time, I think. I think it's better to have it be more in a modular style where you can build 50 of them if you wanted to, and they all chain together is more important than having it where it would have the most every time you put it down. So this is something more I would do. Also, I would go in and probably remove the top ones here, just in case I do want to make one on top, like that. And if I do want to put one on top, well, the thing is I could just take it and flip it around the other way, like we did earlier, right? So we could take this, flip it around the other way, and then, of course, it would be the input on the back, and it would input and go up. But, of course, the first row would have a problem, and we'd have to, chain it from the first row. But this is good enough, everybody. This is a whole lot of these. This is like more biomass burners than I'm going to use. So right here, we've got 10, and then we've got 20, and we've got 30. Actually, we had 40 on there. It just dawned on me. It just dawned on me that we had 40 in there and not 30. So I was just kind of thinking ahead there. Thinking ahead. All right, now we got to get rid of all these connections that we did that, we weren't going to use actually in the long run. Take those out. There we go. I don't know why that's connected up there, but we'll take that out. And this here. All right, look at these connections. They all look good. Okay, so now I can make one here, and then I can make one behind it, and it will feed to the one behind it, which is what I want to do. And again, we'll go save that. And again, I'm just showing you a bit of how to iterate on designs, how the blueprinter works, the fact that you don't have to fill the whole thing out, and all of that. Now you're like, we don't want this one anymore. We're just going to take the whole thing out, boom, in one shot, just like that. And then we're going to be left over with our things that we added. And we could leave them in there, but I wouldn't. I would definitely take them out. Now, I'm not a big fan of this. It leaves the halo behind thing. I think it trips you up more than it helps you. But that's just me and my crazy ideas. Okay, we got the arrow facing us. We're going to hit H, and we're going to move it over. And we're going to put that right in there. Like that. Okay, and then once again, test our power. So we're going to go ahead and run this over to here. Go look and see if all of our lights are on. Oh, yeah. All good. All good there. Okay, and then we're going to go ahead and turn the power off and see if all the power goes off. Are the lights off? Now they're just flashing red. Huh. It doesn't actually turn the lights off. It leaves the lights on, but just says red where it's not getting any power. Kind of a, now that I think about it, it's kind of a dumb way of doing that. Because you wouldn't know whether it was you didn't have power, or you wouldn't know if you turned the power off. Right? There's a difference. There's a difference between the two things. Not having any power is like a power fault, right? Like so your power goes off. But if you if red represents both an issue and also potentially no power, it was representing two things. Because right now it's red because there's no resources running in there. That's why it's red. So it's also it's resources and if you have no power. So it's two different things. So you wouldn't necessarily know which one it is when you first glance. Of course, you can also just look at the belts and see if there's anything on the belts. That's the first thing I would do. But what I think should happen is when I actually pull the power switch like that, those lights should go off. Those lights should actually go off because I pulled the power switch on the circuit breaker. So they wouldn't have any power to be lit up. See my reasoning, everybody? It wouldn't have any power to be lit up. So I think it should go off when it doesn't have power. Now that I think about it, or at least have that option to set that option, you know, don't display the red lights when it's off. But such is the way it goes. All right, so this is biofuel. Biofuel. We're going to say 0001 biofuel burners. All right, we'll name that. Okay, we'll hope that is good. All right. Now, what we want to do over here is do another B version, because now that we've changed this, we'll want to go in and just simply change the name to B for chaining or stacking. For chaining or stacking. And then save. And this is, do you want to save over your previous one? Yes. Okay, so now we have a B version. And the alternate version here, we can go in and we could stack it up on top now. And we turn it the right way. Like this. And see how it's blue like that? It should actually be yellow. And the reason why it should be yellow is because it's going to be cutting down into the actual space of the previous one. So you actually want it to be yellow. And you can see we can put that in. Oh, I forgot to take out the priority switch. That was my bad. Take out the priority switch. There we go. Save that again. That's a whole, also one of the points of the thing is that it's a B version, doesn't have the priority switch in it. So again, I can stack it up on top. So I can go ahead, put this in here, hit H. Now the way I got that to line up, by the way, is I'm aiming at the side wall. And I aim at that side wall, and sometimes it'll be up a little bit higher. And then what you do is you move your mouse forward, and then it'll set down into the edge and snap this edge to the top of this. And then we can go ahead and do that. Now, of course, this would be the wrong way because this one right here would be an input, right? Because when we originally did it, it would be an input, and this one's also an input. So that's not going to work going to there. But again, we could just take the blueprint. Oh, I forgot to take off the side thing too. Hold on. We don't need the side walls on this one. Take those all off. There we go. Save that. And so now what we can do is we can just go in and take this one and actually use it for multiple purposes. We can just go ahead and turn the arrow so it's facing the opposite direction. And then hit H. Oh, it went down a little far. Now, another thing that you can do is you can use your blueprint mode to try to get it to snap. Now, I find the blueprint mode is great when you're putting it next to something, but when you're trying to put it on top of it, see, like, it'll perfectly go next to it, but for some reason, the vertical ability for the blueprinter to work is not good. So I'm going to turn that off. And then we're going to have the arrow facing away from us. We're going to push down just a little bit, or basically I push forward just a little bit on my mouse, and then we can hit H to hologram and then nudge it right in position. Now we know that this is going to be an input. So output here, input, input, output, input, output, input, output, input, output, all the way up into the sky. You can have 1,000 of those if you want. And all I have to do with the B version is just keep flipping it back and forth, like that until the end of time. Just keep flipping that back and forth for sure. Now, one of the things that I might want to do is think about how I have my power connected, though. I can see I've got my power connector over there. And so basically it would be at the bottom, and then it would end up over there, and then it would be ending up back over here. And so it'd be going back and forth. So we want to think about that as well. One of the things I would do also is you would have a B version, and then you'd have a reversed B version, right? So you'd have one that actually has the power connector on this side, and then one that has another one. So you'd have B, B1, B.1, B.2, right? You can do that as well. Have kind of subversions of what it is. Hey, Gia, what's up? Yes, the Kismet. You know it. I'm the OG gamer. I've been gaming for 50 years. That's right. I played Pong when it was in a stand-up arcade game. Yeah, way back in the day. My first gaming console was the first gaming console, the Magnavox Odyssey in the early 70s. You probably never even heard of it. It was awesome. You took a little white square and you moved it along in the little haunted house. That was it. The haunted house, by the way, was not on the screen. It was only on the screen because you took a plastic overlay and you put it on your TV. It actually was, they couldn't make the graphics of the haunted house. All they could do is make that white square, which you move around in the haunted house. It was cool. It had cards that you would read and little things that you would turn. It was awesome. You can look it up on the internet. Feel free. Feel free to look it up. Okay, so we got that. Now, another thing that we can do is to go around the back here and say, you know what, we want to go ahead and just chain this on the other side. So what I'm doing is making it multifunctional from a single blueprint, and that's pretty tricky. That's pretty tricky and awesome at the same time. So right here, we're going to go ahead and do this, and then we can see it's pointing in the same direction. So if we put that one down, and this is what we're going to do, because we don't need to go too vertical. We need to be a little bit vertical, so we're getting a use out of it. But you can see that this is the output here. So I can take this output, run this down, and then this is why I leave this little space that you see here. And then I can run this down like that, and then this output now goes into there. Just like that. Pretty awesome, huh? Now, the only problem is that I actually need one to go up here. So this is actually in the way. And then the same thing over here. So you got to think about how you're going to get it from here down to there when you have all of these other ones you need to do. So I would do those first. I usually do the front side first. So it goes in there, comes out of here, and then it ends up in here. Then you want to go to the back area here and say, okay, it's going to come up out of here and end up in there. And then it's going to come out of here and end up down there. But this one also needs to go like this, right? So how do I get that exactly in the center? Well, that's where the tricky part comes in. You just make a little offset there, and then you just do this, and it perfectly aligns to the back of those. You're welcome. I just made your life so incredibly easy right there. Pretty cool though, right? Pretty cool. So basically we just chained it from this one into this one, down to the bottom, back this way again, back across the top. And then you can see that we could just do that as many times as we possibly want. And that's 60 biomass burners right there, everybody. That's a lot of biomass burners to be running right over there. Now, the other thing that we need is we need to have a place to make the biomass, right? So we want to actually make a bunch of biomass and have it run into this thing. So that actually is probably the first part of the process. And you're like, Kismet, you're going to take that out again? Oh, yeah. Again, I'm just walking you guys down the road here, everybody. I could just go and build it. That's one way of doing it. And I see some people who do that. But I find it's much more enjoyable to talk about the thought process of the whys and hows than just do it and, go, and then you go to their stream and you're like, hey, how'd you do that? And they're like, go look it up on the internet. And they're like, oh, God, that's rude. That's rude, brother. I actually had somebody say that to me when I go in their stream. It's like, wow, that was really cool. How'd you do that? Go look it up on the internet. Okay, I'm out of your stream, bro. Later. That was rude. That was too rude. Okay, now we got that done. We can go ahead and I just like to save it again just in case. I don't know. I'm just crazy that way. All right, clear the designer. Let's go ahead and work on the part before that part, right? And I like to work on that part because I'm going to get an idea of how I'm going to do the burners. Am I going to do them vertical? Am I going to do them horizontal? Am I going to chain them? Am I going to chain them vertical? And you get that idea of what you want to do. And doing the next part is just purely making the stuff, right? So in this case, we want 2 inputs and we wanted to make a bunch of biomass. And so the first input is going to be from us because you can't automatically collect, at least not without a mod, you can't automatically collect leaves and wood and all that stuff. You have to go manually collect that. So what we want to do is set up a box where we can just throw it in the box and it will automatically run it in there. So we're going to go ahead and organize 2 boxes over here. Right over here. Actually, we put them in the center. It'd be probably fine. So we'll go ahead and just put these right in the center. Yeah, something like that. Doesn't quite sit in the center well. Huh, I never noticed that. It doesn't perfectly center. You'd have to offset it. Like that. To have them centered, you'd have them offset and then it cuts into the next row. I don't like that at all. I don't like it at all, so I'm not going to do it. I'm going to do this instead. I'm going to do a split one. I'm going to take this one and put it way over here on the left and put this one way over here on the right. Okay, there we go. Oh, actually we should put them in the center. Put them in the center because that's going to make it easier to line up to the wall. Oh, and we should load up our things. Now, some blueprints I do with foundations and some blueprints I don't. In this case, I'm going to go ahead and just do them with foundations. And you'll see why later on. Okay, this one in the center on that foundation, and this one on the center in this foundation. There we go. Okay, now one of the things that we might want to do is push this forward just a little bit, and this is where I'm going to be using these half walls I was talking about earlier. Well, we can find them. There's oh, half foundations is what I was looking for. Half foundations, yes. Okay, so we want to go ahead and put a half foundation in. Kind of a weird way for that to clip. Okay. It is not liking that. Okay, there we go. Doesn't like it with the box on top. Why would you have it where the half foundations are overlapping like that? I don't think I've used those in forever. That's a mistake. You should not have them overlapping because then you have that Z texture that does that. I hate that, everybody. But that's okay because I'm really not going to use it. I'm just going to use the half foundation. And then over here, same thing. Half foundation. Like this. And then we'll go ahead and put in a sign. That one, that's way too big. Yeah, let's use the 2 mil. Right here, and we'll have it on the inside. We'll say this left side is going to be wood. Right there. And then on this one, we'll just do it symmetrical. Like that. And this one's going to be leaves. Okay, so we're going to put wood on this side, leaves on the other side. And we're just going to go ahead Bring that all the way up on top of it. That's probably good. Same thing here. Yeah, let's go with that. Okay, now we have to manually come over here and put it in here. Now, why did I put the half foundation in there? Well, I put the half foundation in there so that I could set this back. This right here. The whole purpose of this is so I could set this back a bit from the foundation so that when I put it down, instead of trying to putting it on the edge, which it's not going to let me do, I'm putting it back there so that it does a thing. Now, I can just do it with the foundation there, everybody, but I just find it easier to work that edge like that, because then it's like perfectly half foundation back, so it basically acts as like a centering option. But I could just as easily put this in the center of a full foundation like this, and it would still line up and all of that stuff. But it's just was used as a measuring tool, right? To measure a half back perfectly. And again, you can always take it back out and put the full one in. And we're just measuring that to back that up just a little bit. Okay, there we go. Now what we want to do is we want to have it producing a bunch of resources. So in this case, we want to go in and we want to go ahead and again have it convert our items. Now, I could have it go forward like this, but what I really wanted to do is to feed into a whole bunch of these constructors, say like this, and we're going to go ahead and have it run all the way down first. A great quick way to do this, by the way, is to run your line first, then come back, put in all your splitters, and then you're done. That's pretty fast. Fast and easy. And I held down control to snap it to the back of the input, and it automatically oriented it based on the direction in which I originally pulled out the line. So that goes pretty fast. Okay, so we got that done, and now we have this. It's going to go ahead and make a bunch of those. Now, on the other side here, same thing. We're going to go ahead and flip it this way. Now, you can also adjust this, by the way, based on whether you wanted to do more wood or do more leaves, whatever it is. But I'm just going to go ahead and balance it on both sides to do an equal amount, in theory, on both sides. All right, then we go up here. I really got to get in the habit of doing that search each time. All right, so we copied that. We're going to paste it here, paste it there, and then over here, we're going to go ahead and say wood, biomass wood, and we'll copy that. We'll paste it, and then we'll assume it got it wrong. Leaves, biomass, leaves, biomass, leaves, biomass, wood, biomass, wood, biomass, wood, biomass. All right, awesome. Same thing. Over here, easy mode. Right to the end. Hold down control so you're snapping. Automatically orienting your splitter for you and aligning your splitter for you all at the same time. So if you learned only one thing in the stream, everybody, that would be the one. All right, so there we go. So now we got that going on. And again, this will be our A version, our first version of this particular thing. Now, the only other thing we need to do is to get our power runs going. So I'm going to go ahead and just take out these foundations here, just to run these power lines nice and out of the way. We're going to tuck those back like that. And then we're going to take these and run these nicely straight down. It's going to add more of these little power connectors, but it's going to run them nice and straight like this, which is awesome. And then on the other side, same thing. Like this. Oop. Or we could just do a power pole. Whatever you feel like doing there, brother. Right down there. You never played this game? What's the purpose? Reminds me of Minecraft. Oh, Technina. This is the genre-defining factory game. The purpose of this game is to collect resources. You've been dropped on the planet by your corporate overlords. Fix it. who is like a multi-quadrillionaire thing, and they've dropped you on this planet so you can help save Earth, basically. So what we're doing is we're collecting resources, and we're getting those resources, and we're sending them up the space elevator up here so that they can use those resources to save humanity. Now, I'm not going to tell you what happens or all the things that happens in between, because there's a lot of stuff that does happen. But this game is a 12 out of 10. This is like a Witcher 3 for factory games. I'm not kidding. It is absolutely incredibly good. And you can go see the numbers on Steam and see why. This is actually one of the best factory games out there. And of course, this is, all inspired by amazing games like Factorio and a whole bunch of other games that are really exceptional games. Oh, I just thought of something. I could just do this too. I could just take that, put that right there. I think I'll do that instead. Then we'll copy this. Oops. Copy that, paste it there. That'll save me even more space. There we go. Just put that up there in the front. Nice. Okay. So now we got that done. Now on these over here, what we want to do is we want to merge these together like this. Now we need to think about when we're making this stuff, where is this going to end up, right? Like we're going to have our biomass burners like next to it. We are going to, we'll put this down here and then put the biomass burners next to it. So its output can come out this way and then go that way and go in there. And we can make an A version and a B version. One that goes out the back, one that goes out the front, one that goes out the sides or up the top or wherever, the bottom, wherever you want it to end up as well. So basically it's going to take those two things. And the reason why I did it like it is so I can take those two things and then recombine them all into a center box right here. Is not centered. There we go. And then we can go in here and instead of a splitter, we'll do a merger because the output of both the leaves and the wood is the biomass, right? So we want that biomass to come out of here and then end up going in there. Now, the other thing that we might want to do after we do all of this biomass is also convert it into solid biofuel. And if you go in and look under solid biofuel here, you can see the input is biomass, right? So we can say, okay, well, wait a minute, we want it to go the other way. We want it to go out that way and then end up at the end, right? So we can just eliminate this one and say, you know what, we're just going to run it out in that direction. But I would want this to be as close to me as possible. So I would want these and these to be to me so I could just go ahead and put it in there and then it would just go ahead and let that stuff run. So what I'm going to do is actually have it go out the back side of this like this. Oh, or if I change it to an actual merger. And what I'm going to do is put the next part of the factory behind it. And then, by the way, if you just double click right here, double click, you can do that real fast. Get those connections in there, and then this way, and this way. And then it can go out to the next thing. Another thing that I could do is put another one of these down, and then have it do it again. But what I would do is not have the storages, because you don't need the storages on the next one. On this, you only need it on the front one. And then again, this would be an A version, and then you have a B version that was just these, right? So just these that would do all the things and then combine to the thing. And we'll do that here in a bit. But the A version is also the version that is going to have the priority switch on it, right? The switch that allows us to say, wait a minute, we don't need to make any biomass right now. We all good. Don't make none of that biomass for sure. Now we're going to take this and we're going to put this right in the front. So again, it's easy for us to come and grab it. And we'll put A on the left side, which is your incoming power. And we're just going to have it connect right over there. That's incoming power. And then our power beyond. B is, if you turn the switch off, everything on B and after goes off, right? So A is where your input is. B is your output when you have the power on. And when you have it off, it turns all this off. So we'll go ahead and take this and we will run it from our priority switch right over here. Now we also need to make sure that we did a cross connection here. I usually do cross connections in the back. It's just a habit. There we go. Got those cross connections in. Now we can go ahead and put these all in like this. Put those back in over here. Very nice. And I would leave these two things out. And then because you're going to be doing, you know, chaining, if you're going to do a whole bunch of these in a row, you would then connect one to the next one to the next one, or you would connect this backwards. But mainly what you're going to do with this one is you're going to connect that into the central power, which is running down the center of my stream, or center of my base here. And this one I can cover up because that one I'm not going to mess with. But this one over here, I'm going to connect that out into the central power. So there we go. So now we have it already set up. And by the way, we don't have to actually put in what it is that we want it to make. We've already pre-made it as biomass, converting leaves and that kind of stuff into biomass. So we'll go ahead and take all those resources. And we're getting full of resources again. We want to go ahead and name this. This is going to be called... and we're going to select yellow because this is for our power. There we go. And this is... Oh, wait, we forgot to do the whole sides and all of that. What am I doing? Confirm. We want to do all the sidings and all of that stuff as well. So what we're going to do is put in some walls. We'll put in, actually, a door here. I should put a door on the second level. If I was earlier in the game and I was doing this, I would put it on the first level, but really what you wanted is on the second level. So you can just fly right in there and then access the thing, as opposed to running in there where you're down here. And then you'd have to jump up here and do all of that. So I put it up on the second level. Also, it shows me where the front of it is, by the way. Another great use of doors is so you know where the front of your stuff is. Like right here, and we're gonna go this way. Okay. And we'll fill this in. Now, we don't need to watch all this stuff do its work. One of the few times I'll actually clip through stuff there, just so that box is on the outside edge. It's okay. Just, you know, RP that you went in and you cut a hole in the wall and, you know, made it accommodate that thing. There you go. Normally, I hate clipping. No, I definitely don't like it to clip. Okay, all the way to the front. And now you know why I also offset this just a bit forward, just so I could have that poking out the end. Like that. Now, I could put it inside there or have it come all the way out and then just put a thing in there. But I actually want it to be outside where I'm working, right? What I'm doing. Now, also what I want to do, since I've inset it a little bit, I can go in and I can put in a big old sign, maybe not that big. There we go. A big old sign as to what this is. This is going to be, oh, wrong thing right here. Biomass. So that's what that's going to do. It's going to make biomass, and we'll change our layout because I don't need to put any text there. I just need to say biomass really big. There we go. Gotta love it when it puts it in there upside down. Not really. So annoying. So annoying. Why would it put that in there upside down? I have no idea why it would do that. And you can't really tell the orientation, not too easily. Which way is up and which way is down on this thing. Still upside down. And there are little tabs on there. There's little tabs on that side. Alright, so yeah, little tabs should tell us which way's up and which way's down. Oh, I'm dropping resources. Alright, I gotta wipe out some resources here. Let's put some of this back over here. I hate dropping resources. I hate these boxes. They're so annoying. They're so annoying. Okay. And then, small billboard. Rotate it till we see the little tabs at the top. There we go. Again, I don't know why I wouldn't just automatically orient it in the right direction, but, you know, that's how it goes. Biomass. right here, and layout. Actually, I don't need to see the text. I just need to see the thing. And that's what I meant. The other way. Yes, like that. I know that's biomass. That's easy. But I could go in and actually just put the label on there and something like this. And then just put biomass conversion. Biomass factory, even better. Boom, biomass factory. All right, and again, that's why I inset it, because I can't put that on the outside of the blueprint because it won't let me do it. So if I put the walls all the way out here, I wouldn't be able to put that in there. Okay, so now we've got our biomass factory in there. Again, we don't have to have every square inch of the factory built out. Some people have that problem, like, I gotta have every square inch. Hey, you do you, brother. Me, I'm fine. This whole wall is not right. It's set down just a little bit. I don't like it. There we go. Much better. Okie dokie. Now we got that going. Now here's another cool thing that we could do. We could put foundations across the top here so that if we were on the top of this, say we were jumping from building to building and we got here and we said, hey, wait a minute, we want to put some of this in here. We could put it there too. One of the things I suggest you do, though, is to do yourself a solid here and put a sign here. Now, one of the things I would like to do with these signs is to set them down flat that way. Why they don't let you do that? Oh, I got to hold down control. Why don't let you do that just by rotating your mouse? I have no idea, but you can do it with control. Like this. And then over here. Like that. We did this one a little bit more forward. Ah. Stop dropping that stuff. Again, holding down control. And then instead of, reinventing the wheel here, we can just copy and paste. Can't be. That's turned sideways. That's rotated. I don't like it. See, how do you know which side is the top? The flat side. And I don't know why you can't just middle mouse button that one and pick up the orientation. I don't get it. We'll rotate this and see if it gets us the right thing that we want. Do a lot of this kind of fiddling around with stuff more than you really want to, I find. Okay, so again, if we're on top of it, we can say, okay, this one is for grass. We can go ahead and access the box and put the grass in there and be good. All right, there we go. Simple biomass factory. We can go in there and be good. Now, we can stack these on top of each other, but I wouldn't. I would just do this. And you're like, well, Kismet, why don't you do a whole bunch of levels? Well, I could do a bunch of levels, but how much biomass do you think I'm going to be producing, everybody? That's another thing, everybody. Again, I could put levels after levels after levels of constructors, but I think it's really not worth it. In fact, another thing that I could do is just make a two foundation one here for the front. That just says biomass factory, right? So two foundation in the front, you put the two foundations down, and then you just have a 5x5 thing that's just nothing but constructors, right? And then the constructors are a different modular part. Now, this is integrated into this one, where you can just have the constructors completely separate, and whatever you're sending to the constructors will automatically be whatever that is, right? It'll automatically convert all of that. But we're just going to go ahead and make this because it's cool looking. All right, so biomass factory number 1. So this is A dash biomass factory. Let's see, this is conversion of wood and leaves to biomass. There we go. And then again, this is going to have to do with our power, so we're going to put it as yellow. And then save the blueprint. Okay, so there's our biomass conversion. We're going to take out all of these over here. Get that one way off in the distance. Yeah, I don't like this halo thing. I want that halo thing to go away. I don't like it, but we're going to live with it for now. Okay, arrow. Facing toward the center. Like this. Now, see that thing is, this thing is like a one-off, right? So this is just the only time I'm going to use that. I'm not going to make more biomass factories. I could put another one next to it and then feed that and whatnot. But most likely this is going to be a one-off. So actually doing it in the blueprinter doesn't really help me as much as you would think. Because again, if I could have just built it. I could have just built it and it would have been done. And then I could have moved on and actually used the blueprinter for basically the next stage that I need. Right? So the next stage that I need, and we'll go over here and take the top off this just to make it easier for us to work. Like this. The next stage of this that I need doesn't have any boxes. We're going to go ahead and move the walls forward. And take out the box and hit Control to unselect that. There we go. We'll take the signs out. All of this. And not going to have a priority switch. Okay, now what this is going to have is just nothing but converters that are converting on both sides. Now, I could have done it the other way, by the way. Just have the input on one side and then the output on the other side. I'm a more of a, combine the output if it's going to be the same item. Combine the output. Now, if the outputs are two separate items, well, then that's different. That's for sure. But we can go ahead and have the input come in. And we can split the input as we're transitioning from this over to this one, and we can make it into two separate inputs. And then have the outputs be separate as well. So we could just have one input in the center, two things of outputs, and then you'd want it to merge together. So you might want to leave a row out just so you can bring these in and merge it at the final stage and do it that way. But we're just going to go ahead and do this pretty basic. So we're going to just put this one in there. And that one over there. You get the idea. And there we go. And again, once again, use our little fast trick here. Works with pipes as well. Makes that go nice and fast. Another cool thing about this, by the way, if you take this out, it'll automatically heal the belt too. Very, very cool, I think. You could also go in and make this all one long run as well. Okay. We'll do all of this. Already did all of those. Okay, and then down the middle. You're going that way. And going that way. There we go. Okay, so we have our inputs and then we have our outputs. Now our inputs and outputs are going in the same direction. That way I could have the output coming this way in the front. And what I could do is I could have this go out, come back in here, and then go into the next one and just be chaining to the next one, to the next one, to the next one. But ultimately, what I want to do is start with the biomass factory. It then goes and does the solid biomass, and then from the solid biomass, it goes into the power, which is what you want to do. And so you can put them in sequence to help yourself out in the long run as well. So very cool. Very cool. Okay, and then we can use this blueprint over and over and over for other things as well. So I'm not going to set it to any specific thing. And this in, and I would probably put a door here in the front just to be able to see the front. Really turn all this. I don't want to click this. I want this to hide. That's what I really wanted to do. We'll live with it for now. Say like that. Then we'll orient the one in the back the same way we did in the front. Like this. So that when we open the door and we're flying through, it'll open in the same way. There we go. Okay. More buildings here. Ugh. Not doing that. Recessing down like that. Okay, so we got that in. We're good to go. Now, see, this could be inputs of anything, everybody. It doesn't have to just be... it doesn't have to just be the thing we're making now, biomass. It could be anything, and we could just use this same one over and over and over again. And again, the thing about making this is you want to make it in such a way that you can, you know, flip it back the other way, flip it back this way, flip it back the other way, and keep doing that over and over again. And so having it going in the same direction makes that pretty easy. So we're going to go ahead and put in our things like before. Like this. And then this is an input. Now we're just making a generic thing for our stuff here. And this one here, these are all outputs. Okay, 2 inputs, 3 outputs. Yeah. Or we can do 1 input and 2 out. 1 input, 2 outputs. How do we want to do that? Depends on which one you're making more of. Which one has more on the belt? So say we're making biomass or solid biofuel. The input is faster. It needs more than the output. So that means that you would want to split the input because it needs more. So it needs more belts to basically make it to however far you want it to go. And the output is going to be less. So it's easier to merge that together onto a single belt. And that's usually how I decide which way I want to do that. Now, I'll make another version of this that's the reverse. So you have an input and then outputs as well. But we'll go ahead and look at that. Okay, what do we got to do? We got to put some a way of attaching power in here. So we'll want to go ahead and probably take this front one out. Just so that we can see the power connector. Our power connector's in the back. Put that back in. Oh. Oop. There we go. Power connector in the back. So we'll just choose this side, left side, and leave that out. And we'll want to run these power connectors again. Connect this across. Like that. You always want to double check your power, because you never know. And this to there. Okay, those are all connected, and I think in the back here I did a cross connect somewhere. Maybe not. Oh, I did. See, that's 3 or 4 connectors. So I have one connecting this way, one here, and then that's cross connect. We just can't see it. It's hiding underneath here. There it is. Nice. Okay, my headphones are dying. All right, let me switch. Yeah, Technina, I would 100% recommend this game. Absolutely. If you like factory building games, this is one of the best. Absolutely. And there's a lot of great factory building games. Also, Factorio and the other ones I mentioned as well. Those are also fantastic. Highly recommend. I'm a big fan of factory building games, as you can see. I forget how many hours I have on this one. This is 1,204 hours just on Steam, not counting when I've also played it on the Epic Game Store, so 3,000 hours, say 2,000 hours there, 1,200 hours on Steam. That's a lot of hours, everybody. A lot of hours of incredible fun. Better fun. I think that speaks more than anything, everybody. How many hours you have in a game tells whether you like it or not, right? You know, if you got 20 minutes in a game, probably you weren't that enthusiastic to play it, or you just didn't have enough time. Sometimes that's my problem too. But in this case, I think we're looking good. All right, so 2 inputs, 1 combined output looks good. Now, another thing that I could do, again, is set this one on top and then flip it back the other way and just have constructors after constructors after constructors. Now, again, I could do multiple levels if I want. But what I'm really trying to show today in blueprinting is that you don't have to. Is that you can just make one level and then just put down multiple levels as you need them. So you just, okay, I need 2 sets of these. Okay, 1, 2, boom. Or I need 3 sets or 10 sets or how many ever sets of these you need. It's just way easier to do it that way. And I usually leave the roof off. And that's because I want to fly down in there and make sure that everything's working. And then adjust everything to whatever I want to build. And then if I need another one, then I'll put that on top. And because I have no foundations there, it makes it easy for me to snap it and then vertically snap it over there like you saw me do earlier. But not only is this one going to be used for converting the solid biofuel, but this one's going to be used for all of the constructors I'm going to be using from now on. So again, if I'm using, say, limestone or any of that other stuff, I go in here and say, hey, I want to make some concrete. Well, the input of concrete 45 is more than the output, which is 15, which is quite common, by the way. Quite common that your input 30 is going to be bigger than your output. So that's why having 2 lines of input is actually better, because now you're at 1,400 input that you could do if you had that much on that line, as opposed to having just a single line, which would be 780 input, and that means you can only run so much down that belt. So you can run much more on the input. Now, if it's reversed, like in the case of like wire, you put 15 copper ingots in there, and it's outputting 30 wire, or in the case of quick wire, even more so, 12 and 60. Well, then you'd want it to be the reverse way. You want to have 2 output lines and then 1 input line, because this way you could get more of that output out by switching the other way, if you get the idea. And by the way, Technina, thank you very much for that Twitch Turbo on behalf of every streamer on Twitch. I appreciate you supporting all of them by having Twitch Turbo, and also the fact you don't have to watch any ads too is very cool. And it still benefits all streamers, by the way, if you have Twitch Turbo. It absolutely does. And I appreciate you all for doing that. Twitch Turbo is awesome. Okay, so there we go. I think we got what we needed. We got all of our power together. We took out this one here in the back to know where we're going to cross connect our power. And we're just going to try to be very consistent, keep it on the left side. So we've got our biomass factory, and that's about as much as we need. Now we have our constructors with 2 inputs and 1 output. So we're going to go over here, and we're going to say that this is the A version of constructors. Now notice I'm not putting it as solid biofuel. I'm actually putting it as constructors. Constructors. So this is like a generic version of the constructors. 2I for input. I'll just make smaller I. And 2O for output. Right there. Constructors with 2 inputs and 2 and 1 output. Not 2 outputs, 1 output. We haven't got to that yet. Output. And then see, I like to put it over here so I know what it is. 2I, 1O. You can make the O bigger too. You can make the I bigger, but the problem with making the I uppercase is it looks like an L to me. So I always use the lowercase I and the lowercase O. So there we go. So A constructors, 2 inputs, 1 output, and we'll put a little dash in there just to kind of separate those things. Or you can use the line, which is cool, but it doesn't like that special character, so I usually use dashes. This is why also when you see me do the date, first I use the US date, so you know it puts the month first. Which in theory, I can understand why they put the date first because it's in chronological order, so date, month, year. But in the US, we do the month first. And instead of doing 6/23/1970, which is my birthday, instead of doing it with slashes, computers do not like slashes, so I've just gotten used to doing it with dashes instead. And the reason why I do that is because I'll number like hard drives backup 6/23/1970 or whatever, and so I can use dashes instead of using slashes. Because you use slashes, that's a directory change in computers. Computers do not like that when you name stuff with slashes. Everybody, do not use slashes. That could go horribly, horribly wrong, I think. All right, constructors, and this is going to be a generic one. So we're going to put this as purple. For our generator one. So A constructors, 2 inputs, 1 output. All right, now we're good. We're going to save that blueprint. And constructor with 2 inputs, 1 output. Yes. Or actually, we should say how many constructors. Well, let's save it. And then we can go in and we can see we have 10 constructors. And this way, it's easy to do some math later. 10 constructors. Then we'll rename this to 10 constructors, 2 input, 1 output. There we go. Save. And then here's a little trick, everybody, is that where's my thing? To get rid of the other one, you want to go in and just see which one's different. You go edit, you go to this little cog here, and then you can say remove blueprint. Now, sometimes it doesn't remove the blueprint. Don't blame me. I don't make the games, everybody. But sometimes it does that. By the way, also, we could go in and we can create a subcategory. And we can say, okay, this subcategory is whatever, right? I can also go in and make a whole category over here. And then rename this to extractors. We'll do that one first, extractors. And then make another category. Oh wait, no, we'll do this one, extractors. Put a 2 on there so it doesn't say, hey, you already got that name. This one actually we want to be foundations. There we go. Foundations, extractors. So we can take our foundations here and we can put them under foundations like that. Now, of course, sometimes it's a little awkward because it should just go right in there. But the reason why it's not going in there because it doesn't have a subcategory. So you just go in here and make a subcategory, and then you call, this could be generic foundations. And then we can add a subcategory again, and this can be roads. There we go. Now when we go to grab it, we can go ahead and say generic, boom. And then this one, roads. Okay, you can organize it pretty nicely in there. The same thing here with extractors. We can add a category for that. We'll just, add a subcategory. There we go. And then the next one here is factory, what is it? Basic factory Basic factory groups, something like that. I'll just call it that. All right, basic factory groups, or add category. Nope, add subcategory. And then this will be constructors. All right, and then we'll take our constructors that we did, we'll put it in our basic group factories, we'll put it under constructors, and then we can do assemblers, you know, and so on and so forth. So that's 10 constructors there. And then we have, of course, our specific ones that we're doing, right? Our biomass burners and all of that other stuff. So we'll say power on this one, and we'll go to the power one, we'll create a subcategory, biomass, right here, and then move those over. Now, a lot of times, just because I'm lazy, I will just leave a bunch of stuff here in the center because that's easier. But I can, again, add another category. We'll call this one storage. Right here. And then we can take all of our storage ones that we made, and we can just throw them in here. But again, we need a subcategory. And we'll call this stacked storage. There we go. And good way of organizing all of your stuff here. Now, if I don't hit apply, it doesn't actually do the thing, and all of this disappears when you go out of here. It really sucks. I've done it a few times, and it's like, I screwed that up. Let's see, biomass, and then we can also create another one, which is going to be a subcategory. Nope, wrong. Nope. Remove category. There we go. I want to go into power and create a subcategory. There we go. Right here, backup power. There we go. And we can take our ones that we made, our backup batteries, and we can throw right there. Very nice. Okay. It also organizes these by alphabetical as well. Overflow mergers. We got a bunch of stuff in here we can take out. Temp stuff as well. We can take out. But let's apply our changes. Now these will be split into there. By the way, you can't move these, which kind of sucks, which I would, you know, maybe I made storage and I want storage to be at the top instead of the bottom. You can't really move it. You'd have to take it and switch it around manually. Because what you would think is you could go into edit and then just drag it. Oh, you can move it if you're in the edit. Ah, that's what it was. Yes, you can move it if you're in the edit, but you can't move it if you're not under edit. I see. Yeah, that's what it was. It was something like that. So now we know. Like Greg's example is I would want foundations first, and then maybe power, then extractors, then basic factory groups, something more like that. The stuff I would use more often, I would want up front, and then all the other stuff down below. Okay, so now that we got that going, we're ready to do our biomass factory, which we did actually already. And then we're going to leave a gap in between here, like this. And, oh, did my headphones die again? Oh, I just never set my headphones back up. So I don't even realize when the sound's not on. But you guys can hear the sound, but I can't hear it. I don't even realize it because a lot of times I'm playing games and I don't even have the sounds on. Because I'm so into what I'm doing, I never even notice. Right here. There we go. Now I can hear it. Okay, so there we go. So we got our biomass going there. And now we have our next blueprint that we're going to do, which is our A biomass burners. Right over here. Now, see how this one has a priority switch? And then this one up here has a priority switch? If I'm going to chain these in a row, I don't need that second priority switch. So what I can do is just have this more of a generic name over here, biomass production, right here. Just like that. So give that a production. There we go. You got to hit return sometimes a couple times for that name to kick in. So I actually don't need the A factory anymore. I just need the B factory. So I can just go in and say, okay, I just need the B one without the thing on there. We'll hit H there. Line that up like that. Okay, that's looking good. Did we not? I thought we set the outputs of this. Apparently no. Huh, we didn't set the output on the outside here. Kind of sworn that we did. Well, here, we'll take this all out. We'll put that back in a minute. All right. Let's save what we got over here. And we can... that wall back in. All right, let's make sure we save this first before we do that. Over the other one, and we're going to load blueprint. And we're going to see... we might have fixed it on the blueprint, but never updated it on that one. But we definitely want to have it. Oh, we did not. Okay, well, let's just fix it on the thing then. Even though I actually am only going to use one, so really no any point, but whatever. But we'll make it so that it is modular, and we can just keep it going if we want. I could have sworn I went in and did it, but maybe I forgot. Oh. There's some connections here, too. What the heck? What is going on? Yeah, I missed some connections there, too. That's going to happen, everybody. You're going to make them mistakes from time to time. All right, and we'll also take these foundations out. I typically don't like foundations at the top. Just because it's easier for me just to go in there and do it. But you can also fly in. Also because it also is lit up from the sun when you're doing it. It's easier to see mistakes and issues. So we'll go with that. And we will save that blueprint. All right, right over here. We'll go ahead and put it down again. Sometimes you put this stuff down a lot. Take it out, put it down, take it out, put it down. Again, this is a one-off, but I'm just showing you kind of the A-B system that I like to use. So there we go. And then connect that to power. And then this is going to be biomass production. Yeah. There we go. Very nice. Okay, we already got the power in there. That's all looking good. And we got those all connected. We can see red lights, which is good. That's what we want to see. Okay, let's try that again. Let's go ahead and get our B version of our biomass burners. And we want to line it up so that the output of this is the input of the next one. So that's going to make the biomass, and then the biomass is going to go into here. And then the biomass is going to fuel these, right? And fuel all this stuff. But you're like, well, wait a minute. I want to do the solid biomass, right? Not just the regular biomass, but the solid biomass. All right, so we'll take that out. We'll take the blueprinting out. And so what we'll do is we'll just take our constructors and put them there instead. And again, why does it not have my inputs and outputs for my thing? Oh, there we go. I had to rotate it. I hate that orange thing, man. I don't like the orange thing that's still there, and it's kind of, you know, showing the thing that I just took out. It's really obnoxious. I don't know how to get rid of it. It's really obnoxious, and I don't want to say it. Okay, so the output of this is going to get split. So we're going to split this like this. Actually, we could split it on the center. There we go. And we'll take the output of this, and we will split it into both inputs there. All right, so it takes the leaves, takes the wood, and it goes ahead and combines it together into biomass. That combined biomass will then come out of here into here and then split into both inputs because you want to have run as much inputs as you can. Now, the output's only going to be 780, so that's actually going to slow this down. Now, in this case, see, look, this one is the reverse. The input is less than the output. So the output is the one that you want to have 2 instead of just 1. Now, again, we can fix that by switching this all around, but I can tell you that 780 biomass is more than enough. That's more than enough of running that in. So now we'll go over here and we'll say that we want this to be, and we can make each individual process, by the way, we can make it solid biofuel. And if I was going to make a whole bunch of these, I would open. I forgot to put those foundations in too. I see. I forgot to do them foundations. And I put them back in. Oh, it's, huh. Oh, this is the other one. This is the other one. All right, so let's save this. Reload. You're going to do a lot of this, everybody. A lot of this kind of iterating on it. Now, again, if it's something that you're going to use over and over and over again, it's worth your time to come in and perfect that thing. Oops, that's the wrong one. Perfect it so that when you're using it all over your factory, you don't have to keep going back and fixing stuff later on. We need the constructors is what we need. There we go. Got to put these foundations back when I was fixing this. Come on, foundations. Blueprint mode, that's why. All right, now we're getting somewhere. Let's see. We left this one in the front open so we can connect the power. And then I guess we'd leave the back one open to connect the power there too. Yes, let's do that. Okay, and then again, we loaded it. We have the name of it in there, so we know it's exactly the same name. Then we save it again. Then we go and do this one again. All right. And I would definitely take out your connections here. Okay, and then 10 constructors. And hit H to align that. Looks good. Then I have the straight function on, so it creates this really nice 90-degree stuff going there. Now again, if I wanted this to chain to the next one, these outputs here would really be useful, but I'm not going to chain them there. This is going to make the biofuel here and then end up in here. Again, we'll just go bio, solid biofuel, copy, copy. We should connect the power first when we're doing this, because you can see I'm dropping down there. Let's connect this power. So over here, yeah, I should leave out that left corner too. There we go. All right, now you can see I can move around. Oh, I can't move around. What the? Oh, I didn't connect this yet. All right. Why is that not transferring that power? I don't know. I can't see whether they're red or not because this stupid orange thing is in the way. See, that should have transferred power. All right, what is it that's causing us not to have power here? It's not going over to here. I thought that was transferring to this one. Yeah, it's got 4 connections. So this one should be transferring over to here. Oh, I got it turned off. That's exactly what it is. I don't have it turned off. It's just off. And I'll show you why. No, I don't want to do that. I want to put this down there. Now put it down there and stop screwing around. Get out of vertical mode. It's because we put it back in again and we have to flip the switch. But that's a good thing. You want that to be able to switch that off. Okay, that's what it was. Again, sometimes you gotta think through the troubleshooting. Put that back in. All right, now it's working good. Okay, again, the stupid orange thing would go away. Check all these are biofuel. Oh, I'm on the biomass. Biofuel, biofuel, biomass. Why is that biomass? I don't want biomass, I want biofuel. Solid biofuel, as a matter of fact. That's why I double check these, just in case you know, I'm copy pasting the wrong thing. Let's just double check them all again. Yes, I can see it that fast. Okay, so there we go. So now we have the next part of the process. So it's going to convert the leaves and convert the biomass. And then it's going to convert it into solid biomass back here. And we can take this out. And then we're finally ready for our other part here. Grab a foundation. And we'll soup some foundations back here. And then this is going to have a central output as well. So we're going to do power B version. And boom. Okay, now speaking of power, let's take our power from here. And we will put it right to there. And then we'll go look at our ones at the top. Yeah, they got red lights, which means they are connected to power. And then easy that we just put the output of this one to the input of that one. Yes, and I could have just manually built this, by the way, a lot faster. But if I want to come back later and expand this, I can just use those 3 blueprints again and again and again and again. Or I could stack them upwards. If I need more of any one thing, I could then just keep running and running and running. Now, right now it says no power, but it doesn't really mean that because there should be little red lights on, which means that it is actually getting power. Because if I go over here and I disconnect the actual line itself, then this should be not flashing at all. Wait a minute, why is it flashing? Maybe we got to connect that in. All right, well, whatever. So again, the output of this is the power. So this actually doesn't have an output, this top part. In the end result, it will just be this. Now it's a good time to label everything. And since I have the label on this one at the bottom, what I can do is go here and just label this over the top of this one. And so I will middle mouse button this here. And then I will just put this like this. And so this is the biomass factory right there. And then this part over here is paste. There we go. Is going to be our solid biofuel. Like so. All right. Oh, and I forgot to change the solid thing here. Solid. Solid. There we go. Put that in there. Solid biofuel. And then way back here in the back, oop, we got a door over the top of that. And then way back into here is our biomass burners. So we can take a look at where that one's at. We'll say right here. And we'll put it up here. Oop, I forgot to pick it up. Again, you add like label. I usually add labels at the end if I don't integrate it into the thing. And then this is going to be biomass burners. And then again, I could have integrated that into the actual design itself, so it was set back by one, and then it would do the biomass burners. So there we go. So if I'm over here, I can very quickly look and see all three of those in a row. Isn't that cool? And I specifically made them like that, by the way, so they tier up like that. So you got the 2 here, and then that one I put at 3, and then the one at 4. Again, that's thinking very far ahead right there. That's very, very far ahead. All right, so our biomass factory is styling. All we have to do is put some leaves in there and some wood in there, and in theory, all of that is going to start up. So let's do it. Let's test it out. So we'll go in here into our dimensional depot. We'll get some wood. We'll get some leaves. You always want to test this stuff, everybody. Absolutely. To see if it works. So wood in that one. Leaves in this one. And let's see what happens. So we'll look and see if it's feeding all of the things. Yes. Okay. They're all getting fed. Are we seeing some green lights? Green lights. This whole section is good. All right. This is going to go out. Feed that solid biofuel to both sides. And then, biofuel, and then we have the solid biofuel here running there. And you can see that it's not making enough biofuel to max out that line, because that line is going really, really fast. Over here it is, but over there it's not. So again, switching it the other way, and I did this on purpose so you can see why you want to think about your inputs and outputs when you're making either a double line or a single line of inputs and outputs. Now, it doesn't matter, everybody. This is more than enough than I will need. It's actually a tremendous amount. So there we go. Now, again, we could have more of these that we're just doing and converting, or we could put it up on top, flip it the other way, bring it up, and then bring it back, and so on and so forth. So very versatile. And we're going to use this particular layout, this particular blueprint over and over and over again. You'll see I'm going to use this one a tremendous amount. Down the road. And we're working on mainly on our extraction today. Now, in this case, there's no node extraction, but we're starting with our extraction, which is we extract it, we put it in there, and then it does the thing. And we'll also work on actual node extraction next after this. We're going to do solid biofuel first. So now we got our biomass burners, and we want to see if our biomass burners are getting the stuff. And I can tell you it's not, because it is red. And we can put this one back in here because this is about as much biomass burners we're going to do. But we can see it's going in there. So let's check this bottom level. Is this bottom level working? Yes, look at it go. All right, that's working great. Now it stopped running because I ran out of leaves and wood here. But let's go ahead and do some more leaves and wood. Leaves. Too bad you can't just, can you control click that? Yeah, you can just control click it. Leaves on this side. Now make sure you get it right. There we go. And then wood over here. Yeah, control click. Control click allows you to take it out. Okay, yeah, you just control click over and over again. Okay, and there we go. Now that'll go and make more biomass. So the big problem is it's going in here. And then we should make ourselves a nice little row here, just in case we suddenly fall to our doom. There we go. So what we need to do is have that, have those inputs. I think, yeah, over here. Just making sure that's a biomass burner. Have that input also go up into there, so the solid biofuel is also going to the second row as well. And then on the other side, now you can also figure out all the numbers, and then this one would go up into the next level. We messed that up. We put that right where our thing was. Yes, this should be here. Do we do that on the blueprint? That's a good question. That should be there. Let's go do that again. Middle mouse button this. And we'll just put it next to it over here. And we gotta copy the thing just to get the same format. Biomass burners. There we go. All right, so this one's got to come up here into there. So this is an output. This is an input. And then put that like that. Okay. We'll have to check the original blueprint, see if that's working. Now, what will happen is the ones at the bottom will fill up first, and then the ones in the middle, and then the ones on the top, because we're using a manifold. Now, another thing that we could do right here at the input is that we could split this input into thirds. So I could have one going in here, one going in the second row, and one going in the third row, and it would go one here, one here, one here, one here. So then it would be evenly load balancing all three rows equally with stuff. And you can do that as well. I find manifolds take up less space, less of the dynamics you have to do to make all that work. You can also go in and test it, by the way, because you can grab some of this and, oh, there it goes. You can grab some of this and just put it in the top one. But what needs to happen is these bottom ones down here need to fill up first, right? So this one's filled up with 200. And then this one over here is still working on it. It's at 20 right now. And so we got this power going. Now, earlier when I was playing the game, much earlier in this playthrough and the other playthrough, when I went to turn this off, it didn't all go off. So let's see what happens. Okay, those went off. These went off. Our biomass burners are not off. They are definitely on there. Can't get up here. I get on the edge of the belt. There we go. So our biomass burners are definitely still running, and they should be off. It should be like I just flipped this switch right here, and it goes off, but it doesn't do that, and that sucks. But it will keep from making any more biofuel, and so I can just let it run out that biofuel, and then just turn it off so it's not making more biofuel, and then when I'm ready, I turn it on and it makes more biofuel. It kind of sucks though, because what you really want to do is turn that off. You want that to actually turn the switch of your biomass burners off as well, so that basically it's turning everything off. It's not burning up your solid biofuel for no reason. And that's a bummer also because, I gotta try to jump my way out of here. It's also a bummer because you'd want to save that biofuel for sure. All right, let's go back over here. And we'll turn this back on. And you can see that here in the B side, now it's providing the B side with that power. Now I have 24,000 power, everybody, so it's not like I'm close to even close to hitting that power. And I'm actually producing more power now. What you want to see is a nice solid gray line, by the way. You don't want to see this up and down thing. And usually you want to leave a bit of space up there as well. So you also want to have some batteries like I do, just in case. But eventually when this gets up to speed, it will then be just fine. But in my case, I don't want to make any more of the biomass here because I don't want to waste all my biomass. So I'm going to turn this off and it will stop making it. And this stuff will just end up in the machines or behind the machine, but actually not running in here and making the stuff in the machine. Which I think is pretty cool. Now, the other cool part of this is the fact that I can control that from wherever I am. So if I go over here or over wherever, I'll just put one right here by my primary base. Ooh, right here by this thing that we connected. Ooh, even better. Yeah, so we're going to put one right behind this one right here. A priority switch. And we'll put it right here. Like this. And then we'll go in here and we'll run some power to it because we got to connect it to the power grid to access the power grid. So there we go. And this will be the hub power check. Right there. Now, I don't need to turn the power on because I'm not running the power. But the cool thing is it lets me do the circuit breaker priority. And you can see I've already got a couple of them here for coal and water and turbo fuel. And we're going to revamp all of that. That's what we're working on right now. So biomass production, I'm going to go ahead and put that in priority group number 2. Again, I don't really need it right now. And if I really want to keep my power on, I really want to keep my turbo fuel and coal power. But really, power production should always be in priority group number 1. It absolutely should. And again, I can press on off, which does absolutely nothing, by the way. It's like, see how it highlights like you can click it like a button, but it doesn't do it. It's just telling you which way is off and which way is on, which is kind of weird. Because actually this is off when it's this way and that's the on. So I think you should be able to click that. I don't know. But such is the way it goes. So if I want to turn that on, I can turn it on right here from my central base, which is awesome. Now just imagine all the other pub checks here, right? All the other production that you can turn on and off remotely from my actual hub. So the center of my entire base can be easily turn everything on and off. And that's why we're going to be revamping all the power and all that stuff. So each particular line of production has its own sets. And usually you also want to have them separately on extractors and all of that as well. So biomass done, right? I told you we're going to rebuild all of the different productions at some point, and so we started with biomass, which is one of the things you do at the very beginning of the game. You're like, no, Kismet, I do iron plates. How do you make them iron plates? You make them iron plates, well, you can make them in the thing, but if you're going to automate them in the hub, in the bench, but if you're going to automate them, you're going to need some power to run the constructor. So before you run the power in the constructor, what you're going to do is collect wood and collect leaves so that you can put those in the biomass burner, which is in the back of the hub, and then do it. So this is actually your first process that you actually need to get going, meaning that you need to get leaves and get wood for your biomass burner. Now, in my case, I'm converting it from the basic leaves and wood, which is normally what you put in there right in the very beginning, into the biomass, which is a much more powerful fuel. And then I'm making it into solid biofuel, which is a much more powerful fuel than the biomass. And then I'm running it into the biomass burners, which is my actual power. So there we go. You get the idea now, everybody. And it's all in one switch. So I can turn it on or off at any time that I need it. And so I can backlog a ton of stuff in here. And I can go look and see if I have some more leaves. I'm all out of leaves. I go collect a ton if I want. But I can also put any excess stuff that I have. If I'm just running around and I end up with a bunch of leaves and wood, I can just keep putting them in here. And then at some point, if I need that biomass, I can turn it on. Now, how much power should we get from our biomass over here? Now, really what you want to do is work your way backwards. Like, how much do you need to produce per minute to keep all of those going, right? Like, how much do I need to run down the line here to actually get the biomasses going? So it's 4 per minute. And so we have, 10, 20, 30 of them, right? So 30 times 4, which you can do in game, by the way. You can just go like this, 30 times 4, it's 120. So it needs to make 120 of them every minute to keep it going. Now, if I have it load balancing, then it actually will be balanced in the fact that all of them will be getting it equally. Now, power is one of those things that load balancers really do a good job for. So instead of just doing manifolds here, we can go in, like this. We can go in and, again, run this out, split it, and then have one going in here. And then one would have to go on the other end, and then one on the other end. Now, another thing that we could do is in our blueprint is have all of these the same direction, right? If we had the inputs all the same direction and not doing where we're chaining it from one level to the other, all I'd need to do is take a splitter and put it right here. And then I could take that, get some power over here. Get some power over here. Hold on, I gotta run up here. Get me some power. I'm gonna run some separate power over this way. We should run a road right there too. Right down the side there. Now we'll do a road out here. Where's our blueprint? Right there. So we'll turn this and yeah, that'd be perfect. Road right there. Okay, before I get too far, I also want to put a road this way. Just a little bit over. There we go. Switch to blueprint mode so it snaps. And then take this out. Blueprint mode. And then we'll connect our line runs. Where is it? Oh, I flipped that one. That one I flipped. Do that again, this time with it facing. Huh. Hard to see. Huh, put it on that side. Oh, this one I must have put the arrow the other way. Right. I turned the arrow the other way. Yep. So that arrow is not facing toward me, it's facing away. Come on. Like that. There we go. All right. So we'll put our power here. Let's go ahead and connect this to the front. Oh, let me turn my sound back on. Up here. And down the middle of the road. All right, very nice. Now I can come over here and float around because I've got the power from over there to float around. So again, we could just put a splitter there, and then we could run this up, and that could go to the second level, and then we could run this up, and that could go to the third level, and that would be a load balancer right there. And it would balance out each of those to do that. Now, do I really care? Not really. Because you know what will happen eventually is that because this is producing way more than 120, this is producing 60 per minute. And if I put a massive amount of leaves and whatnot in there, eventually this would make more than then it would fill each and every one of them up at a speed of 780, and it only needs 4. And it would fill up every one of those, everybody. Absolutely, because it only needs a speed of, it only needs them to be 120 per minute. And I can produce 60 per minute each one. So this is 120, and that's 120, and that's 120, and that's 120, and that's 120. Again, that's a lot, everybody. That's a tremendous amount for us to feed just into 30 biomass burners. So again, that's a lot. But again, we can utilize that. Oh, got another 2 hours here. Good morning, Blind X Coder. Thanks for coming and hanging out. So now our biomass thing is all set up. And so I'm going to separate my biomass from my coal power now. Now, coal power is going to be more tricky because we got to get that water from way down there to way up here as well. And then we also need to get our coal power, our coal over here as well. So we're going to be revamping how we get our coal. We're going to be revamping how we do our power for our thing. But let's go down here and take a look at what we currently got. Now, I've built 140 coal power before, which is pretty epic, everybody. That's a lot of coal. But one of the things is, most of the time, you're going to obsolete your power. Look at all this power over here, everybody. This is all turbo fuel along with coal power right here. Very cool. And then on this side, we're actually making fuel, and then we're making turbo fuel here. And then these are all the power plants that we're running, our fuel plants that are running. But as you can see here, we have 6 extractors, and we have our 6 and 6 over here, or 5 and 5. This is 6 and 6. 6 and 6 of our coal plants, and you can see our water is coming in, and we have things on both sides to distribute that water. You can also put it in the center like I've done here, so it can go that way, this way, it can go around that way. and it can go around this way. So you're getting it evenly fed on 3 different sides to keep that water nicely balanced. And you can see that we put our coal plants down, and we've nicely run all of this way over here. But if I ever wanted to mess around with this, the problem is this is way down here. Now, typically, I like to keep the coal plant by the water, but I'm going to build a big old hydro plant here, so I'm going to adjust this. Now, the thing I don't need down here is any of this other stuff. You know why? Because it's not using water. So it actually doesn't need to be down here. It can be anywhere I want it to be, because I can take the oil from over there. See it coming in? I can take the oil there, and I can run that oil wherever. It doesn't really matter. Oh, you know the other thing we want to take out? We want to take out our augmenter here. See if we got enough space. We do. Okay. Let's take out our augmenter here. Because we're going to take that augmenter and we're going to move it up to where we were. So we'll work a bit on coal power, or I might just leave it. I don't know. I'm kind of go back and forth whether I should just leave it. I think I should just leave it. And then what I'm going to do is divert my oil to be delivered up there. And then that oil power will be right next to where my hub is. So if I need to think about my oil power, it's literally right there where I could utilize it. And of course, we already made some plans and blueprints for all of that. And what we want to do is, see how I put these all in a row like this? This is actually not a good way of doing this. In the long run, this is actually going to hurt you more than it's going to help you. Because the same thing with pipes is you want to have it load balanced when you're working with your power, right? With your power, you want it to come in the middle, and then split and go this way, and split and go that way. And so you have these kind of split up. My rule of thumb is usually like 6 of them in a row. And then run a pipe in between, and then 6 in a row, pipe in between. And we can do that. We can run cross runs and all of that. But you can see over here that it's coming in from the turbo fuel here, and it's running this way, and then it's also running this way. So we're splitting over here, and then it has to make its way from over here all the way to the end, which is why your ones at the end are typically starving for turbo fuel. And you can see over here, some of those are red. So that's something that we need to work on and fix. Of course, we could produce extra turbo fuel, and eventually it would get up to speed. But you'll see that that's what causes that, you know, power line to go up and down. And so we definitely want to work on that, so that's more balanced and more ends up at the end. This is 18.75. I think we already did this calculation. 600. What's the input of these? Yeah, 600 times 18.75. 600 divided by 18.75 is 32. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 20. So that's actually 40. Oh, 18.75. 600 divided by this 32, not 40. Ah, see, what's happening is the turbo fuel is coming out of here, but it can't go through the pipe fast enough because I miscalculated there. Yeah, that was, it's probably because I did the fuel calculation and not the output calculation too, because I have to do the input, which is 22.5 per minute, is going to split these in different ones. As you can see, we have different lines running and splitting those from over here, then over here, and so on. So yeah, that should have been 32 total. Yeah. That's 10. That's 10. That's 20. 600 divided by 18.5 is 32. Yeah, so that should have been 16. 10 and 6. 10 and 6. Because that's the maximum output of the thing. See, of the pipe. So what we really need to do is have this one break off into a second pipe. Yeah, we could fix that. Oh. I don't like that at all, but we'll do what we got to do. Okay, so this one is struggling at the end. How many of these do we have? Man, I must have definitely didn't do the output math and only did the input math. 1, 2, 3, 4, 12. That's 12. So 24 total. 7.5 per minute. So 600 divided by 24 is 25. So I can produce 25 each one. Yeah, okay, so that should be plenty. And why can that not run that enough? What's here? Oh, this needs more compacted coal too. But yeah, that math is wrong though, because I just looked at the outputs and I was like, wait a minute, that seems like too many of those in a row. We're gonna fix all of that too. We're gonna fix all of that at our base. And we're gonna take all of this power and move it up. I'd probably leave the coal there. That coal's not hurting anything sitting there. We're definitely gonna move the oil though. In fact, look at this. We're doing our blueprinting there. Because in the long run, I don't really need to go to the coal, and I don't even need to go to the biomass. But I would go to the biomass probably more than I would go to the coal, because if the coal goes off, I need something to turn it back on with. So yeah, that's definitely something big time. Okay, we need to take a break too, so we're going to do that here in just a moment. Let's go ahead and take this hypertube back up here. We need to work on our battery backup next too. We should go do that. So many things I could do, everybody. There's like 1,000 things I could do in this game right now. But I'm just thinking of what the highest priority of what I should be doing, right? And it always has to start with power. And when you're working on extraction, you got to get your power squared away so you can get your extraction squared away. And then, of course, the extraction of the water and the extraction of the coal for that coal plant needs to be under control too. So I can say, okay, this is a power extractor. And when we come back, we'll start on a spreadsheet too. We'll start a new spreadsheet. I know you guys are always excited about new spreadsheets. Now, what I'm going to do with my backup power is I'm going to put it here by my space elevator. Let's go look at the blueprint first before we do that. We're going to make a whole bunch of these, everybody. It's going to be a crazy ton of power. Okay, and then we'll go ahead again. Just save it again, just in case. And then clear it out. Let's grab some of these resources. Our power implementer. Where do we want to put that? I'm going to put it right over here. Or power augmenter. Power augmenter is really useful, but you know, I find you only need one, everybody. Summer sloops are fairly expensive. So I usually put one. That needs to be way bigger. And then again, I sometimes I use the same color for multiple things. So in this case, this has to do with our power. So we're going to color that for power. Hit H on that to nudge it. Perfect. Okay, where is the power connector? All right. Now, the most important thing about this, everybody, is to go up here and lick this. Like this. Okay, maybe that was a bad idea. That was a real bad idea. Probably bad. Probably a really, really bad. I actually survived that, everybody. I thought I was going to die. I did actually try to die on purpose there. But that's actually funny that I survived. All right, back over this way. We're going to get to all these extractors. We're going to be going all night long, everybody. We got a ton of stuff coming up. Hey, Mamo, what's up? Thanks for coming in and hanging out. Appreciate everybody coming in and hanging out today. So don't lick that, everybody. Not good. That was funny. I totally thought I was going to die on that one. But we didn't. We made it. Looks like we made it. Now, we're going to leave this power here for now, by the way, and I'm going to actually remake this entire thing before I switch my power over. Otherwise, all my power will go off, and we don't want it to go off until we're ready to do a switcheroo on that. So there we go. And again, this Satisfactory is an instant buy for me, everybody. I don't have an affiliate link or any of that stuff, so you know I'm telling it to you straight. This game is phenomenal. And man, it's been 4.5 hours and it feels like that much time went by. By the way, I could use my hypertube. I forget, you know, I'm so used to just flying around and going there. I forget that I got a hypertube I could be using. Okay, very nice. By the way, I think we could probably fill in a little bit of this road now. There we go. Okay, so before we go though, we're gonna pull up our power thing. Before we take a quick break anyway, we'll go into power and we'll pull up our battery backups. I do not have the resources. Confirm. What do I need? Oh, more modular frames. How sad. How sad. Well, looks like we're going on a little trip. I find for going straight up like this, hypertubes are better, everybody, than trains. Look at that. Looks good. And again, I'll come back and add roofs and all of that stuff later. But again, while I'm in the middle of working on stuff, I prefer the roof to be off. Okay, we need some frames over here. And I told you eventually we're going to have to come over here and grab some things from time to time. But the cool thing is right now it's throwing it in the dimensional depot again. In there. Oh, I could have took some out of the dimensional depot and just had it run more in. I just thought of that. And also, I just love to jump off of stuff and free fall down. Again, since I have the power down the middle of the road, when I get close, I can just hit the space bar and then my little hover pack will kick in. Okay, let's try this again. I just want to try to load it here and then we'll take a break. Loading. Power and battery backup. There we go. Very nice. Very sexy. Sexy power. Okay. So what we want to do is come back in a minute and make a whole bunch of these stacked up. And then we're going to take this and actually make a whole bunch of these stacked on top of each other, stacked on top of each other. so that we could basically equal the amount of power that we already have. And this is going to be a lot of modular frames and whatnot that we're going to use, but totally worth it. Now, I have two types of power, by the way. I have an online backup power and then offline backup power. So say you had like a battery bank for your phone, right? If you have a battery bank and you have it plugged into your phone, that's online power, right? So it's actually charging the thing, or if you lost power on this, it would didn't start charging it. If you flipped a button or whatever you got on it. And then one that's offline means that you charge it all the way up and then it's not connected to anything. So it's fully charged, but it stays charged, unlike in reality where batteries actually run down even if you don't have them plugged into anything. Have you ever had a car battery do that on you? But in game, it will stay charged forever until you need it. Then what you do is you flip it on when you need it and you turn it off when you don't. Because this way you have emergency backup power. And that's always a good thing. Always good. Z-Cell, I know, right? It looks like something out of your Tesla right there. So we'll get in and we'll do that here in just a moment. Let's go ahead and take a break first. We're going to go down here and work a bit on our power, and then we'll be ready to work on our extractors. And again, we're going to start with our coal power. We'll go over and work on its dedicated extractor. Which we've already run the lines for it, so we'll just probably leave the lines for now. And then we're going to start to work on the extraction for the oil and reset that all up so it's up at this level. And we can run that oil over here, and then we'll have all of our power lined up nearby. Now, I think your power is the number one thing that should be by your hub. Also, your resources should be nearby. That's also useful. But your power is the thing you're always screwing around with, everybody, because you need more power, or something went off, or your power went off for some reason. What was it that caused it to go off, and so on and so forth. So I feel like all your basic power, like your biofuel, that's pretty close down there. I can go down there and get that down there. And then, of course, your liquid fuel or your solid fuel, or liquid fuel, and your turbo fuel should be nearby. Your nuclear should not be nearby. That should be out there, out that way, way over there by where you're extracting it. Don't put that nearby because it does nothing but radiate you the whole entire time. Backup power should be nearby, so you can flip that on and off. But of course, we'll put it on a priority switch, and we'll be able to control it from no matter where we are. All right, so lots of stuff still to do. We're going to come back and do that in just a moment. First, we're going to go ahead and get words on stream up here for you guys to play. Right over here, like this. All right. And away we go. I'll be back in just a moment. just that good, blind coder. That's why. You're just that good, brother. I only speak one language, and I speak it badly. English, or American English, as it's sometimes known. But yeah, even then, there you go. Probably went to better schools than we did. My school, I just tried not to get stabbed or shot. That was pretty much it. I just tried not to die. I'm not kidding either. I just tried not to die in my youth, everybody, from crazy people at school, let alone trying to actually learn something. Bad English is your second language. That's my first language. All right, let's go ahead and get back into it, everybody. Boom, back to some Satisfactory right over here. All right, so we want to take this and we want to make a whole bunch of these all stacked up nicely. So what we can do is go ahead and modify this one. We're going to throw in some walls here and basically just get this so we can stack them on top of each other. Now you can see also this doesn't have any foundations on this one. So we'll have to start it on some foundations. How high does this need to be? 3 up. Okay. And then if we're 3 up, we could then put down a foundation and see how we like that. That's not bad. Over here, where's this one finishing at? It's finishing on this one, because we'll need to run that up to the next one. Because if we put it down again on top of that, then basically we could just run that one up, and then it would connect to the one and then run it up again. On the other side, we'd have to flip it, right? Or no, we could just use this one here in the back. Use that one. Because these are tied across. See, like this, tied across here, tied across there. Because that's what you got to do to make that work. So we'll leave that one, and we'll leave that one open, say. Then this one here in the front. I'll leave this out. And we'll just do this. All right. Nope. Turn the sounds back on too. That's kind of sticking out of there. Sticking out of there. We got lots of room in the back, so that's not really centered. That's not very centered, is it? Frankly, we could probably move it over to the edge and then not need the whole row there. All right, hold on. We're gonna clear this, and then we're gonna actually put it down as a blueprint. And we need more modular frames, so we'll put some in our inventory this time to be smart, and it will automatically put some more in the dimensional depot. There we go. Okay. So while we're waiting for that to go, we'll take a look at how we want this to be. Just like that. Oh, it still ends up, or does that outer row. You know what we should do? We should probably take that last row out just to save us a whole row. That's unnecessary. Oh, now we need more wire. Wire. Grab some of that out of there. Let it run back in. Yeah, I'm kind of feeling that that's what we should do. Yeah, because it lines up right to the edge of that that foundation, and we can't put another row in, so it makes this whole entire last row, this whole edge, extra. But what we want to do, though, is nudge it over by 1 so that the other rows are centered. And that gives a little room away from the wall. Again, you don't have to fill up the whole entire blueprinter, everybody. It's not necessary. the best thing to do is have it optimized where you're using the least amount of resources for the biggest return on it. Oh, I should have pushed it back a little bit too. Oh, hold on. Should have pushed it back a little bit. Do it again. Hit an H. Yeah, so it's that way and then a little bit this way. Let's try that. Okay, that's much better. Bit more centered, and then it's using the least amount of space in there, and that's going to allow us to optimize that a little better. All right, wall is what I'm looking for. We could have done this on the 4x4. Let's see if we try to put another one this way, it's same thing. So it doesn't quite get the next both of those in. So this would have to be 6 long to make that happen. Or worry about things like that later. No spoilers. No spoilers, everybody. Well, we'll get into some stuff later on. When I do it on stream, I'll talk about it. But other than that, don't say anything that's coming up. Even though I have played through the entire game and unlocked everything in the game now, but that was on my last playthrough. Okay, yes, that's much more concise, much nicer. I like that a lot more. All right, very nice. And then we will put in our foundations on the top this time. It's like a battery box. Just like this. All right, and so we're going to name this one single level battery box. Oh, and this is going to be temp, I believe, or maybe we'll make it permanent later. All the temp ones I just leave as the default icon, so I know later that that I might want to get rid of those. But now all we should have to do is go in and do this. Snap this in here. Like this. To the front. Like that. So we need more wire. Wire. We'll click that out. And probably more modular frames. We'll get all those out. Those will fill up here in a minute. See how that's looking. So yeah, maybe... yeah, maybe one more stack on top of that. That would be a big battery bank. And then we'll connect the two things together. And probably a good idea to connect it to the outside too. After we put all these levels in, we'll connect it on the outside of the frame. And then when we put it down, we can just run that outside into the center. And that'll be good. And then we'll put a label on the front. Or what we can do is, we'll look and see what color we're using. Green. Let's color all of these green out here. For power. Give us something to do while we're waiting for our resources. Okay. Are we ready for another one? Still need wire. It's working on it. Might be faster for us to go get it. We're gonna have to do another one here in a second anyway, so we can go get a bunch of wire and a bunch of plates. Or modular frames. Yeah, wire and modular frames. Cool every time. Cool. Wire and modular frames. All right, right over here. And we have a bunch. Let's get a bunch more. And then over here, wire. Let's put the small one back. Take one out. Take the small one. Put it back. And then get a bunch of full stacks. There we go, and that'll put that rest of that in the dimensional depot. Down's going to be much faster than up. Okay. Not gonna let us do this because of the walls. Yeah, I think it's gonna hose us because of the walls. Bummer. Yeah, because the walls go outside the edge of the thing. Guess we could just put it in the center. All right. Yeah, now we're dropping stuff. Putting some inside this box here too. There we go. All right, we already have the blueprint, so we don't have to worry about that. All right, so we'll just put this in the center. Because it's going to not let us stack it if we don't. But it's going to be offset when I put it down. Yeah, let's try it. Let's see. Let's put it down and see if it puts it down offset. T is for temp, OS is for offset. Save. I think it doesn't really matter if you're putting it down on some other foundations. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Okay, cool. All right. If we had foundations at the bottom and we were aligning it to that, then that would be offset. But it's not, so we're good. I forgot which way that was going to go. All right. Well, that's good. Now we got this one in there. Now we need a whole lot more of dish stuff in here. There we go. So that's all lining up. Okay. Oh, and I didn't color it. I didn't save the coloring. All right. Put all the resources back in the thing. I could just reload it. Yeah, load blueprint. I think it's going to be offset if I do. Oh no, I put it in the center. Okay. Cool, it's back in the center. All right, I forgot to, when I went to do it again, I forgot to color this thing in again. So let's color all this in so we don't have to color all of them all in, but I guess I could have just done it while I was at it. This way we can get the floors as well. Also, we can limit just painting to the walls too, so it doesn't accidentally paint stuff way off in the distance. Okay, so that temp one is, we'll save. That is the offset one. And then now when we put this down, they'll all be pre-colored. Like that. That's why I always check, because sometimes it's off like that, and you gotta come back and do it again. All right, that's a lot of batteries right there. I forgot to count how many batteries that was. I guess we could go in and count how many are in a row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, 10, 15, 20. Right? Take them all off and double check. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Oh, okay, that's even better. 25, so 25, 50, this is 75. Okay. I'll put all these back in. Okay, now we gotta connect these ones at the end. Every 3 things? No. This one. It's every 2, so here. Okay, so this one will connect up to that one. But I can't connect that one to that one because I have to go along the back. And 2 down this one. Connect this one up to this one. That one? Nope, apparently not that one either. I thought that was the last one. Oh, it's on the other side. Yes, it's this one. Connected to that. Okay, so that's connected there. Connected in the front to this one, and then this one up to that one. Nice. Okay. Now that is some serious backup power. Okay, but we need one of these to come out onto the side of the wall. And so that one, if that one's connected upwards. What about this one here? Can we get this one? No. Hmm. We can get this one. Hmm. Yeah, we can connect that out, and then we can connect this up to there. So we can connect that in the front, and then stack these on top of each other, and chain these that way, or just chain them on the front. Either way. All right, that's good. Again, since it's offset from the blueprinter, you can put stuff on the outside, like double wall connections like that. Very cool. All right. Actually, we should probably also think about entry door. Guess I need to look in there. Do I really need to look in there? Probably not. I'll just take a wall out and put it back after I'm done. Okay, I think that's good. So this is going to be our 75 battery backup. What's it? Vertical. 75 storage batteries. Batteries stacked 25 per level. Offset from center with no foundations at bottom. All right, then we'll select an icon, battery, wrong battery, storage, what it's called, power storage, yeah. And then yellow for our select color. Okay. Now, see, that's a lot of resources, though, that you need to make that happen. So we'll see what happens. Let's go ahead and clear the designer now. And then we got all this storage in here, too. So we do not have enough. Oh, boy. Bunch of random stuff on me. Hold on. We gotta get rid of this random stuff. Too many plates right now to get all this wire. Okay, now we can also go over here and clear our to-do list and see if we have enough. By hitting Q, going to blueprints, clicking this, and we got all check marks. All right, awesome. Now we're going to take that and we're going to put it over here and we're going to actually tie it into our power system. And then we should figure out the math to see if it added that much. So we're going to go here. We're going to go to blueprints. We're going to edit this. We're going to put this under power, backup power, apply those changes. We're going to click that. And, oh, we need to put some foundations down. We can put that on. That's a lot of battery power right there. Okay, and then we didn't orient it right because I can't see the thing on the front. All right, hold on. We gotta Do it again. Oh, and then we dropped it on the ground. This is one of the annoying things about the dimensional depot is that it'll just keep dropping stuff on the ground because it pulls it out of the dimensional depot. All right, some of this other stuff put back in there. Some of this to go get whatever's in here out of there. There we go. All right, we just got to orient it the right way this time. All right. Nope, that's not it. This one. Hit H. All right, there we go. Now we got the power. Aiming forward. I'll just run that down. Or not. Just do it manually. Oh, we gotta look at our power first. Just run a power pole. Okay, our power's around 24,000. Our backup battery power is around 3,000 megawatts. All right. Now our backup power is 10,000 megawatts. That's a lot of power, everybody. That's a tremendous amount of power. All right. That's almost as much power as half of our total power right now. So that's 10,500. Hey, sorry, what's 10,500 minus 3,000? Oh, so 75 of them equals 7,500 watts. I see. So yes, let's go in here and see each one. Yeah, each one is 100. Okay. So each one's 100 in there. So that's 7,500 watts. So we'll put a big old sign over here so we know. It'll remind us in the future when we forget that in about 5 minutes. Put it over here. Darn thing loves to be upside down. There we go. All right, so this is going to be our storage. And it's 75 times 100 equals 75,000 megawatts. 7,500 megawatts. All right, did you get all that in there? Yes, it did. Okay. Now here's the crazy thing. We're gonna do that again. We're gonna go do it again. Now you know why we're making these things. What do we need? Wire and more stuff. Probably still not enough wire. Take some out of there. All right. Again, we'll put it right by our space elevator here. Yep, more wire. We wait it out or we can go get some more. I say we just go get some more. We have room. Why do I have all this other stuff? Got an idea. I'm gonna do that and just go get a tremendous amount of wire because we're gonna do this like two or three, four more times. Again, we're just gonna make this power go real vertical though. We're just gonna stack that power like we're stacking our space elevator. Oh, we had stuff left in our bag. I didn't see that. Definitely faster on the way down. Also, very much faster using the hypertubes to get around too. Just saving us some time from going A to Z all the time. Okay. Okay, so we'll put another one of these as one of our blueprints we want to do. And modular frames. So I'll make another box over here. Put a bunch of this in here. Take it out until we have enough. And then modular frames. Again, you make these blueprints too involved, you won't have enough resources even in your inventory. But the dimensional depot helps a lot though. When you need a lot of resources like we do right now. Turn this around front. And again, we double check the math to make sure that all of the batteries in there were connected in the system. So we have 75 batteries, each one's 100, 7,500, so we know it's working. And then all we have to do is just connect this down. Did it connect or did it just put a connector on? No, it did. Okay. And then now we should have a lot more. Yeah, now 1,800. All right, and then we can go down here, and we're empty there, and take this power out down here. And then we can reutilize those resources up where we're working. We're getting there, everybody. Little by little, we're doing the highest priority stuff first. It's just going to help us do all the other stuff later. And the great thing about this game is you always have something to do. I mean, I've played the game for thousands of hours, everybody. And I always feel like every minute I log in, I have like 1,000 choices of the stuff I could do. I could be working on trains. I could be working on power. I could be working on progression. I could be working on tons and tons of stuff. All the way in there. Now, again, I'm just doing basic stuff, everybody, and then you can take these blueprints if you're one of my patrons, which I post all this up there for my patrons, and then make it fancy. Put some glass windows in there and, you know, put some edges and put lights and LEDs and all of that. I'm just showing you some of the basics here that you can do. And making square boxes is the most efficient thing. And remember, efficiency first. Efficiency first, I feel. And of course, also the official mantra of Fix It Incorporated, your corporate overlords. All right, what else am I missing? A few more wire. I think I'm going to get it here while I'm doing this. Just got to get this turned the right way. Yeah, missing a little bit of wire there. Now maybe I can get it by the time it shows up. Oh yeah. A lot of wire in this. Needs batteries. By the way, I have it where it says take from my inventory first before the depot. This way it uses all the stuff in my inventory and then it doesn't have to take all that time to reload it again. All right, 3 of those stacked. Let's do 7,500 times 3. Should be 2,250. Let's see if we did it right. 2,250. Now that is our total power output right now. Around 24,000. You can see right here. So that battery power is as much or pretty close to our total power output. But we ain't done yet, everybody. we're going to do another one, which is going to exceed our current power output. And this is because I have so much resources, everybody. That's the great advantage of having all this stuff. Oh, I should have got some more of the modular frames. That's faster for me to go this way. I should have got more modular frames. We'll bring those down too. And so now what we're going to do is we're going to let it run. Now, because the server runs 24/7, all of that battery power will power up eventually over time. It depends on how much power, excess power I have. And I always like to leave a headroom so you always have excess power in case stuff dips up and down like that. And that means that it should always be backing up your power all the time and have that massive amount of power. So I could make 1,000 of these, everybody, and I would have so much power that if I ever like change my power around or mess with my power, it would run for hours before I needed to actually have my power working again. And that's what we're working on in this playthrough, is to really have massive redundant power. Really insane massive redundant power here. And then we're going to add even more eventually, but for right now, we're going to go ahead and add a bit over here. So if we did have 24,000 power worth of stuff running, those batteries could run it. Easy. Easy. Going up. Another cool thing too is we can connect stuff from the side of the battery bank. And over here, because we're going to be messing around with our power, so we definitely want some battery backup. All right, another one in. And there we go. Now down here at the bottom, we're going to go ahead and add a little something right here that I need to add. I'll just add it off to the side here. And that is our ability to control our inputs and outputs here. Maybe just put it, maybe put it over here. I think I like it better up against the building. Oops. Battery switch. And then A on right, connection on left. So we're going to take this out, and we're going to take this connection out. And we're going to take this out, and we're going to run this over there. And this is our input power of this. And then this is our output power. So basically we can cut it off from the grid because it runs both ways when you have it on. And this is our power backup. We're going to turn that on. And that's going to connect that power into the main power. And that one I'll just leave on. No big deal. But when we go in here, we can see that our power backup should be in priority group number 1, because that one should not go off. This other stuff, it'll turn off if it needs to, or you can just turn it off manually. But you can see here in my power backup, I want to get that going. Now, biomass production, I'll probably put that in the secondary group, because these are my primary things that I want to keep there. Now, over next to this, we're going to do something else. Let's go do that. Let's see if we have enough modular frames. We might have to go get more. Let's go see. All right, and we will load. We have enough resources. Our power. Oh, and this one we can get rid of that second one. Get rid of this second one. I like to get rid of stuff that I'm not using. Very important to keep that nice and clear. There we go. Very nice. Load blueprints, power. I do not have the resources. What did I say? More modular frames. Let's go get more. And again, it's nice having all of this backlog. Now, of course, it'd be nice if it was right down here where I'm at. And I could just run it all down here, by the way. I could just run it all down here, and then the next time I need it, it'll be right there. But I don't mind running back and forth for now. It's just not going in the dimensional depot fast enough, and that's what I wanted to test tonight because we maxed out our dimensional depot speed and also the capacity of the dimensional depot, and it's still taking a while. It happens. Thanks for all the follows, by the way. Appreciate that. All the follows, everybody. Appreciate it big time. Big time. So we came back for more of our modular frames. Let's grab a bunch. Oh, we want to go to our blue printer. Try to rotate the camera so it's not doing this the whole time. Not going rah, rah, rah. See, I think you should be able to be first person when you're in the dimension or when you're in the hypertube. I think that'd be cooler. But that's just me and my crazy ideas. All right, power 75 vertical. There we go. All right, now we got to do something real important here. Let's get in here. Oh, what are you doing to me here? Oh, well, nope. Edit. Come on, cursor. There we go. And then we're gonna go over here and like this and like this and then purple. And then we're gonna get that one and we're gonna color this one all purple. I limited it to just basic walls, so I'm not doing a bunch of foundations back there or something. Okay. Now we could go in and recolor all of these purple, but that's a waste of my time, so I'm not doing that. And I could use the other purple I had. I just realized I could have used this purple, but this one's a little bit brighter. We'll go with that. Okay, and then this one is going to be called 75 vertical battery backup offline. We're going to change the color to purple. There we go. And save. Like that. And then we'll clear the designer. Take all of those resources. And then we're going to roll right over here. And we should have more than enough now. 30,000. All right. 30,000 power backup. Looking pretty good. And then we're going to take this. Oh, nope, nope. I think you can just drag it, but you can't. You have to hit edit first. There we go. Power. And then put that in there. Apply changes. There we go. Now, the whole reason why I did that is simply just to change the color. To change the color of it so that I can stack this as a whole different color when they're stacking them. There we go. And this is the most batteries I've ever built in this game, everybody. That's a lot. That's a tremendous lot. But we're just getting started. I told you we're going to do some mega building. Let's just take all that and see if that's enough. Is that enough to get another one? Nope, more wire. Let's get it. Oh, wait. I probably have a bunch of stuff in my inventory. End up just going back in the first place. Oh, wait. We forgot to put foundations down there. Yeah, look, it's set down in there, too. Set down in there wrong. Hold on. All right. We got to put all that away. We got to take this one back out because we forgot to put our foundations down. There we go. Then we'll take the purple one again. And get it to face us. There we go. Anything on us? Nope. Going this way. We're gonna get some wire. It's tempting me to run that down, everybody, so it's running down here while I'm doing these battery things. But we just got to get them batteries in there, and then we should be styling and profiling. Could be running that power pole on the side instead of in the front. Yeah, such is the way it goes. Wire. See, the problem by the time I get up here, sometimes I forget what I'm up here collecting. I'm collecting wire. We got a lot of it. In fact, we get even more out of this box. Get up there. Get that wire. And this is why we backlogged 10 boxes of this wire. We got a lot. By the way, I have none of these processes running right now. There's no, it's not making any wire. Whoa! We flew way off to the side. Get back over there. Too far out. Too far out away from the electric thing. I gotta put a stopper there. All right, apparently we're floating down here and we're gonna go back up on the hypertube again. So yeah, by the way, I have no processes. Nothing is making plates. Nothing is making, you know, wire or any of that stuff. It used to be down here and we cleaned all that spaghetti up. Still some more spaghetti over there to work on. But we have such a backlog, we can do all of these things we're doing now without worrying about running out of resources. And of course, I could always start the resources back up again. I can just make a little thing down there. But what we're doing is we're working on our modular setup here, where we're getting our power squared away first. And then we're going to start working on extraction here. And actually, this is extraction if you think about it. This is power power extraction that we're doing. And also power backup that we're doing as well. Oh, I didn't color the top of that. Oh, well, it'll be fine. Okay, so one of these, how are we doing? We need more modular frames. What a surprise. Modular frames in. Really, more modular frames out. There we go. Let it fill that up for a second, and then we got to go run and get more modular frames. Yeah, I need so many modular frames and so much wire every time that it's just too much for the dimensional depot. But again, we can go grab some more. We'll just keep grabbing more. Okay, I'll give that a second to go in the dimensional depot, and I'll get another one of these. And we'll run it over here. Like this. And this will go into there. This will go down here. This will go across and connect into our central power. This will be offline. Battery backup. There we go. Let's switch that on. And then connect this up to the other one. Now, the reason why I call it offline is eventually I'm going to come over here and I'm going to shut this off. Now, when this goes all the way up, look at that, 45,000 megawatts, everybody. It's got about 2 hours and it's going to be full. I could turn my other power off and it would run for, you know, days, which is pretty cool. Tells you how powerful batteries are, though. You know what I mean? If you're, you got like solar or any other kind of charging, you charge a bunch of batteries, and then depending on if you have a whole lot of them, you would have power for a really long time. Okay, so we need more of our things here. How many more we want to do? 2 more. So, 1. I think we have enough wire now. I think we just need the modular frames. So, probably 1,400 modular frames. Oop, we need another container is what we need. Okay. Another whole box of modular frames coming up. But the cool thing is all the other stuff is going in there. It's just the one that I need a massive amount. That the Dimensional Depot can't even hold that many. Even at its max setting. Which is a bummer. Such is the way it goes. But most of the things that we're doing, other than this giant mega building, it'll just put the stuff in the Dimensional Depot automatically, because we have it set up that way. With all these Dimensional Depot thingies here. All right, I always forget which one it's on. It's on the first one. Here. Boom. Here, boom. Probably get to a point where I don't even need that many, but I can always bring them back up here and have them sort. Or I can tie in a belt that goes to my sorter from over here, and they'll put it back in those boxes. But we'll just probably leave it down here for us to use. Yeah, 2 more. Okay, put a bunch of that away. Put a bunch of this in here. Okay. Now we're talking. By the way, you can also middle mouse button to... not the thing I'm trying to do. Go to blueprint. You can middle mouse button to pick up blueprints too, like that. Which I think is pretty cool. Hard to see whether it's lined up. Yep, there we go. All I need to do is put that down, attach that up there, and 7,500 more power. Alrighty, let's put it on here and see if we have enough. Oh, we need encased industrial beams now. Alright, alright. Got any here in the box? We sure do. And wire. More wire over here. More than enough wire. Okay. And this is what I call a power tower, everybody. They're so easy to make once you have enough resources. Do this all day long. All day, all night. Okay. Okie dokie. So all that is going to power our base in times of emergency. And again, our offline battery bank, and that'll take about 3 hours. Now remember, the server runs 24/7. So this is actually 60,000 power. This is double the amount of power. Just these 2 battery areas here is double the amount of power than I'm totally producing at this point. So it'll take a while to charge, but you can see that my overhead versus even my max cons there, which is the blue line, but my the orange one down there is the actual one that is being used right now. And right now it's using around 3,400, which isn't a lot. And I have 25,000 power. So again, this will charge us up in like 3 hours. And then when we go to mess around with our power and say we're switching our oil around and we're doing all that, then we'll have it as an ability to back it up. So we're going to go ahead and let that run and do its thing. How are we doing on time over here? Okay, well, we got a break here coming up here in just a bit. Let's go ahead and get on down here. And we're going to trace down which one of these lines is our coal line that we're using. So it looks like it was the bottom one, because I can see it's going under here and then going up there. And up here along the bottom line. Okay, so bottom line is the one that we need. So we're going to run out this way. This never stops being fun, by the way, everybody. This game is so awesome. Highly recommend. I'd snatch it up either on Steam or on Epic Game Store, and of course, eventually coming to console. Everybody, imagine this game on console, man! It's gonna blow up like crazy. They're gonna just be printing money over there. That'd be amazing. Coming out on Xbox or on PlayStation, you can run around and build your factories on there. That'd be super fun. I might just get it on those platforms just to try it out. I don't know if it's only going to be on the new ones or the old ones. I don't have any new ones. I have the older ones, the last generation of Xbox and PlayStation. I don't even use that. I feel bad because it just sits over there. Both of them are sitting there not doing anything. I'm sure somebody would love to have those, but they're just sitting there being completely neglected. Okay, so the ones that are being sent are these two. Yes. And we're doing 6 and 6 coal power. So coal power produces be 12 times 75, so it's producing 900. Be 15 coal per 12, so it needs 180 coal. So this is way more coal than it actually needs. This is a massive amount of coal for it. An unnecessary amount of coal running to that coal power plant. Let's move this off over here. Put that in there and then take this out. This is like by my nodes here. Okay, we want to rework these nodes. Rework these nodes a bit. Trying to think about what I want to do. So those are combined over there as well. Building it in my head right now. Building it in my head. I do that a lot, everybody. I'll just sit and think and build stuff in my head just like that. I just built that whole thing out. You didn't even see it, did you? Because it's in there. Also, these are all overclocked here, too. So that's 300. So this definitely doesn't need this much. Because, again, if we're doing a coal plant, and I'll just throw one down randomly right there. It produces 75 megawatts. And we're doing 12 of them right now. And it's 15 coal per power plant. You don't really need that many. 15 times 12. Again, you need 180 out of this. So the rest of it we could be siphoning off elsewhere. So we could take 600 divided by 180. That's like 33% of this coal is being used for the thing, which is wild how that works out. Wild how that math works out, because that's what's going to happen if you split the splitter. It's going to be 33, 33, and 33, because again, 33, 33 is 99. And so that all adds up to 99.9999, so almost 100%. This is what we want to do. We want to split this in a third, and that would be 100% efficient for our coal plant. And then we can use the rest of the coal for other stuff. So let's get our spreadsheet on, everybody. Let's go. Get the settlement overseer over here. And we're going to go in here and we're going to say Satisfactory resource extraction. We kind of already started one here. But we want to go ahead and add more columns to the right. And so we will say, what's this? This is going to be a power node or factory node. So we'll say P or F. We should probably put a legend in here too. Where is the thing that allows you to do the table column? Eesh, I don't remember. I don't remember. Show all comments on the side there. I don't remember. But we'll just remember. Okay, this one is for power. So we're going to hit P for power. In fact, we'll put it in yellow to give it a color. And then we're going to go ahead and take all this out. So what is the resource? The resource is coal. And then we're going to shrink that down. Extractor. Extract. For. This is going to be a Mark II. MK2. Right. So resource node. 3 more retweets. Oh, let's go, everybody. Click that link, hit that like button, hit that retweet button. We're doing some serious calculations here. We're just making a node, node type. And then, of course, it's, what is it for? For coal power. And needed, the amount needed from this node for the coal power is 180, which is why we did that calculation. And this is percentage. What percentage is it at right now? So we'll say it's at 250%. Total output. Output is 300. Right there. Take the rest of these out. Okay, so the resource is the coal node. We got it for coal power. We need 180 of the coal. Okay, so coal, power. And let's also say, and for steel production. All right. Or we just say notes, even better. Notes. And we'll put this at the end because it's real big and we're not going to be looking at that too much. Most of the time we'll be looking at this. So it's at 250%, which means it's overclocked. We could put another one in here at this one. OC. Question mark. And then overclock. And then we'll put that as red. Oop, a lighter red. Okay, so we got, this is a pure node. Oh wait, we didn't say what kind of node it was. Yeah, so this is not a pure node. This is this is for production, or for power, not production. Okay, add a column right. Pipe. This is a normal node. So normal, or it's coarse, normal, pure. CNP. So this is a normal node. All right, so we'll put green as normal. I like to color code stuff to make it easy. All right, for all you peeps on mobile, I'll zoom in so you can see what the heck I'm doing there. I also have this little thing here so I can move this so my big fat head's not in the way. But there you go. Look at how Kismet looks after you, everybody. And this is the resource number here. Now I should probably do 001 because there's a lot of resources in the game. We'll go ahead and just put it as 001. There we go. We're screwing around some input screws down there. We'll take all that out now. Okay, so this is for coal power and steel production. So we can also do this for the second node, because the second node is exactly the same. And then we can say merged with node 2, 002. And we'll say other notes. Okay, and we'll just take out these ones here. Delete those columns. Okay, so, and then here we'll put this as red because that's overclocked. Merged output equals 600. There we go. Okay, so that'll get it started. And you see I already started this spreadsheet before, and that just makes it a little easier for me to track what's going on with these nodes. Okay, so now what we're going to do is actually interrupt all of this and redo it all. I'm going to take that out. We're just going to take all of this out of here. Boom. We're going to clean this whole entire factory up, everybody. We're going to take all this out. Oh, geez, it scared me. The heck, guy? Just standing here. I'm not bothering you. But if you want to die, now's the chance. He just made me jump. You guys see me jump? Out of nowhere. I'm just sitting here concentrating. Concentrating on what I'm trying to get done over here. All right, everybody. I'm going to show you one of my tricks. This is the best way to do this. Not that other way that other people do it. They suck. Kismet tells you to straight, too. All right. Well, that way sucks. Okay, what we're going to do is go ahead and take our extractor here. And we're going to line it up in the way that we want it to line up. Let's say this way. These are merging together, so I could put it at an angle that way. Or even just put it sideways this way. I think that's what I'll do. I think I'll merge them both in this trick. What? Another one? Dude! Get out of here! You crazy bastards. Fred! Keep these guys off me! Hey, both you Freds, get over here. Keep those guys off me. I'm working. Okay, now what we're going to do is we're going to have some fun off-grid and on-grid. This is to the world grid up here, and then this is going to be off-grid and aligned to the node itself. So what we're going to do is work on our node extraction now. We're going to use blueprinting and all sorts of cool stuff. But before we do that, we want to go ahead and show you guys how to perfectly align your extractors every single time. So you hold down control, you get this metal beam, and you go ahead and click right there, and you bring this out like this until it turns yellow. Then you go 1, 2, 3, 4, and bam, that's it, you're done. In one move, everybody, one move, you're perfectly aligned. You're like, Kismet, no way, brother, no way did you just do that in a single move. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Check it out right here. Now, not only is it aligned, but it is perfectly aligned, meaning that it's in the absolute center of that sucker and not offset out or offset back or whatever. I see so many people use the other thing and then it's offset and it's not perfect. It's not beautiful like that. That's how it should be. It should be beautiful. Now we're going to go ahead and pick it up off of there and bring it up just a little bit more so it's not sunk down in the ground. Like we don't want it to be. What am I doing? Production. And we're going to go ahead and put it right back on here, up a little bit on top of that foundation. Look at that. Nice. Now we're going to need a big old blueprinter over here. Now it's okay if our coal power goes off, everybody. We have a bunch of oil power and we have battery backup power. So this is why I like to put the battery backup power in first, because I'm over here screwing around with a whole bunch of my power and that could cause a whole bunch of power to go off, which I don't want it to do. Okay, so we aligned that node. I think this one could be turned just a little bit better. Like this. There we go. And then same thing on this one. Here we go. We're going to go in and get our metal beam. We hold down control. You rotate it toward the beam from left to right, like you just saw me do. So it was facing this way, and then I rotated it around in that direction. So it ended up that way. So I'm basically scrolling forward, then left click, then turn to the side like this. Again, just have it come out just a little bit, and then count 1, 2, 3, 4. And there you go. And now that's perfectly aligned where you can snap a foundation to it. You can also do the same thing with oil extractors and everything. And then your foundations are going to be beautifully lined up like this. And then I'll just take this out. I'll take the metal beam out now. And then again, we'll go in and we'll put this on its own foundation. Now, it's going to be important here in a minute because what we're going to do is we're going to start using all of these extractors and aligning the foundation and using blueprints to just pop a thing down and basically cover up these so we don't have to watch them run. Or what we can do is we can, attach storage to them and all of that, which we want to do because I like to have a backlog of storage. So what we want to do is we want to have this basically store the resources and then merge these two together, or have the option to merge them together, totally separate from each other. So if we were going to do a storage in front of this one, you might want to run this forward, but you can see there's a thing there. This one would be fine forward, but we can go ahead and make several of these. One of these we can have just go like this. And then we can go ahead and have the industrial storage right over here next to it. And we can have this run right into the industrial storage. And then now we can have a nice backlog for that. We can also go ahead and start to work on making our power like in the ground like this. Very nice. And then we can run that up. Now, see, I don't like the way that's run up there. I'm going to go ahead and make that even better. Again, because we're mega building now. We want to make this look nice, everybody. We want this to come straight down off of that. Now eyeball it here a bit. A little bit over. That's pretty straight. All right, and then we're going to connect that underneath, so we're not just running those wires all over the place. All right, so there we go. So we got this connected down. We could have probably put it inside there, too. Or it would have ran right across that edge into there. But that works. Okay, so we're bringing power from our primary base, and now we're back to using our extractors. And then we'll just do this. Now, in most cases, it's actually faster for me to actually just take it and make it myself. But since we're going to be doing a whole bunch of these, we'll want to go ahead and figure out how we want the blueprints to be. So do we want this to come forward a little bit first? Or do we just want it to be like this? How do we want the connections to be? Like a great example, we might want to put our walls in here like this and like this, just to kind of clean this up a little bit. And then run this like that. Have this connect over here nicely. And then run into the box right like that. Now we might also want this to be centered, which is probably something I would do. I would go in and center this over here. Now, the number one thing to know about when you're doing this, everybody, when you're about to do blueprints for this thing, is that this thing cannot be put on the blueprints. Cannot be put on the blueprinter. So what you have to do is figure out how to get it perfectly centered on a foundation, so you can just take the foundation and snap it to what you already got, and then it will actually go around your extractor. And thus why I came up with that technique that you saw, that's like lickety split, perfectly aligned, easy mode to line that up. So we want something like that. And again, we're going to have just a little bit of backlog here. We don't need a massive amount. We don't need 50 boxes of that over here. It's only over here so that if we're over here and we need that particular resource while we're working on that particular area, we should be good. Now I'm going to go ahead and run these around and see how I like this. I kind of feel like I might want to double output here, so let's go ahead and just double up on those outputs there. Like this. And then like this. And like that. Now the thing is, I could double up on the input here too, where I have basically a double input, and I could just take this one and run it into this one. Like that. Okay, very nice. I like it, I like it. And then we'll connect this one over to here. Find out which side our power's on. Run that down there and connect that under there. All right, very nice. That one's going to start up as well. We haven't run it in the box yet on purpose because we don't want to have any problems there. And then we can just go ahead and close this up. And we can still have access to the box and the extractor from the outside. But we don't have to watch any of the processes going. We can just look on the outside to see if those processes are running. So basically we have just a little box that's in there that's making all this run. So we're going to go ahead and just take this out just so we can see our configuration here. So we have 4 foundations. We're 2 up on the side. We have 2 inputs, 2 outputs, 1 output on this side. So let's go in and make this happen. Here we go. Now we're going to rebuild that over here on our thing. We're just going to go ahead and put this here, this here. We're going to say the extractor is facing toward us here. In fact, we could actually back this up another one like this to make it where we could put the belt in the front. That's even more cool. And then we'll put our conveyor there, and we'll zoop that up there, and we know this is going to be there. And then our extractor will end up there. And then our box will be right here in the center. I believe that's centered. That's good enough. And then there. And there. Okay, all of that looking good. And so we got that going, and then we want to also right here put one right there, and then we want to think about how we're doing our power. So what we'll do is we'll have a power switch here, and this is the whole reason we're here, everybody, is to manage our power. So we want to make sure that we have a power switch on every one of our extractors so that we can manage those extractors much better than we are right now. Now this one's going to go like this. So that's going to be built in there. And then this right here is the thing that's going to come in from the primary power, run to this, and then this will then run and connect to that. So we'll say that actually it should be the other way. Let's turn this the other way so the B is on this side. There we go. Because that B power is going to come down, and then we're going to connect it to the extractor. Now, where do we have it? Where are we running that extractor down? So we're about how many notches back? 1, 2, 3 notches back from the left side. So 3 notches back on the left side. So we got to visualize this in our head. So we turn it that way. It would be the second one back, 3 notches back. Okay. We'll take this out just to make this a little easier. And we'll take our little wall outlet and we'll go 1, 2, 3, I believe. It's just kind of going across that line. Let's double check it again. Especially if I'm going to make a blueprint, I'm going to double check it a bunch of times. 1, 2, 3. Oh, okay, so it's actually counting the first one. Just counting the first one there. So this is 1, 2, 3 there. Okay. And we'll take all these back out. And we'll put this in. Put this in here. Again, a lot of times I put stuff in, I take it out, I put it in just to make sure I have it all lined up nicely. Looks good. Again, do not leave these belts in here because these belts will screw you up later. Redo all these belts whenever you take out the actual item, I think. There we go. And then we'll take this bottom part out so that we can see the power connector, and then we'll add that back in later. We'll go ahead and create some basic walls here. And probably right at the input, a good place for a door right there. As well. Oh, 9 retweets. Oh, one more to go, chat. Come on, step it up. Be the hero of the chat right now. Follow that link, hit that like button, hit that retweet button. We get one more. I'm going to shower you guys with a bunch of Kiz caps. Got Satisfactory, spent 24 hours playing it for the first time, learned a lot, deleted that save and started again. Well, there you go, N7 Alpha. Thanks also for using that Twitch Turbo. I appreciate that. Yeah, that's the best thing to do is to learn a ton and then come back and play another playthrough. Now, I've done 30 playthroughs, everybody. I've done a lot. And I learn new stuff every single time. Okay, and I kind of feel like I'll just leave the roof off because that's going to make it a little easier for me to see all the stuff, and then I can always put the roof in at the end. I am going to change the color of this, though. We're going to change this to a nice blue for our extractors. That'll tell us that we actually went in and we used our blueprint as well. All this stuff is going to be blue. Foundation's blue, this blue. Foundation out here blue. Even the thing we're going to make blue. Actually, we'll make this like a red, just for fun. Yeah, the reflection of it's blue. Oh, cool. And maybe just this part red too. So the reflection is red too. So it just really sticks out over there. Yeah, okay. So now we have some basic extraction, right? So basically it's going to extract the resources and put it into the box. And then we can run it out either single or double out of the box. So if we have a big backlog in the box, if we're running dual outputs, it will run it at 780 and 780 at the same time. Now, I've seen that this actually has an issue. The boxes have an issue. Oh, for another break. The boxes have an issue, so you want to watch out for that in the long run. But that's pretty good. We're going to call this the node house. Oh, and you know what we can do is we can go over here and pre-number all of this too. 0, 0. And this is node. What is it? Node. Output amount. All right. So what we'll do is we'll do this. Like this. Node name. Output amount. All right. Something like that. But what we can do is we can use our spreadsheet here to actually make the name of the thing. Because spreadsheets are awesome. So if I want to make a name, I might just go in here and add a column here at the very beginning. And I can do a calculation. I can do what's known as an if statement. So we can say right here, or actually we can just do a sum statement. Or we can just combine it. Each one does it. So first thing we want is we want the thing here. And that's going to be in quotes. So it just takes that value. And then we're going to say plus. And then we'll put a space in between. And then plus again. And then we'll say this is a pure node. And then actually we can do it without the space. We don't necessarily need the space there. We could just say POCN. And again, we want it in quotes, though, so that it just quotes that number and not tries to add it together. And then So C2, D2, and then it's a normal node. Oops. Then we want it inside here. This, no? Okay. Plus this, and then we'll... Oh wait, no, not in this one. Not in the, this is a Google one. Google one, you have to use the plus. Let's see. And the output should be text. So, where is it? Zoom out. Where is that sucker? Right here. More formats. Plain text. Okay, so I want to do this. Like this. Like this. And like this. No. Oh man, I gotta remember. How do I do that? How do I do that? I've done it before because I'm using it right now to do my stream title. Let me go see how I did that because it's different in different programs. Oh, it's and, not plus. It's and. That's my bad. My bad. I knew it was something simple like that. It's and. And this, and that. There we go. All right, so 001 PN oh, we forgot the OC. And E2 and oops. Oh, two ands in there. All right, there we go. POCN. So we know that that's there. Now here's the thing we could do. In between here is what I'm trying to do. So and quotation slash quotation. And then what I can do is copy this and put this after each of these. And then what it does is it puts slashes in between. So you have the different columns that we need. So we have those slashes in there. Now we also want a space. So we'll say quote space and there. So now 001 POCN. So we know what that means. That's for power. It is overclocked and it is a normal node. And then also we want the total output of the thing as well. So we'll go ahead and just copy this one and then we'll paste it in there and then we'll just change this to J, the J2, no, K2, K2. And then now it tells us what the output is. Now we probably don't need the slash at the end. Right there. But we also probably want to know what it is. So we want to put that in there as well. So we'll say and then we'll put coal in there as well. So, oh, and we've got to put a space in there. Again, this is these are formulas, and this is a powerful thing to do because it just does all the work for you. Now, you got to think, if I have 100 nodes, everybody, and I'll zoom in so you guys can see. 00:1 POC and 300, right? So as I put the information in, it's going to automatically do it. Watch what happens when I drag this down. You can see it automatically put in the 02 and it did all the things. So all I have to do is enter the information and it will condense it down. I use this for my stream titles, everybody. So I'll put in, I'm playing this game at this time and that kind of thing. And it's this number of streams that I've done and it will automatically combine it like that. And that's why you see all that stuff in my stream title. The number means the number of stream I've done, of best stream ever. Not the total number of streams I've ever done, but the number of best stream evers I've ever done. That's what the BSE stands for, best stream ever. So I've done, how many best stream evers have I done now? Let's go see. I am currently on number, get over here, scroll. Number 2,479. And yes, I started with one. I started with number one, everybody. So that's 2,479, not counting a whole bunch of streams I did before that. But I thought, you know what? I want to make every stream better than the one before. So we're going to just start with a best stream ever, number one, and then we're going to go from there. And man, it's gotten way better, hasn't it? Over the years? Absolutely. So now we're going to try to copy this and see if the game lets us do this with slashes. So it doesn't always like it when you do slashes, but we'll see. That is confirmed. All right. Look how nice that is. That's awesome. I think I'd like the 300 at the front. Yeah, let's do the 300 at the front. So we'll go ahead and do this calculation. We'll just say and K2. We'll take that out. We'll put this right in there. And then we'll try it again. Yeah. Maybe we should have it way, way in the front. Just put it combined with the word coal. Like right here. 300 coal. And then we don't need the slash at the end. And then again, we can just copy this down now and it will just automatically readjust it. Yes, that's much better. That's much better because the thing I'm going to be looking at is how much is the output of that particular thing, right? And we're going to have control over all the nodes by doing this. So that's the whole point of why we're doing it in the first place, is so we have control over all of these nodes like so. All right, that's awesome. I love that. And so what I'll do is I'll just put this as generic 000 first on this one, and then we'll add it as we put them down for the different nodes. This way I don't accidentally put down the name of something I don't want to and just have multiple of those nodes do the same thing. Okay, so this is extractor foundations. Extractor foundation with connect with storage and power connection. All right, looks good. All right, let's do extractor. What's the name of that? Miner is actually the name of it. The Mark II miner. It doesn't really matter which one I do because I can't put the miner on there. And then this one is going to be for power, so we're going to put that under yellow. Extractor foundation. So save that. Okay, so now how do you use that blueprint with the extractor? Well, the trick is when you're trying to put something down, and we'll take all this back out again here. Like this. We want to leave our foundation down here, though, because we're going to use that here in a second. Because we already fixed our foundation to our extractor. So the first thing is get it aligned with your extractor like I showed you. And if you missed it, watch the VOD back. We're 6 hours and 33 minutes in. So roll back about 10 minutes. So what we're going to do is have it on this side, right? But what we can do is put one over on this side. Then we can take this out and we can take the blueprint and try to snap it to this one right here as well. So we're going to take the blueprint, extractor foundation, we're going to roll it up over here, and we're going to try to get it to snap into there. And we can see already that it's so awkward to get it to snap to the edge of that foundation. Kind of weird, like it's offset like that. Why is it so? Oh, because I offset it over here. Yes, I gotta put it in the front. I gotta put it in the front. Because we have this going forward by 1 right there. Yes, because that's offset because of that 1 in the front. Okay, we'll take all this out, and we should take out all this power stuff as well. And by the way, we can even take the extractor out because the extractor is already aligned. Or the foundation is already aligned. So as long as you leave one of these, you still have that alignment to that. So we can go ahead and try this again. We're going to go ahead and go right here and try to snap it. We'll get close, and then we can just hit H to nudge it over and then nudge it forward. Oh, not quite enough to nudge it where we want, huh? I don't know why this has got to be so difficult. Why does it do that? Why don't you just snap in there the way I want you to snap? So I want it to line up over there, but it's not going to let me do that. So let's do this. Let's do a 3 that way. And we'll figure it out. Usually this is what I do. I kind of fool around until I can get it to snap to what I want. See, it's not really snapping to the edge of those foundations. I don't understand why it's not snapping. It should be snapping to the edges. But we'll make it work. It's offset like that, which it shouldn't be because it's not like it's offset over here. It's actually aligned to the foundations really well. But as you saw, we at least have it at the same vertical height, and then we can nudge it into position like that. So there we go. Then we don't need these anymore. And then, since it's connected to the same thing that we just did, in theory, we'll try it and see if it happens. We should be able to just, oh, and I offset it by 1. Oh, see, that's what I did. It should have been over by 1 more. Right here. There we go, my bad. Let's take that out. Let's go into blueprint mode, take that out. That's what was going on. It was offset by 1. Then we'll try it again. All right, right here, we'll hit H to nudge that into position. I believe that's where that was trying to go. And then we're right there over the top of the node. Take this back out. Let's try it again. Again, trial and error for the win. Oh, that's going to be awesome. I can tell you already. Boom. Perfect. And then we run this power down there. It's all self-contained inside there. We run this over there, and we can run this on the outside like this. I'm gonna put it right here in the center, and I'm just gonna put our pole out there and run that up there, and then this should just fire up on its own. And then we can name this node, this name right here. We'll copy that, and we'll pasta. If you didn't know, you can copy pasta stuff right into the right into it. Turn the power switch on. Very nice. Now, the problem with this power switch is that the power switch is actually not connected over here, so we can't turn it on and off, right? But what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and take this out of here. And we're then going to take this and run this over here to this one, which is where the power is going to go and end up over there. Now, we also have an input power. So we're going to put our input power like this. Actually, we got this kind of backwards. I think we do want it the other way. Well, in this case, we want it the other way. It doesn't really matter. You're not going to really see all that down there. But I'm going to do this again. Do it this way. But now we have the ability to turn this off. Right? So if this is going, we can go down here and we can hit this switch and say, you know what? Turn that off. And so you'll see that it's going to turn off eventually. Or maybe not. Yes, there we go. No power. Turned off. Okay. A little delayed there. But also, now we have the power to go in and actually turn it off right here. Right? So this is a power node. And we know that we can turn it on and off just by simply clicking right there, no matter where we are in the world. As long as we have access to one of these power things and is connected to the same power grid, we're all good. And so we'll put this in here, and maybe just a few more of these just to kind of cover up this power like this so we don't have to look at it. All right, very nice. I like it. I like it. It's all good. Now, same thing over here. Okay, so to put this down, we want to put these off to the side. And since it's 3, right? Yes, it's 3. We should put this 3 out. Take all this out. And in theory, we try to put this blueprint down. We should be able to rotate it toward us. And get it to snap there, oddly offset like that, which it shouldn't be, but we'll just nudge it over. And then let's make sure front to back we're good. Yes, go. Okay, very nice. Yeah. Only problem is this one is reversed. So when I put this one in here, it ends up over here. And I really want it to end up over here in this one. But we can rotate it. We can rotate both of these so that they're facing in that direction, which is the direction I want it to go. And adjust the way that that's going to go. This is really cool. Okay, so I want this to actually go to end up in the other direction. Blueprints. So we want this to be... Oh, doing it from the back is really cool. Okay, so we want to do this way. Because we want to extract it and have it end up that way. So we want to take this and go 1, 2, 3 forward. Take this out. Take this out. Make a few more of these this way. Then we'll go ahead and turn the extractor around the other way. So the output is that way. Okay. And then do that. And we can make another one of these is flip the other way. You know, an A version and a B version, but that's all we really need. And the real trick of this is, does the extractor sit back in there properly? Let's see. Let's see if it sits in there properly. Oh, it says over by 1 again. It's got to move over by 1 more that way. All right, all right. Well, we'll get it. We'll get it. All right, 1 more over. But we don't need that one. We want to move that over to match up on this one here. Ah! Accidentally hit my extractor thing. Seems like it's up. That's one thing you can't do with blueprints, is go up and down with the blueprint. That would be nice. Really hard to see anything on these blueprints too sometimes. All right, there we go. H, nudge that over to realign to the node. And see, that's why I always align the node first, just so I can have all that awesome alignment. And extractor, nice. Extractor going this way. Oh, it's got to go forward by 2. Or by 1. That doesn't look like it's... It looks like it's no longer aligned as well. So here's what we'll do. I'll take this out. When you rotate it, it looks like it adjusts this overall alignment. So we'll go ahead and turn it away. And we'll realign it by using our beam. Click and move forward until it turns yellow. Then 1, 2, 3, 4. Boom. And then our thing. I made this up, by the way. Everybody else uses that other way where you do the kind of barrier thing. That thing sucks. It doesn't perfectly align you down the center like this does. This really aligns you down the center. All right, there we go. And so we want that to be there. And we want to have those 2 right there so we know that's lined up. Now I'm getting this back down. All right. And then we go this way. And we aim the arrow away from us. And we snap it. Hit H to align that. We click that. Then we get our extractor. And then our extractor should sit right in there perfectly. It sure does. Boom. I told you we'd get it, everybody. I told you. Nice. Okay, and then we can take this, put this down here. It's awesome that you can rearrange the direction of it, too. That's very fun. Okay, so we got that there. And now what we'll do is we'll just connect our power here to this power over here. And then what we'll do is just run this behind here. Just direct. Instead of running that down, we'll just run it behind. And then to the end here. Maybe even just to keep this nice and clean, just maybe run this underneath. Tie these both in together. So the primary incoming power. So this is incoming power. So it splits it and then it goes into here. And this is incoming power, runs to here, and then it goes in here. So this way you can turn either of these off individually. All right, so number 2 is coal power. We'll use all of our little coding that we did. And then turn this one on. And that is awesome. All right. So that's good. Let's get our overclocking back in there again. And over here. Overclocking. Okay. Now I got this extra input here just in case I want to chain these. I could chain these two together. But I think we'll keep them separate. And that'll allow us to merge them as well. I kind of feel like I want to change this one here. How much coal do we have in here? Let's just throw that coal away. Let's take this out. Let's take this back out. And we'll redo this again. That orange thing makes it hard for me to see what I'm doing. It's starting to bug me. All right, let's see. So we want this to face this way. But if we do that, the two of these are probably going to run into each other. So we could take this out. Like that. And then we can... Wait, no, we want to run in the opposite direction. Yes, opposite direction. So this out. We want to run this way. Definitely want to align it in the direction in which where you want to start, because it definitely affects how the foundations are. All right, again, architecture. Oh, actually, I already have it on 0. There we go. Hold down Control, rotate it from left to right, so you're scroll wheeling forward. And then come out until it's yellow. You want to get to the side because it's a little easier to see on the side. Then 1, 2, 3. Oop. 1, 2, 3, 4 snaps forward. Easy. Right there. Now, of course, if you're doing oil, it's actually 5 snaps forward. There you go. And then we'll just put this on this side. Right here, which is going to be the opposite side of where we got. Take all that out. Then we will... Our extractor foundation in here. Oh, hard to see what I'm doing. There we go. And that should hologram that. Line that up. That should now let us put our extractor back in. Our miner. Like that. Very nice. Perfectly aligned. This connected down here. We should have done this connection from here to the front of this way, ahead of time. So we should go in and fix the blueprint for that for any future ones that we do. So this one here is connected. To that under there. And we should pull some power from over there to over here so we can use our blue printer. There we go. Okay, so that one's pre-connected so that we don't have to keep doing that connection over and over again. And then also, we'll just do what we did here, where we run the A connection to the side. And we'll just save that. Because we really like that. That's all good. So we know this is the input. This is the one going to the inside here. And we then want to... Got that. Okay. And then we've got to manually do it on this one. Which we did there. And then... This one to center there. And then say which one is, that one's tied to that one. And then the main power will have come down and tie its way over to there. And this should start up once I turn the thing on. Oh, and we need to rename that too. Name that again. Okay, and turn that on. And now we tidied up our extractors, everybody. That was the whole purpose of what we did, just to tidy that up and organize how we have our extractors. So that they're extracting, doesn't matter which way it extracts, as long as the output ends up in the direction that I want it to go. So that cleaned that up nicely. Look at that. It's actually somewhat aligned, not perfectly aligned to this, but somewhat aligned. All right, now I'm going to show you another great little trick, is the fact that we can go ahead and say, take this one straight out like this, and we'll turn the straight function off, and then we'll bring it up a little bit. Now, the problem is unless I'm incredibly lucky, the level of that is not going to be the same, but we'll see. How about I'm incredibly lucky? That was just crazy luck, everybody. Again, because those are at different heights and they start at different things, the fact that that just lined up really well was just a fluke of nature there. All right, and we'll take all this out. We don't need that anymore. And then we can take this, and I need to turn this in the right direction like that. There we go. And then we can reconnect this and connect this. And then connect this back into our production. And there we go. Now we cleaned up our extractors. And all of our extractors are doing their thing, and if we need to look, we can just look right there. All right, and again, put our overclocking back in. And then over here, we've got a bit of a backlog back here too. And our coal's doing good there, and that's, I think it's time to button that up. Let's do it. Yeah. I feel like maybe I should just take these ones out here since I'm not using those. And then I'm not using that one. I don't like to leave stuff in that I'm not really using. And the reason why I have this going outside, by the way, is so I can see that it's actually working without having to actually go in and look, right? Just the one thing. So I don't have to see all the stuff that's going on in here. Just the thing right here so I can look at it and see if it's going. Now, I could also turn this around the other way and have this up there. Again, flip the whole thing around. I could have totally done that. But I would have had to change where this is and on the other side. I think it works fine. And then again, let's button this up with some foundations. Right there and right there. Right there. And right there. Now again, we can still access the coal extractor. And we can still access the box from the outside. And we can see that it is extracting that very nicely. Oh, it's cool going up and down too. Okay, now another thing that I would do over here is see these foundations here, how they're kind of floating off the ground. I would actually go in and see if I can get me a 4 mil in there, just to kind of give it that, you know, look like it's actually holding it up off the ground. And that's just like nitpicking, everybody. But I mean, I already have a couple foundations there. I could put a big one in or a small one. So that's just me. I like to go in and make it look legit, like it's actually sitting there. So we can go in and just take some of these out now. But I like to use the smaller ones most of the time. And then if I want to make it look legit, like it's sitting there, like these look like they're sitting on the ground. So that's pretty good. So we'll just leave it with that. And we'll finish that in. Okay, our extractors are complete. Very nice. Okay, so same thing over there. What do we got over here? Nothing. Over here? Nothing. What were we making? Oh, novelists. Oh, wow, that was a while ago. We don't need any of that. Out of there. What do we got in these boxes? Ooh, mama. Whole bunch of stuff. Whole bunch of stuff that should be taken back to my base and sorted. But we'll do that later. Okay, so we got that up and running. And again, we have the red. Really, the red really pops out and really makes it easy for me to see what side the power switch is on. But again, if I'm coming from this direction, it's better to have the power switches forward. But then again, I'm running these together, so... And that just happened to work out that these two nodes happen to be aligned based on the height. That's pretty cool, everybody. That's very cool. All right, let's color that one back in, just so we know where our priority switches are. Now, we can go into our priority switches, speaking of. Go into our priority switches here, and then again, re-add them back over here. So we know these are the highest priority switches. We want these priority switches on. I could actually just put them here in the second one because this is the actual power plants and then this is the extraction. But I can also say, you know what? The extraction is more important than the actual plant. So maybe I want the extraction on more than I want this, and we'll move that down a group. I want the extraction on more than I want the power plant on, so this way it would backlog that extraction resources if my power for my other stuff goes off. But it just basically allows me to have control over all of those things. So now we have control over those extraction nodes. And so these are for power, but really the second one is not for power. It just dawned on me. So the second one actually is for factory. So we want to go ahead and rename that one over here, which we're going to call this 2. And instead of just copying and pasting, I'll just change the thing right there. So this is a factory node. Now this factory node, and it's a combined node too, though. So I'm going to split this off into a separate one for... Maybe just use this one for the steel production, and the other one, even though it's more than 180... yeah, just use that one for... it's not like I'm hurting for these nodes, everybody. I got like 10,000 tons of these nodes all over the place. So we're going to say factory is going to be blue. Now, again, I'm a big fan in color coding stuff. Makes it easier to see. This is a power node. This is a factory node. And then this will be for steel production. And this one will be for coal power. All right, and that makes that smaller, too. And we can shrink that down. What's up, Seafish? Oh, you got the 10 retweets. Look at you guys being the heroes in the chat. Let's go. Let's shower you guys with a bunch of kids caps right over there for being awesome. Again, we're rocking our nodes here, everybody. Let's rock these nodes. Now, rinse and repeat that same exact thing. Did we save this? I think we did. Let's go and save it again just in case. Save. Confirm. Clear point. We can clear the designer now. Let's just go do that again. Let's go. Take all this out. These aligned to the node? No, those are not aligned to the node. And take all this out. Oh, these goodies. And dish. Okay, we're gonna need some power over here though, so I can float around a little bit. Okay, so same thing we did over there. We actually want the node to go in the opposite direction of where we want the output to be. So I can get my, oh no, first we're going to start with the miner and we're going to turn it around the other way. Like this. This one, same thing. And they are lined like that. All right, nice. Except for the problem is that it's going to run into the wall because it's going to be 3 nodes out. So I don't like that. Let's turn this one this way. That'll be another one there. And then we'll turn this one maybe this way. Yeah, this one has the same problem. It's going to run into that thing. Maybe same thing. We'll turn it this way, and then we can combine them together. All right, we'll see how it works out. Feel like this this particular one needs a little bit more work, but we'll figure it out. Okay, rotate it around. Left click. Get to the side of it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's just do this other one since we have the beam up. Make sure it's straight. Ah, it's reversed. Ah. Gonna be like that, are you? Rotate it around the other way. To try to do them in sequence, it rotates it around the other way, which is weird. Okay. Now we can just take foundation and do that on both. Control click, control click. And take that out. And then now we have these perfectly aligned to the node, and we'll do, this is going to come out here, and then it's going to end up going that way. This one's going to come out here and end up going this way. So we could put these two into the same one, but I would rather merge them on the other side. So that's probably what we'll end up doing. All right, we can take all this out now. And then this one we can run through to the back. And then to the side like this, and then all this out. We're getting this down now. Let's do this side first. And so again, we'll put our extractor in, we'll rotate it like this. Looks good. It's aligned to the foundations. Yes. Take this out. And over here, same thing. Let's hit H, nudge it into position. Is it down at the same level? It is. Take these two out. All right, now put our extractors back in. And this is just to pretty this up a little bit, everybody. And also to add a backlog at the node. And that's what we want to do. Add a backlog in there. Okay, that's all good. Now, probably a good idea to tie this power across to this power. And then take this power and run it to the outside here on this side. And then just connect it there, and that should get both of them up and running. So this is going to be node number 3. And this pretty much is the same exact thing as all of this. So this is going to be for our steel production. So we're just going to do that. And so number 3, this is a factory node for our steel production. There we go. And flip the power switch on. And then over here is going to be number 4. And we are going to go ahead and put that one on as well. Okay, and then we have more of our nodes. Number 3 and number 4. There we go. And let's see if it starts up. No power. Oh, I got to connect the connectors. D. Helps if I connect it actually down, because I got to do that manually. And that should get both of those going. And then what we'll do is we'll take the top one here and we'll just connect it across this way. And we'll run this down so it aligns to the top of this one. And then we'll go ahead, bring this forward. Hold down Control to keep it aligned, by the way, so you can keep it aligned straight. At least somewhat straight. It's pretty straight. And then I'll just put the merger right on the thing. Like this. And see if we can get away with that. Oh, yeah. Wow, nice. Very nice. Oh, if I only had the merger the correct direction. All right, I forgot to make sure I had it the right way. It's my bad. Take that out. Take out this connection and all of this. Don't need that anymore. And then merger here, going that way. That way here. This one across into there. This one to there. And now we can run this over to there. Now, how do we want to run this? Probably as straight as possible. We want to run it and then dogleg it, or do we want to just go straight across? I'd say probably just straight across. Like this. Take this blueprinter out now. Okay, I absolutely hate how this power is going right now. Run that like that instead. Oh wait, we maybe just bridge all the way across. Can we bridge all the way? Oh, we sure can. Awesome. Let's take this out. Take this. Oh, not quite. Not quite. All right, where is it? Right here? Oh, look at that. Isn't that how it always is, everybody? Just a few inches. It cannot run, but that's okay. We'll just bring that forward, and we'll bring that down. All right, so we've got that to there. We can take this power pole out, and we could probably just run this straight now to this one. And then we'll utilize the side of this. To make that nice, and then we'll redo this. Again, holding down Control. So we're trying to get it to go straight. Right out this way, up, and then connect over to there. Ah, very nice, very nice. A little bit crooked in the center. Let's get in there, get it done. I say we do this. We walk over here, and we aim at this thing like this. And then we walk it back. And we bring it up. And we run it over and see if we like it better. Oh yeah, much better. See how it's much straighter? A little bit bowed out that way, but I like that better than the last one. And then this is going to go ahead and make its way up here to the second line. Which is being used for something. I don't know what that coal is being used for. I can't remember what it is. I don't think it's steel production right now. I actually think it's for some other production like our compact coal. But our power hasn't run out yet, so we're good. And the reason why the power hasn't run out yet is because we have that battery power as well. Because if our power goes way off, we're going to be in trouble. So, why can I not see the power running in there? Yes. Yeah, 1500 power right now. And our battery power is running this. So, yeah, all of our power went off. So our battery power is actually running, but it's still got the thing running, huh? Why does it only say 1540 though? That's a good question. All I know is I also need to take this power and I need to run it on this way too, so that it connects to my radar and all that other stuff too. In fact, we could take our radar, even better idea. Where's that power connection? This side. Where's the power connection on this one? This side. Might be able to just sneak that right up on top there. I'm a little tempted to put power controllers on those radars, be able to turn those off too. Okay. All looks good. Clean that up big time. All right, very nice. Take all this stuff out. And we can button these up. Again, we got to go in and check that our priority switches are there. Yep. Okay. So we got those going. Oh, wait. These ones here are not as important. Number 2, number 3, number 3, and number 4 are not as important as this one. This one is our power extraction, right? That's for our coal power. Now, I also just thought that maybe these other 2 are for my compact coal. So, I could, in theory, put this all for my compact coal. So then it would be power. I honestly can't remember. I have to go look. Let's go ahead and power those back up again. Oh, this is one of the best things to overclock, everybody, is your extractors. Just less work you got to do and more it's going to run down the belt. I overclock all my extractors because why not? All right, button that up. Looks good. Coming out of there nice and fast now. We got to go back and see if this is it. Now, eventually, I'd love to replace this with a train, but I feel like right now I don't really need to. But we will eventually. We'll put the train way up there, by the way. Taking the shortcut. Sliding on a belt is awesome. Goes very fast. Even more awesome without your pack. See that? Jump me forward. Let's go faster. Land on the thing. There we go. Slide and jump. Whee! Okay, now we got some coal back over here. So yeah, our compact coal right here. So now it should start those back up again. We can see our coal power is still running. So our coal power is the thing that's been keeping us going. because we do have a backlog of coal in this box right here that's been keeping us going. But we didn't have a backlog of compact coal. I don't think. I think we burned it all up because we probably don't have enough coal going into the compact coal. That's the problem. What we got here? We were feeding in some coal. But now that we went and looked at all of our numbers, we know that we're only using half of this coal, or less than half, 180. Then this is 600 coming down this line. So what we can do on this side is we can split, and then we can... probably not going to work if I do it that way. I'm going to need to... Yeah, I'm going to need to raise this one up one. Or the sulfur. Yeah, there's another thing we need to redo at some point. What we need to do is take these lines out. And we need to do this properly. By using our splitter here. Let's do it back here. Splitter, 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 and splitter. So these are just lined up to the thing over here. Let's put this back down at the bottom. Let's take this out. Okay, so this one is going to come in and it's going to go... Of course, I got all the things rotated the wrong way. Input like this. And then input there. Okay, so this one is going to go there. And then it's going to go here. Oh no, going up there. Oh no, it's going down here. And this going down in there. Okay, so that's coming through the splitter there. Now we want to merge it. I actually want to leave that one. Take this one out. And now we want to merge on this one. Yeah, so we have this come across here. Then this go into there. Okay, very nice. And then what we want to do is take some of the bottom one and merge it into the top one. So half of this line is going to merge now into the top one, which means we have more coal for our compact coal. So basically, we have 300 going this way, which is more than enough. And then we have 300 going the other way. Now, here's another great trick, is that I can also go to this side and do the same thing and have 2/3 going up there. This is a load balancer. So 2/3 going to the top one, and then 1/3 would be left going out the front, which would then go to there, which is actually what I want to do. But the belt cannot handle that speed because the belt can only handle 780 maximum. So there's no point in me doing that. I just leave it the same way because we just add the top one is 600 and we just added half of 600, which is 300, which means 900, which is faster than the belt can actually run right now. So that doesn't really help us, but it does give us a lot more coal over here. Now, see how we're running the second line up on the top there? What we could do is take this out and take this out and just run this full amount down the center now. And we could basically do the same thing we had going there. And we could just run this back over this way. And we could take 1/3 of this one and just run it to the other side, where now this is going 780 at the bottom. And then we're getting half of it, or 1/3 of it going that way, 1/3 of it going forward, and 1/3 of it coming up. Which is not perfectly balanced because you can go over here and figure out all the numbers that you really need. But I can tell you that in the long run, we're going to get more on this end. Let's see. So I'm What am I doing here? I am, oh, lifting that down from up there instead of running it through. So it'd be great to have a merger there. So I could merge down this way, and then any excess that I have on this line would also go down there. How could we do that? We could do it here. So we could do merging there. This merging here. And then, oh man, this is a mess, but whatever. That's a total mess. But it will do what we want it to do. Yes. Now, it seems like it's coming out of that, but I don't really like doing that where it's all clipped together like that. But the one thing that it's going to do is create a lot more compacted coal. And that's what we want right now, so our power gets back up and running. Because I can see, oh, there's a few of them starting back up. I can see over there that those are not running. I got a couple of them going again. And so now we're going to have way more compacted coal than we have before, which is great. I'm a little tempted to run that underground or run that over or something. Why is that like that? Just put that up. It's not running into that line. It still ends up running into the line. Whatever. We'll make another one. I don't want it to be clipping. I got that other thing clipping and it's already triggering me, so I gotta figure that. I gotta fix that clipping. Okay. Good enough. This is touching the top of that thing. I don't like it. There we go. Okay. Yes, more coal. So yes, those are now power lines. So we're using all that coal for our compact coal. Let's go down here and check our power switches. Yeah, look at our power went way down. So now we're back up about, we hit about 10,000. And so we got to get that compact coal in there, and when it starts getting that all in there, we get our resources back up again. We should get up to about 25,000. And my battery power, by the way, has got about another 9 hours before it's done charging. We got it way up there at about 10,000. But again, that's why I added all that battery power, because what it does is it causes your stuff to go on and off. So let's go over here and see how we're doing. And see if we get more compacted coal in here to get this stuff started back up again. Yeah, we got a good amount of them. Maybe we'll get the ones in the back now. Yeah, see, it's filling up the ones in the front, then the next one, then the next one. And that's just a matter of time now. Before all of the turbo fuel gets back up and running, and then eventually all of these will restart. The real question is, how much do we actually need? How much do we need? We need 15 per minute, and this is 20. So 20 times 15, we need 300 there, and then 300 again over here. Okay, well, how much are we producing over here? Good question. That's like 600 coal, compacted coal should be coming out of there. So 25 per minute. 1, 2, 3. So that's 24. 24 of those times 25. 24 times 25 is 600. All right. More than enough. More than enough now. Okay. So if we did all of our math right, that should actually be more than what it needs. Again, that's 40. Go look. Let's go look at those numbers again. $40 times 15. 600. All right, no, that's exactly the amount that I need. Huh. I know what to do to get it started a little faster. Where's our coal power over here? We're going to give it a bit of a boost to get it started. So we're going to go over here to this one. God, look at all this stuff we have on. Oh, we have a bunch of coal on us. And what we're going to do is what I call infusing. Infusing the line, where you infuse the line, well, because we can see it's going into this box here. So we can go over here and just take coal and put it in there. But we can also put coal into these to try to get these going. And actually, they all look like they're going now. Yeah, you know what I should do? I know exactly what I should do, because now I got more than enough. 25 per. Look out, we're getting the love right here. Who's that bringing in? Demanic. Hopefully I'm getting your name right. Thank you so much for the 3 months in a row there. You did unlock a new sub badge. Hi, how you doing? Everybody say hi to Dama Sanax. Is that how you say your name? I'm so bad with names, everybody. Not on purpose, I just am. Feel free to throw some love in the chat, everybody. Okay, so again, we got, let's see, 25 times, I think this is 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So 24. 24 times 25. 24 times 25. 600. Okay, so just exactly 600. But what we're doing is we're diverting a good section of the other one. So if we take 600 and we divide it by 3, that's 200. So 400 extra is being divided and run off this way. So that means that we could make a little extra. And that little extra will keep our stuff running at 100%, which we were having a problem with earlier. So it was really our compact coal that was slowing down my fuel problem, or my fuel there. Causing a fuel problem. And let's turn this around. We got to add another thing here for sulfur at the top. Actually, right here. Just do this. Do that first. And then run this here. Oop. And our input's the wrong way. My bad. Input is the wrong way. Okay, and that's going to come down here, and then this is going to put that into that one, and this one's going to put that into that one. And then we have another splitter right down here. That is going to go there, and there, and there. And then we'll run some power. Get that one powered up. And we'll copy and paste this one so we know it's doing compact coal. And I didn't want to do that. To do this. There we go. And then get our merger going the right way. Merger here, merger there. Okay, so now we're going to make an extra 25 on that side and an extra 25 on this side. So that'd be an extra 50 compact coal on this side as well. So let's get this one some power as well. Just run that to there and then that in there. This one's going to get going, and then we're going to go ahead, do our merger. Power in. Okay, so because now we have way more coal than we actually need, which is awesome. But how about sulfur? Sulfur's a good one, 25 per minute. So that one is going to be a problem. But we might have a backlog of sulfur that we can go ahead and run. But I'm not sure our sulfur can handle more than 600. Because again, 25 times 24 is 600, which is why I made that many in the first place. But over here, I bet you this is totally 600 total. Now, the cool thing is when we get our level 3 extractors, we can upgrade this to at least 780 full belt speed, but I bet you this is just 600. Yeah, so we're actually going to have a limiting factor of the sulfur. Anyway, do we happen to have any other sulfur nodes nearby? Let's go look. Oh, I don't need to ping it. I can just look on the map. Over there. We could run that sulfur from over there and tie it into here to get a little extra. We could totally do that. We got all the line runs and everything. Yeah, we could just run it along the top of one of these and merge it into this one. And then that would just run that all the way down. Oh, yeah. All right, let's go do that. How far away is it? Up there. All right, we got some work to do. We're going to run some sulfur. We found where our bottleneck was there on our compacted coal. We just don't have enough. We have enough to have it in equilibrium, but we don't have extra. I like to have a little extra. I mean, it's great to have it in perfect equilibrium, but I like to have extra so that you know that you have a backlog in case your power goes off. It can then do it, especially when you're using manifolds. If you're using a load balancer, it's not as bad, but when you're using manifolds, it takes a while to get it back up and running. Let's go ahead and ping this again. It's over that way. Oh, our power's not connected across here anymore. Actually, I could just take it off the side of one of these. Okay, or it didn't feel like doing it. Whatever. There we go. See, I've got all these line runs all over the place because I use it for floating up around the side and all of that. And there is definitely something going on over here. Oh, there's a power line right there we could use. More power lines over here. Right back here. I feel like we might need to do... Oh, and actually we were using that. I can see I got a bunch of extractors on that. Let's get some Nobilis to have a little fun, and we're also going to turn this back on. A little bit of fun with some forest clearing. A little bit there. Now we could go pick that up and use those leaves in our biofuel, but I'm not going to. Throw some over there. Oh, going down. Oh yeah, we got an extractor over there. We got an extractor over there. Let's get away just in case we accidentally blow ourselves up. I like to clear out all the foliage so I can see where my line runs are. Pull some power over here. Yeah, I guess we got a whole bunch of stuff set up over here. We were making some Nobilis, I think. Yeah, I think that's what that was down there. I grabbed all this sulfur and run it down. Okay, well now I need the sulfur. So let's just do some basics here. We're gonna come back and and fancy this up. Let's hide this. All right, we got to get all of these out of here, and we got way too much coal and stuff on us. Let's pick up the miner, pick it up, pick it up. Now, what I did on these miners, everybody, is I went and made like 100 of them. I made a tremendous amount of them. And we can take all this stuff out now, too. Hopefully it doesn't make a box. Ah, it did. You and your dumb little box. All right, then we can just throw that sulfur away for right now. Find this dumb box over here. Okay, now the cool thing is we had already set up what we want to do, so we can go in here and maybe deal with a little bit more nature here. Oh, there's a guy over there too. Let's just throw that right over there and boom. Missed a tree. There we go. Okay, fun stuff. Now we'll take the miner, not a Mark 1, Mark 2, and we'll turn it this way. Like that. I gotta wipe out these guys or they're just gonna irritate me the whole time I'm working. So lucky I'm out of ammo. Hold on, I gotta get some more ammo out of here. I got myself some turbo fuel ammo. Get wrecked. Where's your friend? There he is. Verticality for the win, everybody. Okay, same thing we did before. Here we go. And we'll get in here and we'll put our little beam in. And we'll align this to the foundations. Makes me want to make a blueprint of one that's exactly that long. It makes me want to. Foundation. And then I want this to go all the way back and then 2 wide. And then take all this back out. And then use our brand new blueprint to do this. Try to align it here. And hit H, nudge it over. Put that there. Take all this out. Yeah, I told you we're going to use this over and over again. This is the power of blueprints, everybody. If you make them right, you can just use them over and over and over. Now, the cool thing is also this is going to backlog a little bit of sulfur on this side, too. Again, if I need that sulfur down the line, we know exactly where it's going to be. Okay, and then we're going to go ahead and run this down the side here just so we can keep that tidy. Run that over here. We're going to then add this node to our nodes. Now, again, these are all power nodes, so we're going to actually put that like that. And then this is, yes, it'll be overclocked. This is another normal node. Oh, you know what we didn't do? We didn't do the other node, which was a pure node. So pure node. Pure node. We'll make purple. Make it a lighter purple. So pure node there. And this one's going to be a normal node. And it's for power. And it's going to be sulfur. These will all be MK2s for now. And this sulfur, it needed 600. And then we need a little extra. So we'll just say 600. This needs 180. This needs 300. 300. 300. Yes. This is not steel production. This is compact coal. production. And so all of this is compact coal production. And we are going to say that this one is, since it's a pure node, is going at 600. We'll take both of these, put that in there, and put that in there. All right, now we're getting somewhere. And then we're going to say merged output here is going to be 780. And it's merged with 02. This one's merged with 04. Merged output 708. Nice if it was 7800. And then we'll make this red too, so we just remind us that we're merging those nodes. Merge output. Wait, this should be down here. And this should be here. This should be green. 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 And then this is merged with node 6. Okay, so this is sulfur as well. This is a normal node. Need 300. The output's going to be 300. Really, the most I can output is going to be 180. So that'll be 180. So that'll be 780. And then we'll make that orange to remind me that that's not at full power. Okay. Sounds good. Again, when we get our faster belts, and we get our faster belts and we get the faster extractor, that sulfur can be run at 1200. 1200 as well. And again, we're working on our extractor nodes and mastering it for our power and going through and naming all of our nodes appropriately. So we're going to name this one number 6, and so this way when we get into like 100 nodes, everybody, we can have some way of going, okay, that's what that does. Okay, so that sulfur node is up and running. Let's go ahead and let it rock and roll. I think it's starting to spin. Oh, we got to connect this in here. I can't forget to do that or it doesn't work. Put that back in. Okay, so this output should be coming out this way. A little close over here, though I think I could get it to go. No, this isn't coming out this way. This is an input here. I think I'm just going to take the bottom one out this time, and then we'll just willy-nilly run this down the hill. Is that where we want to go? Yeah, it looks like a scary cave to me. Oh no, that does go down there. All right, scary cave it is. All right, and this is just willy-nilly running. We're just running along the ground. Not a big fan of doing this. I would rather run it on a train, but we'll do what we got to do. And there's probably some baddies that have respawned in here somewhere. I don't know if those things are dead because I can't see the smoke, but just in case they're not, let's wipe them out anyway. Very nice. That's pretty nice. I don't think I've ever run anything through that cave before. Very fun. Fred over here being all crazy. What's up, Fred? We're gonna rework all of this for sure. But for now, I'll run this one up a little higher, and then we'll run this. We could rerun the way we got this going. And we can run our quartz underneath a little bit. Run that right there. These buildings also help you kind of, you know, straighten stuff up a bit. And then this is going to go on top of this one. For now, until we come back and we revamp all of that. Put that there. And we'll put that up there. Very nice. Okay, now before we get too far, now that we've figured out the logistics of that, we want to go back and make sure we overclock this one so that it's going at its full capacity. So eventually, if we need it, we can run it down. I can also siphon off half of this on the other end and use it for something else, like making other stuff. And then it would be 750 is what it'd be running at. That would be enough to keep our compact coal going. Let's go ahead and get our power shards. I'm getting low. I only have 309. That's a lot, everybody. That's a massive lot. All right, 300 there. Okay, now we got that going faster. That's going to rock and roll down the belt. And see, we already had the belt structure already set up, so it's just easier to run the belt structure for now. And then when we go to do all of our trains, we'll pull all of this sulfur together via the train way up high. But this is a great little quick fix. And then also, we're already working on our extractors and everything, so good to get those going. I didn't go back and do my quartz extractor. We'll do that later. Don't really need the quartz right now. I'm just working on power extraction. We'll just do that, and then we can run this all in sequence. Like so. Yeah, this is looking good. What do you think, chat? I'm fine, friend. How are you? I'm doing good. Thanks for coming in and hanging out. Hey, King Coco. It's a Turkish name. Yes, a lot of people know the Turkish word Kismet. It means fate or destiny. It absolutely does. I've had lots of people come in from all over the world who were of Turkish descent. So thanks for coming in and hanging out. I've been told that many times. Yes, I got it as a nickname a long time ago, everybody, before some of you were even born. But not all of you, but some of you. Probably a great portion of you, by the way. Yes, long, long ago. I am the original, the Alpha, the Omega. I am the original, not the copy. Kismet. Yes. And running some sulfur over here. Again, we already have this structure in place. We might as well utilize it to get where we need to go now. And I have a massive amount of resources when it comes to running belt lines. Again, 10 boxes deep, everybody. That's, you know, tens of thousands of resources. Because we are on a server, and the server can just keep running and running. And I had all of these various processes running, like making nobelis and making plates and all of those things. And we just let it run for a while. And then by the time we got back from holiday break, we got a lot. And that's what's helping us get this sulfur over here right now. This is also going to bring us all the way up to full power, because we're going to have enough to keep all this stuff running. Somebody down there thinking of shooting me down there. All right, let's do a whole bunch of these. Then we'll come back and run the lines. And see, I try to avoid most of this line running because I know I'm going to replace it with trains later. But sometimes it's just very effective. You know, you've already got the structure in place. You can just keep stacking these. I mean, you can stack these 50 high if you wanted to. I think trains are a much more elegant way of doing it. Because it's a lot less resources you're using, a lot less clutter in your world, a lot less frame loss when you're running resources back and forth. Overall, just better. Almost there. Closing in on this camp, we're going to need to go up over this one. Probably should put one here in the center, too. Put one in where there's a pre-existing one, just to bring this up over to so that when it comes down, it doesn't hit that belt. Just avoiding that clipping. Okay. Now we got this, and we can just try to merge in. Let's merge it down just a little bit. And then we're going to bring this, and we're just going to merge that right into there. And now that is going to be running at 780. So very nice. And it's also going to backlog over on that side. Now, while we're letting that run, you know what we're going to do? Go up here and fix this one, too. I told you we were going to work on extraction. We're crushing it right now. We're absolutely destroying it right now. All right, let's take this out. This is already in the right direction that I want it to go. So I'm just going to take the belt out so it's not in my way while I'm working here. And I'm going to rotate this around. Click that. That is not straight. Not straight. Try it again. Let's see if this was the right way. Nope, backwards. Sometimes when you do it once and you go to do it again, it flips you around the backwards way. I can always tell because when you try to pull it out, if it doesn't pull from this left side and it's pulling from the other side over there, you know you're messed up. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okie dokie. Now we know what to do. We put that in there. We take this out. Turn on our zooping. Shoot that out. Put 2 here. Take all this out. Man, we got this down to a science now. We got it down. And actually, we want to go over 1. We want to go here. So yeah, the extractor actually has to go the other way. So let's do like this. Let's see if it lets me, let's see if that aligns if it's flipped the other way. It should. In theory. But you never know until you put that extractor down. Oh, gotta go forward by 1 more. One more back this way. It doesn't seem right, but we'll try it again. See what happens. Hey, thanks for the lurker love there, Jonkers. Appreciate it. Snow's a little weird. It's a little forward offset. All right, let's try that. We're probably going to end up doing that bottom thing again. This looks a little off. Yeah, when you rotate it the other way, you have to redo the foundations. Okay. Well, we'll do what we got to do. There we go. Take these out. Yeah, you gotta make sure that the miner is actually already facing the direction you want it to go. before you put the foundations at the bottom, because it's going to offset it. But now, hey, now we know. Now we know what's up with what's up. That orange stuff is not making this annoying or anything. You know how to turn that orange stuff off, everybody. Let me know. You can just tell me in the chat. I'm going to turn that off. I don't want to see the orange aftermath of the thing. It's obnoxious. Middle mouse button. We're just turning that around the other way. These out. Let's try it again. Okay, I think we got it aligned now. We can line that up to these foundations. Hit H, make sure it's lined up. Looks good. All right, now we can take our extractor. We'll have it all nicely aligned to our blueprint. Like so. There we go. We'll make this connection here. We'll run our power line down to there. We'll put this back on. Very nice. Then we'll use our power over here. Wow, conveniently on the right side to go there. And then this would be sulfur number 5. This is a pure node. And sulfur number 5 in there. Turn it on. Get that up and running. Then we can just run this straight out here. Don't really like what we got going on here, though. I think we could do this better. Let's do something a bit better than that. All right, and I'm going to bring out this. Let's go ahead and bring up a wall. There. This. And we'll put a floor hole in there. Let's see how that floor hole looks. Like this. And around the corner with a nice 90. All right, much nicer. Okay, and then what we'll do is we'll run this up like this. Just stay there. Get a foundation from down there and put it up here. Floor hole is right in the dead center, so we'll middle mouse button that. Dead center. Run this one down from up here. Now the cool thing about when you're doing floor holes is you can rotate the direction of the way that the belts are going so you can see the belts. So I would rotate it this way so when I'm running by I can see if that sulfur is traveling down that thing there. Now we can get rid of all this ugliness that we were using before. And we'll just use the bottom one. Bring that straight out. Say something like that. And this one we will put this way. And run that right into there, and that will clean that up nicely. Very nice. All right. Take this out. Now, these power poles are so I can float around everywhere. Don't need the upper one. Don't need the upper one here. Again, we'll just remove that when we need to. Now we're going to massively overclock this to get it back up to 600. And we are rocking and rolling again. All right. Now we're going to be making a lot of compacted coal, and we're going to actually end up with a whole bunch extra, which will be great because if we turn the power off and we need to turn it back on again, we should be good. So now that sulfur is flowing at full 780. We got our coal coming in at 780. We got our coal load balancing over here. And we got more coal than we know what to do with right now. It's that sulfur that we really need to get to the end. Now that that sulfur's coming in heavier, we're going to get our sulfur backlogged all the way up. In fact, I could help it a little bit by just clicking that. I bet you across the way, same thing. Yep, almost full. And then let's just max that one out. Again, this all works on overflow technique, where it fills one and then it fills the next and so on and so forth. So we want to wait for it to fill that. Again, that's 780 and it needs 600 there. But at the end, we added 2 more, so that would now be 650, and we're producing 780. So again, way extra, which is awesome. We should also, we have a backlog of sulfur on that end. So we don't really need the backlog of sulfur on this end. Unless I didn't feel like running over there and grabbing it. Yeah. Yeah, let's do that. And I'm going to do a little trick here. Where we put a smart splitter. Let's get a smart splitter right here. And if it does backlog and we have too much, the left output is going to be overflow. And then we'll just overflow that up into that box. See? So if it does get too much, it'll start to backlog, which it should do eventually. Backlog all the way back, and then it's going to put the extra up there that we can use if we need the raw sulfur. Now, a lot of this extraction is eventually going to go to a bunch of storage that's going to store the raw resources, and then from the raw resources, then we're going to send it to wherever we need to go. But for right now, we want to go ahead and really gear this up and have this consistently coming in at the most speed that it possibly can as well. Building that bypass was a good idea too, because by the time it gets halfway down, it's not running at 780 anymore. So if I do the side bypass, it speeds up this side as well with that extra bit. You can see it's reaching all the way to the end now. We got them all running. Oh, so good, so good. We got some compacted coal on me. I do. Look at that. I can just throw that in there and let it run down the belt. And over here, we're good. Put this one back in. Okay. We're going to see our power get back up to full strength. Let's go ahead and see how we're looking here. Oh, we got a nice solid line. So now instead of having 24,000, which is what we had when we started the day here, because we had to figure out what was causing our power to go down, we're at 27,940, and our backup power is 60,000. So 60,000 battery power, and we're only have 27,000, and we're actually only consuming about 3,000. And I'd love to figure out what the overhead is for each process, right? So the overhead for our compacted coal, for our oil production, all of that stuff. Because then you would know how much it cost you out of that power that you're making. So say you're making 20,000 power, it's going to cost you a certain amount because of the machines that you're running. And so it basically diminishes the amount of power that you're producing. Great example is when I did 140 of the coal powers. I did them way over there on the other side with just massive extractors and whatnot. So that cost me, out of 140,000, I made 140 coal powers. I made 10,000 power. But it actually cost me 2,000 power. So it was actually making 12,000 power. But it cost me 2,000 power, which means I had 10,000 power left over after I just made sure that all the processes were up to speed. So that's pretty awesome. And again, we fixed that problem. Now we have full uninterrupted power. So that's what we want to see in our power production. So cool. We'll let that all run. Yeah, look, that stuff's getting all the way to the end over here. Yeah, that was our problem. Not enough compacted coal. Yeah, it's making it all the way to the end. Because also we did a couple bypasses over there too that help it get all the way to the end. Look at our blueprint there. Okay, and we made a bunch of power today. We established our middle part of our base here. A lot of good stuff going on. And we got our extractors. I think we're almost ready to make our factory extractors. We need to go work on our oil extractors as well and revamp those a little bit. Yeah. That's what we need to do. So let's ride on a train, everybody. We're going to go over here to our oil drop-off. And we're going to land right here. Oh, land right here. Nope. Keep it next one. I'm trying to hit C. There we go. I'm pressing both of them. I'm just hitting it right in between the two. So this is the offloading all my oil over here. And you can see that it can't even offload it fast enough. It's probably backlogged in oil because that was not running. The power over here was not running because we were busy doing other things. So cool. Play chicken with this other train. Not a good idea to play chicken with trains, everybody. In real life or in game. Woo! So I built this to come over here and pick it up via trains. And trains are very, very fun in this game. Super fun. All right, so we've got 3 extractors. You can see we labeled them all out there, 600, 300, and 300. But we really need to kind of fine-tune this, consolidate it down, and also have the ability to turn these oil extractors off if we want to, or have them never go off, which is what we really, really want. So we want to have that on its own power that we can control that it never goes off. And that's why I use your priority switches as well. To say, look, this priority level 1, I never want that to go off. Priority 2, well, you know, if you can't power the rest of it, then okay, priority 2 off, right? But normally what I do is I put priority 1 as power, and then way at the end is all my other factories. So it just turns those factories off, or you can turn them off manually if you need to get your power back on. But this all needs to be cleaned up, all these line runs and everything. Another thing that we're going to do is also take this and move this up to the level of where you see this one here. So this train will be run from here and actually be run up and then end up over there by where those batteries are stacked. These are my online power and offline power over there. That's a lot of power right there. It's 15,000 and 15,000 battery power. And that's just getting started, everybody. Look how much room we could build a whole bunch more, all the way up into the sky if we want, or row after row after row of them. We could have 1 million backup power if we wanted to, but again, there's like a diminishing returns at some point, everybody, where you don't really need that much power. But this definitely needs to be cleaned up. This would actually be good if I turn this a little bit too. It would be aligned to the rest of that. So we need to go in and make a blueprint for fluid extraction as well. So let's put our blueprinter down over here so we can work on that a bit. Put it out in the water like that. And we will hide up here for a minute in case some mobs decide they want to shoot me. Ugh, keep hitting X instead of C. There we go. We'll just hide up here in case some mobs come along. Luckily, there's no flying mobs that try to kill you. I mean, there's flying mobs, but they don't try to kill you, so that's good. All right, some more words on stream, everybody. Here's your chance to have some fun at the high school dance here. Let's go. Let's go ahead and get this fired up. There we go. All right, we're going to start this up, and I'll be back after this break. Oh, wow, no words at all? That's a tough one. Looks like King Coco was doing all the work there on that last one. Looks like this one's about to end. Oh, well, it happens. You can't hear any of the sound, though. What's going on with my sound? Can't hear it at all. Wrong headphones, maybe. Try these ones again. Huh. Okay. They're dead. Audio not working. So yeah, it should be these ones. Yeah, let's just switch to these ones again. Switch back to these ones. See if these ones work. There we go. All right, those other ones died. All right. Let's go ahead and turn that off. All right. Okay, back to some Satisfactory, everybody. Man, long stream today, everybody. 8.5 hours so far. Let's go ahead and get back to it. We wanted to work a bit on our oil power. And so that's what we're going to do. We're going to get our oil power going on. Let's go. All right, first thing I want to do is take this thing and turn this thing a little better. Check out all this. What do we have here? Oh, we had the 600 thing there. Okay, so we want to go in and rotate this a bit better. So I'm going to show you how to also align your other extractors here. Let's see, oil extractor. And so let's align this a little better to the other ones. Something like this. Something like that. Yeah, like that. Okay, and just going to keep pumping this oil up there while we're working on the rest of this. It's a little bit in my way, but we'll see what we can do here to make this happen. Now, the same thing that you did before on the other extractors, you get your beam out here, your metal beam. You hold down control. We look at this. We rotate it forward like this. And we get it lined up right off the center. Whoop, like this, and then we left click, and then on this one what you want to do is bring it out and then go 1 2 1 2 3, 4, and 5. There we go. We'll see how that works. And then right like that. Oh, take this out. Okay, very nice. And we should get a nice lineup on those. Yeah, perfectly down the center. Very nice. Get this to snap in here. There we go. Okay, so that's just to align the foundation first, and then we'll take the oil extractor out. And then we'll put the oil extractor back in again, and it will sit up on top of those foundations and be perfectly aligned to itself. Now, one of the things that I want to do here, and we're going to take all this out, is to consolidate all of this down to a much better layout of what we got going on. One of those things is to lay out this fluid buffer better. So we're going to actually take out the fluid buffer. We're going to take all this stuff out. All these foundations that are going different directions than what we wanted to eventually do. We'll keep the power line there. And we'll get a bunch of this. And take all this out. Get all this out here. Now again, we're just cleaning up all of our power stuff today and working on our extractors, because this is our most important extractors, are the ones that have to do with our power. Okay, and then we want this to go forward like so. So what we want to do, though, is right out of this, we want to go ahead and put a buffer right there, much like we did on the other one where we put a box to basically hold the extra resources. We want this to hold the extra resources and have a backlog of those resources. So again, we can't take the oil extractor and put it on the blueprinter. So what we got to do is just think, okay, we have 2 foundations that we're using there that it's sitting right on. So let's take these foundations and let's just put it here in the center, somewhat in the center, right there. And we'll say, okay, that's our extractor. Now what we want to do is we probably want to have a third one so that we can go ahead and curve it in such a way in which it can be sent to a storage here. And we'll just put some more foundations down just to get this started. So we'll use a industrial storage box as a stand-in, say right there. And then we'll have that come around, and then we're also going to put our industrial buffer here, like so. I think that's a good spot. Right there. Very, very good. I kind of feel like I want that in the center, and then maybe this goes to the side. So we could extract it this way. Yeah, let's try something different. Let's try, it doesn't have to be exactly like our other extractor. Let's say this one is the extractor. Like this. And then what we want to do is we want to probably widen this out like this, so that we can run out the fluid buffer, which actually fits on 2 foundations. Doesn't really matter where we put that wall hole, I guess. We could just run that across. Yeah, run that across there. We need to bring some power over here so I don't keep dipping down like that. Oh, whoa. What the heck? It changed my thing. I didn't even notice. Put this power line over here. There we go. So the extractor goes this way. It extracts it, runs it into here, and then it runs out on this side. So we can take all this out. Again, just minimizing what we're doing. Then we can do our walls. And then right in the center, we'll do a wall hole. Try to line that up nicely. Let's say right there. And then see if we can get a pipe in there. Oh yeah. Okay, so we got that right there. So extractor's going to come in, go across to here. So we'll just say something like that. Maybe take this out. And then now we've got a little self-contained extractor that we can use to backlog it at the node itself, and then run all the lines over here because they should be at the node, and then also they should be at the other end too. So it should be backlogging it here and then backlogging it at the other end. So let's go ahead and close this up a bit. Let's go ahead and put some walls in. Right over here and over here. There we go. This is where our extractor is going to be. In here. How tall is our extractor? 2, 3, 4, 4, and then we can just see the top of it. Yeah. All right, let's say 4 high. Like this. From the front of this, maybe right there, so we can access it from the outside. Now, I like to be able to access this stuff from outside, and the easy way of doing that is to make it where you can just have the top of it just a little bit cut into the top of the thing. So we're going to do that a bit. Oh, that is not aligned. Try that again. Okay, so that part up a little higher, this part a little lower. Like this. I'll probably put this across that way. To cap that off. And then eventually what we'll do is we'll put foundations in here like this, and it'll hide all the stuff inside there so we don't have to see all that geometry, but we can still access the fluid buffer from in there, and then we'll have this up here and we can still access that from there. But I suggest that you go ahead and just take these out in your blueprint so you can work with that later. Yeah. I could also turn that sideways and try to run it in on the side. We'll give this a try first. Okay, so let's go in here and oil extractor with storage. Oil extractor with storage for organizing inputs and outputs. So there we go. Save that blueprint for now. Oop, I should have done the icon. Oil extractor. Right here, and then this has to do with our power, so again, I'm going to use yellow. Select color. Okay. Confirm. And then we're going to make a little changes to this, because what we want to do is also label on the outside exactly what this is. So we're going to label it right over the output. And then we're going to go ahead and copy one of these over here. And say 600 per minute. Okay, very nice. Now we also need our power stuff, so we're going to go ahead again, add an extra one. Just right out here in the front. Going to color that red. We should color all the rest of this blue for our power. Actually, should be coloring it yellow for power. Yeah, we'll just color it blue since we colored those other ones blue. Even the pipes will make blue. There we go. Oh, and right there. Okay, and then again, we need to work with our power control. So we'll get our priority power switch. And we'll say the input is going to be here. The output is going to be here. I'll run this power into this inside. Oh, or not. Say off to the side here a little bit. Where's the power draw from this thing? It's actually in the back. It's in the back of it. So instead of running it there, we'll just run this to the back, which I don't think we can do, but we could do a little trick here where we try to run this outside. See, I'd like to run it outside because then I can put the power connector on the inside. Put a wall there or something and then maybe do it that way. See what I can finagle here. Sometimes you gotta fuddle with it. All right, I think I could do that. And then put a wall outlet. No, it's not gonna let me put it down there because of the wall position. Maybe one of these little tiny walls. Little basic wall down there. Let's use that instead. Nope. Still gonna not let me put that how I really want it to go, but let's go with that. And then let's see if this covers it up. No, it doesn't quite cover it up, but that's okay. It's going to be in the back of the thing anyway. So we'll go with it. We'll go with that, and then this needs to connect to the front side. And I think we got what we need. All right. And then again, this is going to be 0, 0, 0. And we'll turn it on by default. Which I forgot to do on those other ones. Save that over there. And we need to figure out where the extractor is going to be. So the extractor is going to be 3 blocks back. So we want to put 2 blocks behind, or a block behind the extractor to try to get that blueprint to work. Okay, so we're going to put this behind the extractor. We're going to figure out why we have so many lines run here. Let's just run it to this one. Take this out. Okay, so we need one behind this one. And then we should be able to take our blueprint and have the back side turn this way. And have it kind of snap in there somewhat. Nudge that over. And if we did it all correctly, our oil extractor should drop right here in the center. Come on now, chat. Look at that. Look how awesome that is. Look how amazing that is. That's pretty awesome. The only problem is the way those pipes are there. So I'll probably take that pipe out of the blueprint. It's just going to be in the way. And I got to put that one back in. Let's just do this. All right, very nice. We got to take this and connect it to this connector in the back. We're going to go ahead and bring this down to connect over there. Okay, and that should start that up. Yes. Very nice. That should start backlogging a bunch of that. Oil there. And I think we're good there. So I think we can just see if that oil starts running in there. Yes, it is. Okay, so that's good. That's all good. Maybe color this into blue just because we feel like it. And then here's the cool part. So when you put the foundations in, you can just say that, hey, I cut out the spot where this stuff is sticking up there. You went in there with a, blowtorch and you cut it out. There you go. Just RP that part in. I'm not a big fan of clipping. I typically don't do clipping, but in this case, what it does, it hides all the action and all of the frames, so it reduces your overall frames of what you're doing. And then it just shows me over here a 600 millimeter. And by the way, I just thought of something. I could put another sign on the top and then just say oil extraction on the top, and then just have the icon. Just have two signs. There we go. Oil, 600 meters. Very nice. Let's go in and fix up this blueprint for the next one, though. So we're just going to do the same thing over and over. And then we'll say oil, since we're going to be doing these. Obviously, this is oil extraction. Right here. And then this here. There we go. So we're going to need to put this one in here. Take this out. And I think we're all good. Now I think this front part here, I can go ahead. I could probably just get it from the inside here. Just put this in so that we don't have to worry about it later. Less work we have to do later on. So we just got to put the thing in there, connect the power, run the pipe, and we should be good. All right, let's try that. Save. Again, we're taking our extractors to a whole nother level here. Okay, so this is looking really good. I like this. We can check our thing. Yes, it's filling up. And so we just want to go ahead and run this out over here. So we're going to go ahead and just line this up. Run this pipe over here. We're going to revamp a lot of this piping and stuff later on, but we don't spend too much time on it now until we go in and work on our oil extraction. We definitely want to put a pump right here going in the right direction. Oops, made a couple of them. Yep, we don't need to do that. This pump should be connected down here. There we go. So it's not connected to this, so it's tied into the whole system. So the pump is also connected to the switch that we have. So if I turn the switch off, it also turns all the pumps off, which, I don't know if I really want to do, but when I get my nuclear power, I could probably turn all of this other power off, by the way. Your nuclear power massively scales up versus this type of power. And then there's even more stuff you can do later on. But you can see that this one is going up this way. So we could do the same thing with this one. We could go ahead and just run it. Let's just run it down here to the side, and then we'll run it across and have it tie into that power. And now it is also controlled by that one switch. So also a good time to go in and put this in. So this is a pure node. We're going to overclock it here in a second. It is, wait, no, this is power. And this is a pure node there we go. So power OC pure node. And again, we're just mainly doing our power nodes first in this case. And these are MK2s. Well, I was getting 3 and 4 in there, just MK2s. There we go. And the extraction of this one is 600 and 250, and the total output we need is 600. And this is for fuel power over here. And we can just pull this down to automatically name all that stuff for us. So oil, 600. Oh, this is backwards. This one's backwards. We got to get this one here. Oh, we did the sulfurs backwards. We got to go back and fix the sulfur ones. We'll do that later. All right, so right now we'll say 600 oil right here. This is going to be number 7 of our stuff. That's working away. Very nice. So all of that is now pumping back up here again into the second tank, which already had some in that second tank. So that, and we had some in here as well. So now that's backlogging all of that nicely. And again, we'll come in and we'll rearrange all that. I really like that. It's like kind of a cool little place in the middle of nowhere there, doing its thing. I could have also incorporated the pipe in there. I could have brought this forward one more and had the pump integrated in. So when you start doing the thing, it automatically has the pump. Do we have enough room for that? We could move this to the side. And have our power connections on the side, and then have the pump built in and extend that out by 1. Or just extend this here. I think we'll integrate the pump in there too. So I'm going to have the pump on every station. I can tell you that already. And let's get this to go the right way. Oh, I can't put that on the outside because it's too far forward. But what I can do is, and I can't put the wall hole on the outside either. So I need a half floor. Half foundation. Let's get one of those in. These are really awkward to work with, but we can see what kind of magic we can do here. Problem is getting that pump in there to fit. Let's just take all this out. We'll run that to there. Oh yeah, we can get that pump in there, I think. Yeah, a little bit of on the edge there. I think we got that. Let's take this out, put this here. And this is so we can put the signs on the front. And then wall hole here. Fit there. Yeah, just squeeze that pump in there. Very nice. Okay, and then we can tie this one down. And we can have that built into our outside power that'll be out here. Okay, so let's go ahead and do the same thing we did before. Let's turn this to red so we know that's where our thing is going to be. And we shall find where the heck it went. All right, priority switch. And we'll put it back just a little bit. So our A power is going to be connected back here because we can't put it forward because it's on the edge of the thing. Then what we'll do is we'll take out this corner, which we're going to take out this whole front part. Redo this anyway. And we'll do this, and I think we have a half wall here. Basic wall. Yeah, it'd be nice if you could rotate that this way. You can't rotate that. Huh. You can have a half foundation, but we don't have a half wall. It's not that I'm seeing. Is there a half wall in here somewhere? We got a basic wall. Really, all we have to do is just back that up a little bit and clip it through that other one. Gotta take this out to do that. Yeah, so you'd want to take this. Run that there. Then I can snap this to back that up. Yeah, it's going to be a little overlapping there. I don't really like it to overlap. But we do what we got to do to make things work. Put this foundation back. Which actually could go back to match up to the edge of that. Yeah, maybe move that back. Oh, wait, we can just use a half foundation. Oh, that's even cooler. That's even cooler. Just use a half foundation to use it for our priority switch. I didn't even think of that until right now. That's cool. And then what we can do is do this, which is cool too. So you can just have it go straight back and straight back. Oh, I like that a lot. Oh, that's cool. Okay, and then we're going to run this under here, which is going to connect here. All right, yeah, so connect to where the pump is, and then from where the pump is, connect it. Better double check that that doesn't have any other connections. No, 0. Okay. And then we'll connect this all the way over here. So it's going to run the extractor, and it's going to run the pump, and then we can just do like that. Take this out, and then see, we just extended that by a half. So that's cool. All right, I like that. That's awesome. Now it's got a little flavor to it too. It's not just a square box. Okay, I like it. I like it. Let's go ahead and color all this in. Very nice. Oh, I forgot to color the thing in too. I want to color the actual switch itself. Okay, I'm liking all of that. I think that might actually do the trick. Let's do that. Now, when you take this stuff out and you put it back in again, the problem is that you lose all the oil that was in the backlog. So all the oil, if it was backlogged in this thing right here, is going bye-bye. There's not much in there, though. Did I just save it? 2 seconds. 2 seconds later, and I can't remember if I saved it or not. Let's just save it again, just in case. All right, let's take all this out. And all this out. So now we have an integrated pump as well to start the process going. So very nice. Okay. Oh, I should have left those things there so I can align up the front. Or in this case, the back. Oh yeah, it's still lined up though, so that's good. So luckily I made those ones on that side, which line up to the base of the extractor. I could have just put the extractor in again and fixed it, but if I can skip that step, that would be awesome. Okay, so we're going to go this way, and we're going to line this up right here. Where was the original extractor? Right here. It's weird how it offsets it like that, but we'll make it work. Put it right back in the same position. Good. Okay, that's all good. Now we just need to put our... Now you don't need to do all this, everybody. I'm doing this to make it fancy. I told you we're going to be doing some mega building. And this is it. When you take all this time to make it all fancy, that's when you're really getting it going. You're doing some mega building. All right, and then we got just two connections, the power connection, and then that connection there. And then we can close this up. And then we have that connection, so we need the general power connection from up here, which we will just run to the base on this side. And run our A input to here. Go over here and name this again because it remembered it from before, and turn this on. So now we should have, probably should have put a door in there so I can see if it's actually running. And I could check the head lift. Oh, and I forgot to put the one at the bottom in there too. Let's go fix that on the blueprint here. Got to put that one back in. And I kind of feel like I need a door in here too. Just so I can get under there and double check that my head lifts are okay. Door. Down here, it's called automated gate. So make it go this way. Nice. Okay, so we can get in there, we could check this, we could check that our head lifts are okay, and be all good. All right, and then we'll save that. And then we'll just modify this one since we already have it in place and everything's running. We'll just go over here and just add our own to this one. See if it opens the same way. Yes, it does. Current head lift is 1.7. What the heck? How come that's going like that? Let's just clean this up a little bit. Oh, and get it to cooperate. Get it right about the same part. Put that down there. We can connect this to the B side. Take all that out. All right, a little bit better looking there. We're just kind of cleaning up the look of that. We can run that nice and straight. And then that oil is going to pump up to there. Eventually I'll have that pump straight up. And we'll be all good. Okay, so we got 600 per minute in theory going over here, but I seriously doubt it because we don't have it overclocked. All right, so there we go, back to 600. See if our power has been going up and down while we were doing this. Nope, still rock solid. So it had a bunch of backlogged oil, so it was just fine. And so now we got that back up and running. That's all fixed up. Looks nice. Very nice. And we now have the ability to have our sulfur we want to put over here because that's part of our power. These we all want to put over here. These are all of our extractors over here. And then, you know what? Let's just put all of these together. And a big long list of stuff that we don't want to turn off. So our coal power, our turbo fuel, our power backup we'll put over here. Where's my offline? Offline battery backup here. That's probably even further down. Biomass production there. We don't need any of that. And then of our turbo fuel and stuff. It loves to rearrange the way that you have these, by the way. When you go back in there, you'll see that it rearranged it, usually alphabetically. But it's weird that 001 and 002 comes before 001. And that's because it does, like, you know, how many letters it is, and it's actually sorting it by these letters, which is weird. Again, I don't know why it does that. I mean, I can pull it down and set it, say, way at the bottom. But the second I close it and I open it back up again, it just puts it back the way it was. It auto-alphabetizes it in a weird way. I don't know why it does it like that. Maybe it's the way I built it in the build order. I don't know. Seems weird to me, though. Seems very weird. But such is the way it goes. Okay, so that is squared away. We have complete control over keeping that on all the time as well. And eventually also we're going to put our train station on a power switch as well. So again, if we want to turn all this off for whatever reason, it's all connected together where those switches are. And really all we need to do is turn off the power switch on that side, which will turn off the power all the way down and turn this one off too at the same time. So that has now got all of that going. We have our oil going again. That's a good standalone thing. Now I want to revamp all of this so it matches up to this one. And we're going to revamp the way all this oil ends up over here. So we're just going to take this one and we're going to run this way over here and see how it looks. Also a good idea to run some power under here. And we'll grab it from our... Actually, I think we have it coming down from our primary switch to here. So we'll take this and we'll run it on the outside like this. This is just going to make it easier for us to work over here. Okay, now we're going to take this one out. All of this, which has served us well up to this point, but I think we can make it better. Way better. Okay. So let's take this out and see if we can kind of orient this a little better toward this. So production, oil extraction. Try to angle it about like that. Okay. And then we'll do our thing here. Get our little metal pole. Hold down control. Rotate it so it's nice and straight to the front. That is not straight. That's straight. All right. Then bring it out to right there. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is 5 and the other one is 4. So keep that in mind. If you're doing the regular extractors, it's 4. This one, it's 5. Take that out. Run this to the back. And we need 1 extra in the back. We'll take all this out. We'll get ourselves some barrel nuts while we're at it. And we'll then put in our little blueprint. And again, getting the back of this lined up nicely. It does not look lined up. There we go. All right. Nice and lined up to the extractor. And now we'll put our extractor in. I always want to check the extractor first, just to make sure you didn't make a mistake. Otherwise, all of this is for nothing. You got to put all this in here first. Make sure the oil extractor fits. And we got that all perfectly lined up. That's going to go there. Now what we need to do is give this one a name. And this one is going to be pretty much the same. Fuel power. This one is a pure node, I believe. Let's go double check. Yes. And we'll make sure to overclock it while we're thinking about it. The 600 per minute, yeah. Okay, and so we want to put the name in there. Number 8 of our power nodes, and turn that on. There we go. Number 8 is up and running. Now we want to take our primary power and we want to go ahead and connect it over here. Now these probably don't line up perfectly, but they line up good enough. We'll want to bring that one over here, and over here. So we'll get all 3 of these on the same one. We could make a... Let's go make a blueprint for this that we're going to run here in just a second. So instead of me making a whole bunch of them manually, I can just put it on the blueprinter and be good. Okay, don't remember if I saved or not. Let's just save again. And we'll clear it. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to have our entryway. I like these little gate wall holes because you can run underneath them. So there and there. And then we're going to go ahead and put it in a normal wall. Like this. Like that. And then... yeah, see, it's not going to let me put it in there, which is a bummer. It is totally a big bummer. Let's put a half foundations in. Over there. Over there. We're gonna have to back that up. And we're not going to actually use the foundation there. So actually what we need to do is put this down just right here in the center. Don't think it's going to let us do that too easily. All right, let's do a half foundation again. But this time, try to get this to sit down. Take this out. Get this to sit down a little lower. Nope. See, like the wall will let you do that. It'll let you let it sit down a little bit. like that, so it sits on the ground. So that lets me sit on the ground, but it doesn't let me put it at the half point. How to do that? Let's think this through here. Let's try our beam first. So we'll put our beam down. Across there. I call this walking, where you kind of walk the thing over this way a bit, so you can then run one that's full length back the other way. Yeah, it's snapping to there, and I don't want it to snap to there. There we go. All right, so we're able to snap it to that. So this has to go halfway. And then down. That's a lot of work just to get that to line up, isn't it? But again, that's what's so cool about those metal beams. Is they're super useful, that kind of stuff. Because I want it to be down like that so I can set it on the foundations that already exist. It's a little bit in the ground there, but we do what we gotta do. Metal beam. You know, all we gotta do is just put that halfway in right there. Take this out. Get this one. And let me set this one down. Nope. Let's just make sure we have that at the same level we had the other one. I'll figure out how I got it to go down in there now. Just wants to go on the top of it now. Going that way. Notice that it was centering off of that one. And now it's not doing it. Very unusual to make this stuff to work. I'll find that magic spot right there. I just watch what's working, and then I try to replicate that. Yeah, see, that's just going in the center of that when I want to go on this. Going there, it's going there, because that's just going down on the thing, but it's not snapping in this piece anymore. There it goes, doing that one. What if there's something under here causing it to be obstructed? Got an idea. Let's call this pipe run. Temp pipe run. Ah, there we go. That's one way to work around it. There we go. All right, I just did that side, which I got working, and then I just put it over on that side. Okay, so this is going to let me put my pipe runs in here. I'd like it to be much further, but we do what we got to do. And so I feel like we want to push those ones out. It's kind of what they need is they need the pipe runs, the pipe ones, to be like the these ones here, where they have the pipes already integrated into the conveyor wall. That would be awesome. But sadly, we don't got that yet, and who knows if we ever are. But there we go. And now we can also put in our double wall outlets right there and right there, and connect our power across. Okay, that's looking good. And then we'll just label them at the end. Yeah, I can just add the thing at the top with the label of each of the inputs and outputs. And that should go back and line up perfectly with the 4 of those. Okay, let's just go with that. Pipe runs. Pipe run. Pipe runs. 3 pipe runs with wall holes and lifted with what's the name of that thing? I forget what it's called. Pipe. This pipe Mark II. Again, this is going to be for power, so we'll make it yellow. Or actually, this is more of a generic thing, so we'll make that purple. And then I gotta figure out what the name of this thing is called. Gate wall hole. With gate wall holes. Gate wall hole. There we go. Save. Oh, and with gate wall, with power connectors. Okay, save and good to go. All right, let's go test it out. See what we can do. And see, since this is not perfectly aligned to the other one, like that, we'll bridge the gap from there to here, which will match up to that one. And so we'll get that pipe runs in there. We'll try to run it in the direction of the thing. So we'll say here. That looks pretty good. And then we'll just run this right up in there. And we've already got the pipe in there, so it'll start to run out of there. Yeah, there it goes. Nice and easily. We also brought the power down the center, which we don't really need to do if we're going to run it along the foundations. So we could actually have the power not there. Normally that's how I run the power in the early stages, but I don't think we really need that. Let's go over here and fix it on the blueprint as well. Keep that nice and clean. All right. That's just going to be in the way. Okay, so now we need to run this so we can see what the distance is. So right there. All right, let's see if that works. Nope. Just a little too far. Well, we tried. Yeah, so this is when that thing is useful. I can see that I did move it back over there. Okay, and that's pumping through there. Then how many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So yes, we need to go 6, just like normal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6 is right here. And I'll just connect the one pipe first just to troubleshoot that one. There we go. And currently we got these pipes over here. So we're going to go ahead and kind of back chain these like this. Just say right to there. Oh, wow. First try. Nice. Oh, a little angled, though. A little angled, but good try. We'll just take this out. We'll leave that up there so we got a reference. We got it one direction, but we didn't get it the other direction. Which is the straight up and down direction. It's going to be tricky because these are on two separate grids. There we go. Very nice. This one, same thing. Oh, I'm going to take this out. I was rotating the wrong way. Nice. change this so this is out a bit further, because it's going to block those pipes. So we'll say out to here. Right? Oh no, we can just go. We can just go along this one. Click that and then run that back. And what we do is we line it up and then we move it forward by 2. Oops. Line it up. 1, 2. And then you get a nice 90-degree there. And there we go. So that is now running all the way over to there. And we can pull out this here. No longer using that one. And then this one's going to go right up into there. Very nice. Very nice. We're going to go ahead and take our pumps here. And just put them behind here. On these. I usually like to do them after the wall holes, but we'll do what we got to do. And then this one down to there. This one to the same thing. This one, I guess we'll just combine them all here and then connect it across. Works for me. All of those got power. So that's going to start pumping. We're going to find out what our head lift is here. 39, perfect. Okay, so we got that going like that. I'm always tempted to turn these around the other way. I think I can maybe get another one here. Get another one going down that way. And turn this other pipe around. Yeah, we're fooling around with our power here, so always a dangerous thing. We'll leave that like that. And then this one will turn around the other way. So we'll bring this forward about the equal distance in the opposite direction. Take this out, see how this works out. Perfectly. And then go across this way. This is going to be the in one. Okay, now these ones are still pumping over here because I am letting those run to keep my power going while I'm getting all this other stuff going. Okay, and again, we're just going to consolidate this stuff all down nicely. Get all these in here. Probably bring that one to there so I don't need to run that pipe. I don't need this pipe. I don't need that wall hole. Need that wall hole. Don't need this. I could try to run that just a little bit like that. Don't like the way that this pump is, this thing's coming out of there. I think we could do better. Let's try better here. Let's go this way. And then just kind of line it up like that. There we go. Nice and straight. We got a straight pipe coming up and then up to that edge. Okay, we got to check our head lift here. 4.5. Barely any. Okay. So that's going to go there. And we can start taking all this stuff out, which is awesome. And we went over here and we made a bunch of this before, but now we don't need it. Because now we're going to consolidate it all down into a single line run. And eventually, by the way, we'll have all of these connected, and we're going to send these up even higher, up to that level, and then we'll add a train up there, and we'll just come down and we'll tap into all three of these lines. That's why we're organizing the lines, is so later we can come back and very cleanly run them even higher just by adding pumps. And we'll go ahead and revamp the train station, and we'll actually build the train station around the way that we do the pipes, right? So instead of me running this pipe up like this on that side, I'll actually take this pipe and run it around, and it will actually be the fourth pipe up here. And so they'll all run up the same way, ultimately into a floor hole, and all four of those will go up together and go up there. Okay, now we can just go ahead and say, you know what, screw it, let's just take all this out. We're going to take it all out now. Take all that out. And hopefully we have enough oil to keep that going for now. And if not, we'll, you know, we lose power. We'll just keep working on it and try to get it to start back up again. But we do have a lot of battery backup power, so that battery backup power is helping us right now to get all this going. We're going to go over here and make some temporary poles here just to help us deconstruct this stuff. That was some good line running there. That was some good stuff. You can see I have all the power on the sides there. But now I want the power down below where we don't see all that stuff. And we're really going to reduce the number of pipes and connections and all that stuff. Really want to do a lot of that to make this nice. And we'll go here. And we'll go over there. Okie dokie. So this is actually pointing very well toward where we want this to end up. Actually, it could be right in the center there. Can we get it more to the left? Maybe. Maybe. Let's take all this out and see if we can rotate this just a little bit left. And that's going to line up nicely. Look how clean it looks. Yes. You know how, but don't tell? Yes, don't tell me. I can't remember what it is I was talking about. What was I talking about? You can tell me that. What was I talking about that you said, hey, you know how? I don't remember. All right, this is being annoying. Get over here, power. Trying to see where I'm trying to go at the same time I'm trying to put this down. Yeah, it looks pretty good. Line that up and hit the edge of that one. Might be a little bit like this and then have to swoop in at the end. And maybe a little right. Just a little bit like this. And we can go out that way and curve in, or we could just... we could work the pipe backwards. We can do that too. Let's just do that. Go over here. Take out that one. Take out this one, and yeah, we'll just work this backwards so that we can make that transition a little easier over to there. So yeah, aiming right at it. All right, that was actually pretty good. Okay, and then we will do all of our stuff that we want to do here, where we go in and we align our foundations. Hope you guys are digging this, everybody. I'm having a great time. This is some good stuff right here, man. I'm showing you some of my best tricks. And it definitely cleans it up nicely. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And then get your foundation and just click on that little bar there and it will go. You actually don't have to hold down control. I do it by habit. But such is the way it goes. All right, then we'll pull all these out. Keep losing power over here. Lily's right here. Did we disconnect something? Huh, that's weird. I don't know what's going on there. I don't know what's going on. Deal with it later. Oh, not pipe runs. We want our oil extractor with storage. Again, we'll just try to get as close as we can. Oh, so awkward. We nudge it in position. Nope, not quite enough. Let's make this a little wider. See if that helps us at all. Alright. Yeah, that might help. Get us a little closer so we can nudge it into position. There we go. Very nice. Usually I find 2 or 3 of these makes it a bit easier. Okay, oil extractor. Down here, and always turn the opposite direction in which the direction I want it to go. I feel like it's just them trolling you every time. They'd love to troll me with that, or it's just like always the wrong direction. Okay, so that's to there. And then we will take our power line from here, and we will run it to there. Run it along this edge very cleanly. Let's see what we got over here. Like we'll do this. Just like that to that. That to that. Take out this line. And those lines now. This and that. Okay. Looking good. And then our A power, which is our... See, the one that's this one is the one that's coming from the main power. So I don't want to do I don't want to click on the B one because then this switch will turn that one off too, which I can do. I can make one switch that turns them all off. But I do like to have individual power runs on this kind of stuff. So this one we'll put right there. And then we can take out these other ones now. Okay, so we got that power run. So sweet now. Very, very sweet. Let's go over here and flip the switch. Over here. And we will work on what the name of this one is. So this one is a bunch of this. But it is actually a normal node. We'll copy this up here. And this is going to output 300 and 300. And merged output is going to be 600. Oops, here. And then merge with node, who's eventually going to be number 10. Merge with node 10. There we go. Okay, so this is oil. This is an MK2. It's a normal node. And then same thing on node number 10. So this is node number 9. And we'll go ahead and label it. Turn that on. We'll check our circuit breaker. There's number 8 in there, number 9 in there. We don't want any of those to go off unless we actually tell them to go off. And very nice. Okay, then over here on this one. And this one seems pretty good to line up to over there. And you know what? We'll do the same thing we did on that other one. Grab some barrels while we're at it. And we'll run it back from over here. Bushes out of the way. Run it back over this way so that maybe we can just aim it a little easier. Get them bushes out of my way. Get them bushes out of there. So yeah, we want to aim that right down the thing. Oh, you know what we should do? We should combine that line. We should combine that into a single line and then split it at the top. That's what we're going to do. We're going to combine it. Okay. Hide this. Take this out. Take that out. I don't know what I was doing here, but let's take all that out as well. This one's going to come down here. And we're going to go there. And we're just going to split this right here. Run that to there. Very nice. What we're going to do, instead of running that all the way over to there, we're just going to use two lines now. And we're going to cut this one out. Like this. Take all these out. And consolidate those down to 2 lines instead of 3 lines. And that's basically 300 and 300 is going to combine into 600. And so we'll say that this one is 300. This, very nice. And did we represent that? Yes, we did. Okay, so now what we want to do is we want to get this over here to connect across there. So maybe I'll bring that out and then just run it across like this. Kind of eyeballing how I want that to go. And then we want to back this up by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Normally you want to go 6, but I'm just going to go 5. And then we'll do our pipe runs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like that. And we'll just run this one on the outer edge. That'll be there. This is looking better, everybody. We're cleaning this stuff up. And I probably don't need to, I can just take this and put it at the end here. Do this. Put that there. Run that up there. That should come pumping out of there. Yep, okay. So now we got that pumping. That's going to get that oil over there again. Take that one out. Yeah, see, we can just flip this one around and run it here. Yeah, or we could flip that whole thing around. But smarter just to run, just to take the pipe out and just run it straight back. I could even run it underneath and then have it come back and end up in the same thing. I should do that right now while I'm thinking about it. 1, 2. So yeah, I just run that right there, and then eventually that'll run up. And these will all go into floor holes way up there. I'll just put that there so it helps me remember later when I go to build the part way up above that's supposed to be there. Okay, so there we go. Now we're really making this sexy, right? We're bringing sexy back to our base here. Let's go ahead and actually bring this out and see if these are all connected. Yes, these are all the same thing, because this is actually not based on the world grid. It's based on that node over there. So that node is setting the precedent of how these are lining up. And so I got a transition like I did over here from its own node setup to this node's foundation, and then eventually to the world grid, which is up there on the top. And really easy to do if you leave yourself a bit of room to do that as well. And these will just pick up. Okay, I like the way this is facing, though I could just cut this across that way. Save me a little bit of distance there. Take this one out. Take this and run this behind. So yeah, I could just cut it across at an angle. Something like that. And we might have a problem with the elevation there, because the front of it's going to have the oil storage, and I'll probably end up not liking it. So let's just do it like this, maybe. I don't know. We'll try it out, see how we like it. Move this back. Let's go see. 0. Turn this way. Perfect. Okay, oil extractor. Get it down in there now that we got it all lined up by using my alignment trick. Lines it perfect every time, everybody. It's so awesome. So awesome to have. It took me so long to learn that too, everybody. It took me so long to discover that. I discovered it on accident. I was fooling around with different pieces to see if I could do more advanced building. And I discovered that you can align those not just a little bit, where, you know, sometimes I see a lot of people, the way they aligned it is the extractor is hanging off the edge. But that's like exactly in the center, both, length and width, which is awesome. Again, I feel like that's the much better way to do all of that. Okay, we got to go over here and we got to bring some power forward under here and over here. Run this to our A connection, and this is going to be node number 10. Another power node that we have going. So node number 10, turn that switch on. I should get that going. Oh yeah. Oh, and we forgot to overclock these too. We gotta overclock that one. Let's go over here and check this one. We can take this stuff out now. This way it goes from 120 to 300. These are always worth overclocking, everybody. I feel like it's totally worth it. Even though it does go, if you look at the power consumption, you know, it goes from 38 to 100 and 34. But you got to think that you're almost 3 timesing your output. So the output of this is going to produce way more than the overhead of extracting it. So I always extract it at maximum extraction. It's very, very effective. All right, so that's going to go that way. And now what we want to do is we want to merge this line right here. Dish away. And then we want to move this back 1, 2, 3, 4. This would be 5. Right there. And we'll run this one on the inside one as well. See if that's going to reach. It sure is. Okay. Take that out. Take that out. Again, I take out stuff that I don't need. There's no point in having all of those in there. It just takes up more of your sweet frames per second. I like to guard my frames per second, personally. Okay, and there we go. We got that one going as well. Again, this one's going at 300, so we can put the lid on this one. All right, like that. And again, we can still access it from up here and take a look at it. Another thing we can do is go down here and we can take a look at our pump. 5.6, barely any. Take that one out. These two are going together. I don't see a thing here where I can see it pumping. Let's do this and see if we get one. Not showing me the pump amount. Yeah, no. Oh, well, I'll live without it. I tried. This could be better, too. I do not like the way that looks. That's something we can do. We could stack these. Why is that slightly rotated? Let these snap vertically. That'd be awesome if they snap vertically. This is just a cosmetic thing. It doesn't really affect the outcome, but I'm not liking how this is going. What to do? This. Go like this. Go like this. Go like this. Pulling out all the stops now. Nope. Trying to see if I can get that to snap better, but does not look like it. All right, get that. I think I like that better. And then this to here. Like that. And we'll just take all of this back out. We'll take this. And just do something more like this. Better, we could just go straight out of there. Straight out of Compton. And then just do that. Much nicer. All right, I like that much better. Okay. Again, just trying to clean that up a little bit, make it nice and straight. I could have just did the merger on the other side. Had this come down, go in here, and then merge over here. Maybe I like that better. Let's go see. There we go. There we go. Now we're getting there. See, I'm trying to get the nice 90s, but it's not giving it to me. Let's just do that. Doesn't quite match up. We're gonna have to use our things here. That don't match up either. All right, we're gonna have to live with it. Live with that. Okay. I had to merge it over here. Seems like a lot of extra running that across there when I could just merge it right there. That's a waste of pieces there. Well, I can just do that. This is what happens when you go down the cosmetic rabbit hole, everybody. All right. So let's see if we can get this one to work. So we line it up off the center. Then 1, 2 back. And then this goes to this. And that goes to there. We take these out now. And that'll go. That actually have any oil flowing through there? We'll find out. And then running that there. All right, it's pumping. These are 2 separate segments, though. I don't really like it when it's 2 separate segments, but as long as it's pumping that oil, we know we're good. All right, so that's 600 oil going there. Let's check our head lift here. 5.6. All right, not too bad there. That's all pumping. That's much cleaner, everybody. Just so clean versus what we had before. Very nice, and also merged. So 5.6 there. Okay, that's all good. Now we got that all cleaned up. And now instead of having all those pipes, we just have 2 pipes. One 600 here, one 600 there. And that's running there. And eventually we'll do this. Maybe we should just do that now. The problem is that this one, when it goes up, is going to be in the way. But we can just offset it for now and come back and fix it later. Just offset it forward like that. Yeah. That's what we'll do. And we'll take this out. Oh, it's got to go forward just a few more. There we go. Very nice. Okay, into there, up to there. So we can take all this back out again. Oops, probably didn't want to take out the power connection. Oh, no, it's back there. And we already got a pump going there. Probably going to need another pump up there. Just kind of temporarily run this way. We're kind of cleaning this up, even though I just know I'm going to replace all of this. But this is all going to get placed in the end. That is not what I wanted to do. I wanted this to go into there. There we go. And that just sets us up for later where we can run all 3 of these vertically. That's going to be awesome. All right, let's go see what our head lift is of this pump back here. Sounds like it's working hard. Oh, too much. Too much head lift there. Let's just go ahead and put one right here for now. And we'll go ahead and tap into that power. See what that head lift is there. All right, 42. Not too bad, not too bad. We'll go with that. And then back over here. I hope you guys are enjoying this. Put a 1 in the chat if you guys are digging this. I'm having a great time. This is really shaping up nice. Yeah, now it's 15 there. All right, this is super fun. What's up, Gary? Thanks for coming in, hanging out. We're cleaning up this giant mess we've been making over here. And it's looking sharp. All right, let's clear that. We don't need this blueprinter here anymore. We don't need this. What's up, Fred? We got this going over here for some reason. Oh, that's because we can use it with our blueprinter. We're going to take that out. We don't need that anymore. Got ourselves a nice hyper tube here. Why is this so weird, though? Why is that hyper tube so funky weird? Let's make that better. Let's clean that up, too, while we're at it. Right over here. I'll do this. Make that go like that. We'll then use our wall to align this straight down. This, take all this out. This and this. And make our foundation just up a little bit. Get this. Don't need the one that's in the ground. And we'll just kind of make a little bit of a transition here between the node foundation and where we got going. And we'll do a little bit of, say that. That's not bad. We got like foundation offset here. Oh, that's because we have the half ones there. I forgot. Okay, there we go. We'll put that there, and then we want to use our hyper tube down here. So what we want to do is probably bring this forward Yeah, bring this forward to about there. So we'll just put ourselves a nice little thing here. Run that up there and make that much cleaner. There we go. Now we're looking good. Then this power. Where's our power connector? Over there. This power we'll just run here. And up to there. Run that out there. Run that across to there. Okay. Very nice. This could go way down further. Okay, now we cleaned up our hypertube too. Look at this. This place is shaping up. Try it out. All right. We got trains. We got trains. What do you think so far? I have played it for almost 3,000 hours. I would say that means it's probably I like it. Not kidding. Right here on Steam, you can see, just on Steam alone, because I also have it on the Epic Game Store, I have 1,216 hours. This is a 12 out of 10. This is like a Witcher 3 for factory builders. It is incredibly good. An instant buy for me, everybody. This is an incredibly great game. So well thought out. I mean, the way that you build the foundations and everything should be the way that every game does it. Like when you go to take a foundation, if you aim at the middle, it does that. If you aim off to the side, it goes that way, which seems basic, but not everybody does that, right? You just aim at the edge of these little metal edges now to go this way. I can build something way over there. I can build something way up ahead. I can put it right in the center, build it right there. I can build it on that one. I can build it over there. Again, the way that this game works, even when you're moving on a train, because I'm right now on a train, is awesome. And it has trains, so there you go. Even more cool. Now, I'm going to head back to my main base here. We're just kind of cleaning up my oil over there. I mean, the end result of all of that is the same right now, but we're cleaning up all of our power extractors, and we're putting them all in what's known as our priority switch. Our priority switch allows us to control the different parts of our factory, including all of our power, which you can see right here. This is coal power, is the purple one here. And then over here, this is turbo fuel. This is fuel here, turbo fuel, and these are all fuel generators, which are generating a tremendous amount of power right now. Now we need to go up here, which is where my base is. We're going to run up here and see how we're doing. Wow, has it been 10 hours? Holy mackerel, that time went by. That's another measure of a game for me, everybody. That when time goes by like this, and it's like an hour, 2 hours, 10 hours, it's like this, man. It just zaps by. So awesome. And, you know, I've actually given a ton of copies of this game away here in the stream, so hit the follow button so you know next time I go live, and you never know. I give away thousands of dollars worth of games and Bethesda gear and all of that kind of stuff. What do they call plushies and all sorts of stuff. I can't think of it right now because I've been streaming for 10 hours. And here we are all the way back at our base. Very nice. And we got our biofuel in today, so looking pretty sweet. Maybe we can put our lid on this as well. Just try to close that up. Now that we got that all squared away. Let's just get that in there. I always, again, leave to the top of this last. One of my favorite things also is to do this just in a way where you can still see the lights across the top of it. So you can see if it's working or not. Very, very cool way of doing that. So you can see all the lights of the thing, and actually you can see them from up there too. You can just hit E right on the edge. It's very cool. Hey, Special Cajun, what's up? Look at this revamp of our base here. We've been working on our extractors, mainly centering around our primary power. Like that. All right, that's all clearing and looking good. Look at this. This is our online backup power and offline backup power. This is 15,000 power, and that's 15,000 power. Let's see how our power backups are doing. Let's see, 100% charge, everybody. That's 60,000, or sorry, it's 30,000 and 30,000. Sorry, I had that wrong. It's 60,000 megawatts worth of power, and we're only producing 27,000. So if we did lose power, or we'll just try it right now, we'll just go ahead and turn everything off right over here, except for our power backup. And let's just see what happens. Yeah, why did all of that turn off? One of these is causing that to turn off. But yeah, now we look at our power. We can see that that it's basically producing the overall power and holding that power right now way up here in my capacity of 26,000. But we actually just turned the power completely off of all those things. Now, you don't want to do it too long because it'll mess up your production. So I'm just going to turn them all back on again. There it goes. Weird that I turned some of these off. And these ones at the bottom turned off. Oil production, turbo fuel. Yeah, see, these turned off because they're connected to the turbo fuel. I see. Yeah, let's turn all these back on. So it doesn't, because in a minute, it's going to say, hey, you're out of power. I'm going to start using your batteries as the power. And so you can see now that it all went back up again. And again, we're at a nice solid 27,400. And it had a bunch of backlog of resources as well. So it had time before it actually would start to go like this. It went a little bit. You can see right here, it went a little bit when I turned the power off. That was my oil power, by the way, that just went like that. But my fuel power takes a lot longer to turn off. But that's okay. We don't want any of that to turn off, and that's why we have it in priority group number 1. And you can prioritize what you want on and off. So if your power keeps going on and off, you can turn off a bunch of your factories, and then your factories will be just fine. And of course, this is our power group. And then this one here is our... Oh, that one actually, no, we need to change the name of that one. That one's also for production. Yeah, we need to go change the name of that one. We need to fix these the names of these sulfur ones too. Yeah, let's go back and fix the sulfur ones. Oh, and it got nighttime. Okay, this is all good. Lie down here. You can also just tap it when you're falling, and it will just kind of auto-rotate the little fans to keep you from falling to your death. We want to rename this what? Where's our thingy? Over here. So, oh, okay. Take this. And we want sulfur right here. Wait, no, this is... Oh, yeah, it's 180 sulfur right now, but not in the wrong one. Okay, so we changed the way that we were naming that. That's good. And then we want to go this way and chase down the end of this sulfur. There's Fred. What's up, Fred? Whoa, how's it going, Fred? Oh, you look so sad. Reminds me of Eeyore from Winnie the Pooh. Oh, bother. Old school there, for sure. Again, we're doing a whole bunch of stuff, as you can see, revamping all of our extraction. And again, all of this extraction eventually will go all the way to the top. Right now, I'm just revamping it to keep my stuff going. Let's go out here and rename this one as well. Again, if we're going to do it, we might as well do it right, get them all properly named. We got to rename one of our oil ones while we're out here as well. I think it was number 3. Watch out for all the sneaky spiders in the cave here. I might have killed them all, or they might show up here in a minute. Oh yeah, look at that hazard. Some's after me. What was it? Oh yeah, a little spider. I see him in there. He's in there running. I got other things to do to play around with you, spider. I got to get over here and rename this. Oh, we didn't put the top on this one. We didn't put the top on. Put the top on it there and reduce our frames per second. All right, there we go. Right here, we wanted to change that one's number 6. So we'll grab that one. We made a spreadsheet, so it's automatically generating the name for me, so it just makes it easier. The 180 is in the front. Is it supposed to be in the front? Yes. 180 sulfur coming out of there. Really, it should be 300. I should actually just tell it to be 300. Yeah, I should just tell it to be 300, and we know it's going to be max 780. So we'll say it's 300 coming out of there. And what that does, it changes the name of it here in the priority switch list, which is very important to get that all correct. All right, now the fun thing is we can ride on the belt. Whee! This Spidey will try to get us. What's up, Spidey? Catch me if you can, sucker. I'm out of here. What's up, Fred? This is really fun. This is the old school way of getting around. I still do it to this day. Ooh, flung me off the side. I still do it to this day because this is what we used to do before they had hyper tubes and all of that. Now, of course, it would have been smart if I made a hyper tube out here, but I don't think I had them unlocked when I originally did this. And I can make one now, but again, I'm going to eventually have a train that does all this work for me. And I don't need all these belts. So we're going to clean up all these belts and eliminate them all. And just have the train do it. When you slide like that, it makes you go a little bit faster, by the way. And then you can, like, slingshot yourself, which I like to do. Just slingshot, slingshot, whee! There we go. All right, man, did we get a lot of stuff done today? Holy moly. We revamped all of that. We redid all of our inputs and outputs. We made some biofuel. We also adjusted how our stuff is here. Very cool. Now, we could have kept working on progression, everybody, but what I wanted to do was stop and work on our extractors so that our power extractors are all squared away and we have all the power in there. You want to have that whole power grid set up properly because it can get very confusing very quickly. And then also you might accidentally have like crossed lines and you try to turn it off and it doesn't turn it off because you got another line that goes around that way. And that's why we've made our central road here. And a lot of that power that you see down there will eventually make its way up here for us to utilize up here. And on this side, toward the water, is going to be our power. And on this side, that way, is going to be our production. And we got a lot of nodes to tap, everybody. Look at all these nodes to tap in the world. And you're like, Kismet, how can you see all the nodes? Well, that's my little radars that I have there. So if you can see, I got like a radar tower. There's one right there. And that's what's showing me that. So I've run some power out there so I can see the radar tower. Oh, and there's a box out there, too, we got to go get. But you can see the ones I've actually am using. It's got the little check mark next to it. Those are the ones I'm actually using right now. And all the rest of these, we could go ahead and utilize and bring that stuff back to our primary base. Yeah, it even has unchecked the SAM ore since I'm not running that back anymore. Yes. We got another SAM ore over here. On the top side. I think that's the one I used last time. I went and got that SAM ore there. But yeah, we got a lot of SAM ore we can do. Impure. I think the one that's over here is normal. Where's that pure node? I know there's one around here that's pure. Can't remember where we saw it. Up here? No. Way over here in the middle of nowhere. There it is. There it is, right in the middle of that island out there. That's a bit of a trek right there. Again, you could just put your base right here in the center of the whole entire planet and then run everything into that center, which I've seen people do. But I like this spot over here, and we barely tapped the resources in this area. Because you can see that a lot of my stuff is disconnected right now down there. I'm not even making anything. And how can that be? Well, up there, I have 10 boxes of every single resource that I've done so far. Of course, some of the resources we haven't made yet. But I got 10 boxes of everything, and they're all running into the dimensional depot. So whenever I need resources, pretty much it'll just run more in there, 10 boxes deep. But eventually it will run out. So we definitely want to get our production going again. But we want to get all of our power squared away, all of our extractors squared away, get all of our power switches in. So if we need to run over here and say, you know what, start up that biomass factory, we can go ahead and do that. By the way, I probably had picked up some leaves right here, which we can put over here. There we go. And that's going to run those leaves out into the biomass fuel there. And again, this makes it really easy to just feed those in there. And then it does the biomass, it does the solid biofuel, and then the solid biofuel goes in the biomass burners. And we're going to be making every resource of every different type in this playthrough, so settle in, everybody. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be really fun when we bring this oil over here. Really need to get that going, and we need to go up there and take that out too. We can take that whole part out now that we brought this down just a bit more. Yeah, maybe on the way over there at some point. We'll see. But yeah, we need to get that oil from over there up higher to match this, and then run that train over here. And there's also box right over there, so I'll probably do the same thing I did here, but just up higher. Where I just run that out, run that over to the box right, and then also run to the oil. And then also there's a bunch of resources up here on the top. Might be able to ping some of them here, and we can just see them from here. Over that way. But we can see them on the map here. So up here we've got that pure node or impure node. Over here we have impure nodes. Now there used to be a bunch of pure nodes over here too. There's a Caterium pure node that we can get from there. Because again, it's going right here. So you could easily take this and run that to that, that station. Or we could put the station in the center, or we can move the station over here. There's like a cave there. We could put the station right here. So we could have it come down, grab the station, or even better, we could run it down the center of all of those. Yeah, that's even better. Run it down the center, and then we could feed all of these in there, including this impure coal and this nitrogen gas. Run it down the center, and then cut left for the oil. And then when we cut left for the oil, we can also go this way and then circle back and then back this way and then right down the center. So yeah, maybe down the center a little bit better. Let's go ahead and do that while I'm thinking about it. What was the center of that train? Right there. So we want our train to go behind here. Let's just do that so that when we come back next time, I may remember what the heck we're doing. Oh, there's a good 50% chance. So let's go ahead and move over a bit. Like this. And we're going to go ahead and look on the map again. Yeah, right there. Right there would be awesome. So yeah, our train would come back this way. And so we could just L-shape it there. L-shape it that way. We could make it go this way, then go that way, then come straight back, and then come straight across to here. We need to use our train blueprints. Do we have any train foundation things yet? Maybe not. Done any train thing yet? That's weird. That's odd of me. Huh. Let's go work on our train line runs. I typically like my train line runs to be fairly easy and small. So first we're going to start with some foundations. Good. When you're in the zone, this is one of the best times to do this, is use that zone to your advantage. Okay, so we're going to just say none of these and none of these. And then we'll go ahead and let's actually just put the train tracks on there. And then we can just do every other one. Let's go ahead and color it with red, which is typically what I color my train tracks as. And then we can just put the train track on there instead of running it ourselves. Like this. I'll go to this way. Ah, nope. Crooked. Try that again. Okay. Very nice. So we probably want one with it on, with it off, with it on, with it off. First, trains can go really far, though. Kind of a waste to even put it on there, I think. How many is that? It's awkward that you can't rotate these. I don't know why it won't let me rotate that. It's super awkward. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 roughly. 12 long, so it's not worth to put the tracks on because I can run it longer if I just do it myself. And this will be 5 long, so I'll just put 5, 5, 5, put a whole bunch of them down, and then I can run the line 12 long. That's a much better way of doing that. Okay, we don't need to run any power, I don't think, in there, because we're going to have the train tracks themselves. So yeah, we'll just do this, and we'll say, over here, this will be train foundations. Train foundations, and of course we'll go red. There we go. Train foundations. 2 foundations wide or running trains. Good enough. And we'll go in and we'll put our train foundations. Oops. Yeah, buttons. Buttons are hard. I always do that. You got to hit edit first. Foundations, and then oh, we need a new category. Down here, trains. There we go. Line changes. Train foundations. All right, now we're getting somewhere. Let's get over here and see if we can line ourselves up again. Yeah, I kind of feel like what we'll do is utilize this. It's kind of cool when you do this, by the way, when you do the blueprints, you can see that it's splitting the difference if you really wanted it to do that. I think that's kind of cool. All right, we got to get in the center of this. So where are we at over here? So we could bring our trains right through here. This could be a train thoroughfare because we don't have anything obstructing us right now. And eventually I'll have my power over here. Let's see how much room we got for adding our power. Oh, we got lots of room. Lots of room over there. So yeah, I'm thinking right here. So let's turn it off a blueprint. Let's see if we can get this to snap the way we want it to snap. What the heck is going on there? Not letting me break out of that mode. Foundations, train foundations. Off a blueprint. There we go. All right. Then nudge it. Hit H. Nudge it over. And we're good. All right. I would go ahead and put this. Let's put this as number 5 for right now. Okay, get that started. All right, there's where our future train track's going to be. And then we'll bring that oil in and we'll bring it straight through here. And have it end up probably over on this side. Set the line up there. And it'll come right through there. Cross through here and then bring the oil to our power, which is that power down there. It'll bring all of that over here, and then we can store all of our oil power, produce all of our fuel. Now we're going to rebuild basically what we built down there up here first, and then we'll divert the oil and we'll have it come straight over here. But now that we put that in there, I know exactly what that is because that's how I go in and mark stuff as the actual thing. And actually, we could just take this out and then just do this so that we don't need that extra part there. We're just going to do this for now. And then probably end up having another line for the train. Maybe I should have made one that was 4 by 5 wide. Because it's going to come through, hit the station, and then turn around and come back the other way. Yeah, let's make another one that is it's a bit wider. I don't need it to be exactly 5 wide, though I could do that. You know what? Let's make it 5 wide. But we got plenty of resources. That's going to make it easier for us to do turnarounds as well. So we can go in and we can color this. We could have just took our other one and colored it, but this one's still got this name, so we can adjust the name to 5 wide. 5 foundations wide for running trains. Yes, save that. Kind of feel like we'll just put a road in the center. Like that. And then over there. Because I use yellow for roads. Now, I'll come back and embellish the roads and embellish the thing later. But the other thing that we want to do here is see if we can get the train tracks on here. Yeah, we probably want to do something like trying to make this curve. Can't get it to rotate. Can't get it to do what I want it to do. This thing's really, really weird that you can't just flip that around the other way. It won't let me click. So it's really awkward. All right, here's what we'll do. We'll do this. Then we'll run this back this way. Got to reverse engineer this. Okay. So we got to do our train tracks. All right, let's just do it from this side. And so we want to be back by 2, so right here, and then this. So let us start here. And then we'll do the same thing on the other side. Oh wait, we were going to do it down the center. Could go there, or we could go down the center. Let's see what happens when we go down the center instead. Jeez, just go the way I want you to go. Crazy thing. Or get over here, just going crazy. Gotta be a trick to that. Looks like you kind of aim at the edge a little bit. Yeah, I think it's got to be further apart to get that turn in there. All right, come on, go the way I want you to go. Gonna be like that, are you? Now, I don't know what the trick is to keep this thing going the way you want it to go, but it's certainly not rotating. Can't hold down control and rotate it. It's like the direction that you're looking causes it to go a certain way. I don't know what the heck. What an awkward way of doing that. All right, we'll just go here. And then we'll do it from there back. And this side this way. There's always a workaround for awkwardness. In this case. Take this out. It's going to give us that. It's still too sharp. I remember how I fixed that last time. So this should really figure this out on its own, and you shouldn't have to try to finagle it into doing what you want it to do. Yeah, so 5 is not wide enough. So outside edge of 5. Two in. This way. Move that over just a little bit more. Yeah, there we go. Oh man, you gotta have a real wide berth there. Yeah, this is exactly 5 wide. I usually try to run it down the center, but I think on this one I could run it down the sides like that. And then the center part here, you know, it'd be cool too, is to have where you're driving along and it goes under the train. And it comes out on the other thing. I just thought of that, where you just put a ramp down, it comes under. That'd be pretty cool. And I could have been a little bit closer on one side, but this is very symmetrical. So this is a good turnaround at the end of a track. And I could just have it do that at the end, and then bring them closer together, where it's only 4 wide. Yeah, you could use this for when you're coming out of a train station. Yeah, you could also store stuff in the center too, instead of having it as a road. All right, we'll just call that train, 5-way train turnaround. There we go. 5 wide train turnaround for making circle tracks. Okay, man, we're making all sorts of cool stuff for use in our stuff later on. All right, what do we got? Did it again. I'm going to do it 100 times more because it's not how that should work. It's awkward. Trains, and then this one is trains. Okay. Confirm. Did I just cancel that, or did I actually tell it to do it? I just canceled it. Do it again. Apply. There we go. Why didn't we go 3 wide tracks before? I think it's because of the way that our block signals are. We don't want our block signals to be too close. How are we doing it over here? We are doing it 3 wide. Yeah, 3 wide down the center. That's really what we want, 3 wide. Yep. Not the 5 wide. Well, I'll leave the 5 wide in there, but I'm gonna make it 3 wide. To make it easy to run the trains in both directions. So we'll go over here. Pull up. 5 wide. And we'll just take these ones out on the sides. Like that. We'll recolor this red. And we'll just call it 3 wide train foundations. For running trains in both directions. Directions. There we go. Period. All right. 3 wide train foundations for running trains in both directions. All right. Save. Okay. Now let's go ahead and fix this. Because we'll want the train to run in both directions. So we're going to take these out. Sure, I'm not standing on it when I take it out. I almost did there. Oops, I missed that one out there. Get that one too. I'll just take all of these out. So we'll make it three wide train foundations. Now, we don't have any power right now while we're running, but when we run the train tracks, the train station, we will. And so we'll need to run this across, and then this will probably end up... I think I'm going to do that right here, too, when I have the train running across here, is that I'm going to have the road go, it's going to go under, and then come up like an underpass. Very cool. I should do that right now too. Just for funsies. Let's go. Little ramp down. Where is it? Right here. Ramp down. There we go. And then we'll take red. Oops. Put that one back. Yeah, that's fun. Put these in now. Yeah, we'll put a few of those in. They're going to need that power down there later. But yeah, that's fun. You just kind of put the track over the top, in theory. Like this. You end up going under the track. In the case of this track, it's going to be 2 tracks. One going like this. Then the other one going like that. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. I can also go in and use all my little fancy walls too in here, everybody. You have a lot of these kind of angled ones that you can use. Try to find the reversed angle of that. It's probably this one. Yeah, so again, we can just angle those inverted ramps. Yeah, we're doing it now. We might as well make it cool. And then maybe a little lookout area with little windows that you can look out or see if anybody's going by on the hypertube. Ah, that's cool. Very neat. Little observation center too down here while the train's going right over the top of your head. Yeah, nice. That's cool. I didn't know it did that. You can bump into the glass. What happens if you shoot the glass? Does it break? Oh, it's actually shooting way down there. It's shooting through the glass. Huh. You can shoot guns through the glass, but you can't put your face through there. I like how it makes a clunk noise. Yeah, that's cool. I tell you, I'll embellish it a little bit. Not too much, but you get the idea. And again, we'll come back. We'll work on our train next time. Let's go over here and admire our awesome work. 75 megawatts there. 7.5. Now 7,500 megawatts. And go here and admire all the work we got done today. We got this done. We got our power towers done. We reran all of this and figured out what height we want to do. We moved our little thing. We put our space elevator back up. We got this all nicely laid out right by our hub here. And again, as we go here, this will all be power. I'll have this actually come in and be the station right here. Actually, we'll put the power on that side. Come in, be the station, and then turn itself around and then go back that way. Or we can also make it go off that way with the switch track if we want, which we'll probably do eventually. And so this will be the center of all of our trains on this side. And then we'll have a cross thing for trains going the other way as well, so that we can get those trains going. And we'll figure out all those logistics next time, or at least some of them. They've got plenty of resources in here too. I could probably put all this stuff back now too. That's a lot of stuff. Yeah, you know what? We'll just leave it there in case we need it. We can always grab it. Okay, that's it. Kismet Love Train. Let's go. All right, I was slinking down in my chair. I was having so much fun there. I hope you guys enjoyed that. I had a great time. Again, we'll be back tonight to work a bit with my team as well. And we're just going to randomly raid the next person on Twitch here. You know what? I forgot to follow those other people I raided. I always forget. And let's go ahead and show them some love here. So we're going to get the Kismet Love Train fired up, everybody. Here's what I want you to do. I want you to go ahead and use those thing right there. Make your own Kismet Love Train. Either way, we're going to go raid this person. Their name is Urban Venture. So we're going to go ahead and put them on the raid list. Start up that raid love. Now, again, remember, you can help the stream out, by the way, by going over here. And thank you, Rotisserie G, for that donation today. Thanks to all my patrons down there. And, of course, you can go show some love at all those links right there. Everybody will put those in the chat for you. You can check out my YouTube, you can check out Twitter, you can check out the Discord, check out the website, especially check out patreon.com/Kismet, the best way to support the Kismet Love Train. Support the stream. Now we're going to go raid this guy. Again, I don't know anything about him. He's just the next guy in the line. And right now, he is building a whole bunch of stuff. I see he's got a bunch of radiation running underneath his base. That's a crazy idea. That's a crazy idea. But hey, you know what? To each their own. All right, we're going to go ahead and start this raid up, everybody. We're going to shower you guys with a bunch of kiss caps for being awesome and hanging out all the way to the end of the stream. I appreciate you coming in and hanging out. I got to get my Kismet Love Train, too. Let me go get mine here. For those who missed it, I'll throw it in there again. Because I need to get it, too. And let's see. Kismet Love Train. Copy, and then I'll put it back in the chat. Just to check it. There we go. Oh, there we go. And we're out of here, everybody. All right, see you guys later tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for some more fun. See you later.
Hi, this is Noru. Thanks for watching. This is the Sky.